Good morning, councillors. Good morning, councillors. Can we please take our seats so that we can check for a quorum? Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Can you please take your seats so that we can start? Good morning, honourable councillors. The Speaker of Council is not available today due to illness. I am therefore here to assist Council in electing the acting Speaker in terms of Section 41 of the Structures Act for purposes of this Council meeting. Honourable councillors, can I have nominations from the floor, please? Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, City Manager. My name is Aaron Malulega, elected councillor in the City of Tshwane. Hereby nominate Councillor Seabelo Marishane to be the acting Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malulega. Councillor Marishani, can I ask whether you, sorry, is there a seconder to the nomination, please? Thank you, Councillor MMC Poshielo. Seconded then by Poshielo. Councillor.
My name is Franz Bushielo, an elected councillor of the city of Tshwane. I second the nomination of Councillor Marishani Siabe.
Thank you very much. Councillor, Deputy Chief of Marishani, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you very much. Good morning, City Manager. Yes, I am available.
Thank you very much. Is there another nomination from the floor? Yes, Councillor Joubert.
Thank you, City Manager. I am Councillor Marie Joubert, standing councillor in the city of Tshwane. I hereby nominate Councillor Wesley Jacobs.
Thank you very much. Councillor, is there a seconder to the nomination of Councillor Wesley Jacobs? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. City Manager, I, Councillor Morey Erasmus, second the nomination.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Corneille Erasmus. Can I then check with Councillor Wesley Jacobs whether you accept?
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I accept.
Councillor Jacobs,
Honorable City Manager,
can you please
apologies for
indicate whether you
interjection
accept the
before
nomination?
you. City Manager.
Thank you.
City Manager. Do I have your audience? Thank you very much.
I want to refer Councillor Ramabodu, Councillor Ratikwano, Councillor Mashavela, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Kwena for intimidating Councillor
Councillor, please, if I
Ila
can
Brink.
interrupt you, please. The task that is in front of me is to elect an acting speaker.
But you are the current chairperson.
I
Your
am
responsibility
not
is
the
to
acting
facilitate
speaker.
council. If there is
Please,
disorder in the time whereby you are on the seat, you are responsible
Councillor
to make
Mafele,
sure that
please raise-
order is being referred. Disorder is being referred.
Councillor,
So,
please raise that with the acting speaker.
no.
Please
City manager,
raise that with the acting speaker.
city manager, that's
I
wrong.
am not recognizing you, Councillor.
That's wrong. The incident
Councillor-
happened now
Councillor
while you are still
Jacobs,
facilitating.
Councillor, I am not recognizing you. Councillor Jacobs,
I accept the acting speaker.
thank you. Are there any other nominations? We have two nominations for acting speaker. Councillor Ratikwane.
Thank you. CM, is it possible for you to just tell us who are the people who are nominated? So that we are clear. Because, no, it's important. You can't howl. If your talent is to howl, then it's fine, you can proceed. If that's your only talent, then you can proceed. Why? Because we don't want to nominate someone who's nominated. It's very important, extremely important. Now, CM, please assist the House so that we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Councillors, if there are no further nominations, there will be an election between the two councillors, Councillors Marishani and Councillor Jacobs. The election will be by show of hands.
Please proceed, Speaker. Please proceed. Thank you very much for your assistance.
By show of hands, those in favor of Councillor Marishani, please raise your hands. And on the other side, no? Okay, thank you. 107. Councillors, those in favor of Councillor Jacobs, please raise your hand. Thank you very much, councillors. You may drop your hands. The result of the election is as follows. Councillor Jacobs, 71 votes. Councillor Marishani, 107 votes. Honourable councillors, I now call on Councillor Marishani, the elected acting speaker, to the podium to preside over the meeting. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Can we please start with our meeting? Honorable councillors, thank you very much for my election as the acting speaker. It is much, and now it's sensing illegal connection. I agree the word council is here. I will now adjourn the meeting for 30 minutes to get a briefing with the secretariat in the office, and we'll come back and proceed with our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're very sharp. Ram Church.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, honorable councillors. Can we please take our seats so that we can start with our meeting? Let's take our seats so that we can start with our meeting, honorable councillors. Chief Whip of Council, please approach. Honorable elder women, elder men, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of political parties represented in Council, Acting Deputy Chief Whip of my political party, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me also officially welcome Councillor Caroline Mashikwane Matibe, the newly elected DAPR councillor, replacing former councillor MM Mihlape Zimu. Councillor Matibe, can you please rise so that we can welcome and acknowledge you? Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Matibe. Congratulations and welcome in the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality Council Chamber. And I would like to also take this opportunity to wish former Councillor Mehlapi Zimu all the best in her future endeavors. B, applications for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence. Honorable Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Acting Speaker, Councillor Marishani. Acting Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. Councillor H. Norking, DA, vacation leave. Councillor Alderman K. Mateve, DA, study leave. Councillor R. Mabusela, DA, study leave. Councillor A. Jacobs, FF plus, study leave. Councillor P. Mayor, FF plus, sick leave. Councillor R. Herbe, FF plus, vacation leave. Councillor M. Kekana, ANC, vacation leave. Councillor K. Tsela, ANC, family responsibility leave. Councillor M. Zwanane, ATM, sick leave. Councillor M.S. Chavedi, PAC, family responsibility leave. Councillor P. Ramjin, Action SA, sick leave. Honorable Acting Speaker, I've got councillor who are arranged to arrive late. Councillor L.J. van Rensberg, FF plus, 11 o'clock. Alderman S. Deploy, FF plus, 12 o'clock. Councillor S. Mas, DA, 12 o'clock. Councillor J. Page, DA, 12 o'clock. Councillor Anima Risberg, FF plus, 11 o'clock. Acting Speaker, I've got councillor who requests us to leave early. I've got Councillor E. Mutubatsi, EFF, 16 hour. Councillor S. Mula, DA, 17 hour. Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. Those are names submitted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip of Council. Official notices, Honorable Councillors. Yes, member, what are you rising on? Where are you? Oh, Councillor Makhalin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I see they have changed the name of Mzwanane quickly. They can also change mine there. Speaker, we want to refer the councillors who were staging a protest here in front of Alderman Celia Brink. It's Councillor Oura Mabodu, Councillor Tsegofatso Mashabela, Councillor Witumelo Rasweswe, Councillor Sianego Kwena, Councillor Matlala, Councillor Commissar, who is that Commissar? Benjamin Bisolwane, Benjamin Matebula, Councillor Moafrika, who is that other councillor? Councillor Ratikwan, Councillor, show yourself, Muloisan. Councillor Muloisan, Councillor Nuntununu, and other councillors who were here. will present a video evidence to Rules and Ethics for what they were doing to Councillor Seabrink. Thank you very much.
Your referral is duly noted, including its contents where you're saying you will present video footage to that effect. I hope that video footage is in line with the council rules. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. On official notice, councillors, leader of executive business.
Thanks, Speaker. I don't think it's permissible for us to allow a member to rise even without quoting a section that was contravened. That's number one. Number two, he continues to make mention particular councillors on the suspicion of contravention. And he continues and says, I will furnish you with evidence. Therefore, he petitions you about something that is not complete and want to put it on record. Therefore, it doesn't work like that. If the submission is in part, let's reject it. Because there was no quoting of any section that was contravened, Speaker. If you do that, everybody's going to have stand up here or any other thing. You can give him a second round to do a proper submission. But what he has done now is undermining processes of consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Executive Business. The order is sustained. Councillor Makhale. Is it just a moment? Is it Councillor Mabukhwana or Matebula? I've got Mabukhwana here. Matebula's hand is up. All right, Councillor Makhale, Zimbil Zindlela, we are
Speaker,
withdraw or you are taking the second part?
Am I permitted? Am I permitted?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that order should not be sustained, Speaker. Number one.
The order is sustained.
Okay. Let me go to section 38. I was raising on a point of order. And the point of order is for the purpose of this section, a point of order or a point of information does not constitute.
What are you rising on, Councillor Makhale?
I'm rising because there was this order in front of Councillor Brink.
Councillor Makhale.
And I want to refer the members.
Which rule are you rising on?
Kirlegar point of order, Giri Speaker. Kirlegar point of order, and then it will be read along with section. It will be read along with section 41. Maintenance of order during council meeting. So I'm raising on a point of order to raise the disorder that was happening during council meeting. So I'm putting it to you, Speaker, that there were members in council, in the chamber, whom has compromised the dignity of council in terms of subsection 3 of that section 41. So I'm referring them because they have disturbed, and also in my view, Councillor, that they were intimidating Councillor Brink. And this matter for the interpretation and also for the sanction can only be done by the Rules and Ethics Committee. So I don't understand why you have allowed and sustained the order of Councillor Maluleka. So I'm raising on those sections, and I'm giving.
MMC, Proceed, MMC.
Rule 38(2)A. Previously, we concluded that to make sure that we maintain the quorum of the House and we don't waste the referrals of the Rules Committee's time. When there's an issue, we can give the members a chance. Either they apologize and we leave the issue. We're apologizing on behalf of the EFF caucus. Can we proceed? Thank you.
It's not sincere.
Thank you very much, MMC. That's progressive. Councillor Makhaling, MMC has advanced an apology.
The rule,
you
the rule
agree?
says the apology must be given to the person. So the person in contact is not here. So let the rules and ethics advance this matter and make a finding, because that is not the finding of the rules
All right.
and orders.
Councillors, this is what we are going to do in order for us to proceed. Councillor Makhaling,
Yes.
the issue is noted, packed. We will take it when the said councillor is here and advance the apology from MMC Ramabodi,
Mara Speaker.
and then we resolve on it. For now, the matter is held in abeyance.
Ba o
until
dumele
such
tu
time.
dira speech le wena mo.
Official
Khane re dinonyana re tshwane mona.
Councillor Matebula, you are fine? Thank you very much. We are proceeding. Councillor Frolich,
Speaker.
what are you raising on?
Yeah, point of information. The opposition, the caucus leader of the opposition is...
Hold on. Councillors, please take note that, please be informed that I've got good power relations with the rules and orders, and I will not hesitate to apply them in this meeting. Please, let's maintain the decorum of this meeting. Councillor Frolich, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The Speaker, I think it's important that residents know that the caucus leader of the opposition is seen more on social media than in the council chambers. He is currently not in the council chambers. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi, you have made an unsavory comment to Councillor Frolich to an extent that your voice was so high that I've heard you. Please withdraw that which you have just said. Councillor Fosi, withdraw. Councillor Fosi, you have made an unfounded comment on Councillor Frolich. I have heard you loud and clear. I can't even repeat what you have said. I'm giving you an opportunity to withdraw and apologize to her. If you are not prepared to apologize to her and withdraw, I'm giving you 30 minutes to go to your caucus office, consult the yellow book, and come back a better person. You've got 3 seconds to do that.
Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Item C, official notices, councillors. Honorable councillors. Yes, councillor, what are you raising on?
Speaker, we are not satisfied with the withdrawal only. He must apologize.
Yes.
The councillor withdrew. The councillor withdrew. It was second phase. We said apologize. Can we take the apology? Yes, Councillor Fosi.
Marishana ba ulaula. Mara sorry.
I apologize, Speaker, and I can withdraw up.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fosi. Official notices. Honorable councillors, order please. Honorable councillors, casual vacancy had occurred in council as a result of seizing of office of Councillor Mehlapi Zimu. In line with item 18 of Schedule 1 of Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117, I have received communication dated 5th February 2026 from the Independent Electoral Commission declaring Councillor C.M. Matibe, whom we earlier welcomed in council meeting, as the replacement of former Councillor Mehlapi Zimu. D. Unopposed proposals by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. 1. Late but urgent reports for submission to Council meeting of February 2026. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 2 of our agenda were received from the Leader of Executive Business on the 20th February 2026 and delivered to you on SharePoint on 20th February 2026. The reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak to these reports when she submits them to us today. Honorable Councillors, Section 8, subsection 1K of the Rules and Orders provides for report matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8, subsection 1K of Rules and Orders. Office of the Speaker, establishment of a Speaker, Section 79 Oversight Committee to deal with the conduct and the Deputy Executive Mayor in line with the Forensic Investigative Report. We will get to this report towards the end of the agenda. 3. Honorable Councillors, Section 8, subsection 2 of the Rules and Orders provides for the Speaker to allow the Speaker's discretion to bringing forward of any business on the agenda after the matters referred to in paragraph A to E of Section 8, subsection 1 have been considered. In accordance with Section 8, subsection 2 of the Rules and Orders, immediately after the Executive Mayor has submitted her reports to Council for consideration, I will therefore bring forward the following item on the agenda. The item is in Part 2, Item 10. 4. Gautrain presentation. Honorable Councillors, the Speaker of Council has invited Gautrain management to appraise councillors about the Gautrain services which will be offered to the residents of the city of Tshwane to drive awareness, spark interest, desire, and increase uptake. The Gautrain team is led by Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Tsepo Khobe, who will be doing the presentation. He is accompanied by his colleagues who are sitting in the gallery, and they are Mr. Albi Mudise. Please rise as and when we call your name. Senior Executive Manager Communications, Ms. Sandy Roth. Executive Manager Communications, Mr. Vuyo Mahaga, Executive Manager Intergovernmental Relations. I will therefore hand over to Mr. Tsepo Kobe. You can now approach the podium and address council.
Good morning, Honorable Acting Speaker, the Mayor of the City of Tshwane, and traditional leaders and councillors at large. Mine is a much simpler process that I need to carry through. And upfront, let me declare, I am a native of this land. I grew up in Mabopane, so this is my hometown. So I am honored to be invited into council to address council. So let me set this up so that it can be able to show clearly. How about oh, full screen mode? Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you for having me. I want to raise a few issues. I think as we go through the presentation, you will see the importance of who are we? We are the management agency, and we are about transforming spaces, people, and the economy through mobility. Our tool of choice is mobility, and therefore we have to talk about it. In the 2 years that I've been at the helm of this organization, we've reorganized the organization to have a new sense of purpose. And that sense of purpose is for us to be able to be clear about what do we do. So we now have an advisory services as part of our offering. We offer motor vehicle licensing and driver's licensing. We have a rail property company. We do technology. When you hear the Gauteng government saying that they will be implementing a new tendering system, that was developed by the management agency and it is being deployed by us. We have an enterprise portfolio management office which consults to everybody and anybody, and we have become a highly commercialized business. What you always knew us as is a rail operations and assurance business, and therefore what we've done in the last 2 years broadened our scope of work completely. In the advisory section, if you ask us what work have we done, the recent contracts on the public transport operating grant that were anointed by the MEC of Roads and Transport was handled from our office. And therefore, we do a whole lot of work more than what you know us as. The strategic initiatives of Gautrain are going to be important going forward. So, in essence, we have to introduce new products. It cannot remain that 15 years after the start of operations, we still remain with the same set of products that we have. So, therefore, we have to introduce new set of products. We have to position Gautrain as a lifestyle product. And in essence, that work was actually started in this city when we hosted the Amapiano concert at Loftus, jointly with the Scorpion Kings. We have to develop strategic partnerships. I am here standing in front of you on that basis of us being able to say, how do we partner with the cities? How do we set ourselves up in such a way that we then can actually not be adversarial and in actual fact work together with the cities? We have to market existing products. Some of the products will remain, but we have to make sure that we market them properly. Now, we have to be able to understand one simple thing. What is the value that we offer all across? From my office, I am literally in Midrand, 21 minutes from both ends of the entire province. I can go down to to Park, it will be 21 minutes. I can come to Hatfield, it will be 21 minutes. I can go to the airport, it will be 21 minutes. and that we guarantee you on any day. But we have to come to a point where the challenge of congestion that we have, and as we go on, I will show you how challenging this will become going further. So therefore, we have to think differently about how we connect the various cities and think through the future of our city itself. Painting by numbers, this is who we are. We have 3 depots, one of them local here at Bel Ombre. We have a bus depot down on the bottom here, and then we've got 2 up in Midrand. We have 10 stations. We have 29 midi buses, and we've now recently, with adding more midi buses into the city of Tshwane, have increased that to 52. We have an 80-kilometer track, which we will discuss there. How do we expand it, and how does it affect the city of Tshwane? 96 rail cars, with the rail cars are actually the individual cars as we refer to them, and 125 buses. We have so far, up to now, carried more than 200 million passengers on the system. We employ on a full-time basis more than 1,500 people, and those people will retain their jobs. In terms of our offerings on the smart licensing, we have revolutionized smart licensing. Those that have used our smart licensing in what they call it here in the city of Tshwane, in Attridgeville, at what they call it at Dendenmon, and also at Centurion station, rave about the service because we have taken what used to be a whole day affair into a 15 minutes in and out. You would have applied for your license and even received your new temporary license during the time. We are spreading these services across the entire province, and we're going to continue uninhibited. And we have to work with the city of Tshwane on how do we digitize the current driver's license and testing centers that you have and that are in situ in the city, and how do we look forward to that. The entire service is entirely cashless, and therefore making it devoid of fraud and other issues that come with this offering. At a glance, we have 8 of these, and they are located in various townships and malls, and we now are managing not only the licensing of people, but we also are doing motor vehicle licensing. A big offering for the city of Tshwane, we can now, in a space of 24 hours, have your entire fleet of cars registered. So we now do bulk processing of what they call it, of registration of vehicles. We have the likes of Absa, Standard Bank Fleet, and the various banks on board, and they do their work with us. Our services, we're trying to get them down to where we can guarantee you 5 minutes in and out of what they call it, out of any of what they call it, of our establishments. As I said, 48-hour turnaround on bulk processing. We have spread out what they call it, our services, and we will continue to do so. We have midi buses across all the whole region of what they call it, of Tshwane. And we will be bringing in more. We recognize that the large bus cannot run across the city. And in certain cases, it actually becomes problematic for it to run in between in the suburbs. And therefore, we are using the midi buses to be able to roll out more offerings across the entire city. Those that say we are elitist and we have never ever been there to offer the services to our people, we said we have Clever Mover for you. Clever Mover is an offering that says anybody who earns less than 350K per annum can then apply to the Gautrain to be able to receive a full 50% discount. And the take-up on this has now gone past 11,000 individuals that have applied for it and they have been granted. The applications are more than 15,000, but sometimes, you know, this is South Africa, somebody will always take a chance. So some of those were declined, but we have 11,000 people that have already been granted this. And it is our biggest strength in terms of our growth in the numbers that you've seen in the last few months. We didn't stop there. Initially, we had offered students 25% discount. But when we moved to Clever Mover, we then offered a 50% discount to the students only. There is no more bigger homage than somebody meeting somebody in the street that says, I have graduated because you offered me the ability to travel to campus daily. And that discount has, what do they call it? And this was the story of a young man that I met at one of the conferences. We have school excursions and a lot of outings that are related to schools. And our biggest attraction here in the city of Tshwane has always been the Pretoria Zoo, and making sure that what they call the various areas, including, Constitutional Hill and, at the various areas that are here in the city and in the rest of the province, are actually areas where our kids can go and learn. This is a big opportunity for our students and our scholars in it at large. With that, long-term wise, we are bringing out a scholar product which will also be discounted at 50%. The Gautrain night service, as we refer to it, my team said to me, I mustn't call it Gautrain after dark, but it is what it is, has now proven to be one of the most vibrant and useful services. What are we doing, if you ask, when we get involved with concerts like the Amapiano, get involved with DSTV Delicious? We're saying you can live in this province and be able to travel anywhere without you worrying that if you go out into what do they call it, at a night sport, you will then have a problem when you go home. Because one, you're not safe and you're driving drunk. And then secondly, then you are much closer to where you need to be rather than you driving your car all the way to there. And therefore, it is much more of a safety consideration than it just being merely, yes, we are in business, and therefore it actually brings up the numbers on what they call it, on our ridership. I want to talk about the expansions. And when we talk about the expansions as a whole, it's always a dividing fact. Where are you going to start and how are you going to do this? What are we doing as we do the extensions of the systems itself? We have to leverage the mobility ecosystem. In terms, drive urban efficiency. Our cities are not efficient. I'm being honest and open about it, and we have to be comfortable with that. They're not efficient in the sense that you spend 3 hours in the morning in traffic. And then you repeat the same process late in the afternoon. So you have 6 hours probably of unproductive time that, what do they call it, that we do not use for anything else except sitting in cars and burning fuel. We also have to drive development along the rail corridor, enable flexibility in planning, and then have an outward focus. Our stations cannot remain the way they are, where they do not have any commercial development on them. What are the trends we're relying on to be able to say this is the right direction? There's a big shift in how people travel. So there's a lot of remote and hybrid working. People have to be given flexible traveling. They have flexible traveling patterns. The first and last mile connectivity is important. We have to see how we collaborate with cities and make sure that Arieng and the Gautrain connect together with one ticket to be able to allow people to travel across the entire city. There's also the rising cost of living, and therefore people cannot afford to travel also. In the last ITMP 25 study that we did, it showed that out of the people who are economically active, 40% of them walk because they cannot afford public transport. So we have to make public transport affordable. We have to look at a different fare structure and intern the things like Clever Mover and the student product are there. We have to look at public-private partnership. The fiscus does not have enough money to do what it needs to do. We have to bring service reliability. And service reliability is close to my heart. We have to ensure that when every Gautrain stops, and we are coordinated in such a way that outside at the Arieng station, there will be a bus that will then connect those people to be able to distribute them through the city. We have to bring on the customer experience. We have to digitize a lot of our systems and bring them in such a way that they integrate. Infrastructure networks have to be brought together. We have to make sure that we have an integrated public transport network across the city and across the province as a whole. And what are we solving for, if you were to ask? First and foremost, we're a congested province. We will remain one. If there's a do-nothing scenario anywhere in our, what they call it, in our imaginations. So if you look at this graphic at the current moment, on both ends, so if you look at the northern part of it, of this graphic, the blue part, the thicker the line, the more congested it is. Those of us that regularly go to Mabopane in the evening know the spurious case of the R18. And you can clearly see it there and how thick the line is going north in that direction. Secondly, one of the things that happened when we did the simulation, it showed that in the morning, for probably a period of 3 hours, the congestion now starts in the suburbs and in the townships. So you actually cannot leave your house for a period of 3 hours. In the afternoon, the congestion starts in the city, and for a period of 3 hours, you cannot come out. Now, what that says to you is that the old way of thinking through transport and saying, I will build trunks, and then the people will come to the trunk to come and take transport, is gone. Transport and traffic is dictating to us that the railway and passenger networks and the bus networks must be taken to the people. It is no more an option that you take the services to the townships because you like taking them there. It is because it is a requirement. If we do nothing, it has been predicted that we will grind down to 10 kilometers an hour. When I was much younger, I used to run faster than that. And which means it would have been easier for me to run to work than actually take my car. It has already started in the central portion of the of the province. If you look in that central portion of the network there, you can see the line is thickest there over the mid-rand to Sandton area. And in turn, we have to do something different. And that something different says we have to rethink how we plan our transport as a whole. Here's another issue that we have to consider. Where developments have been placed and they will be placed in the future actually has no transport. And transport in itself has to rethink the manner in which this development, in addition to that, on the one graphic on this side, it shows you the urban sprawl that has occurred unabated over the last 15 years. And therefore, we actually do not have public transport in the areas that are in pink. And we're developing further new SEZs, we're developing smart cities, we're developing mixed-use developments in places where there are no roads and we have no public transport. And therefore, we have to rethink what we're doing. This is the long-term land use as we had developed it over the last few years. And it is showing that the Tshwane East area, the north-west area of Johannesburg, the far east of Ekurhuleni are going to become worse off long-term wise. You will not be able to enter them and you will not be able to get out of them, and that will stop development from occurring. This is a similar graphic that shows you the most amount of money spent per non-commercialized developments. And as you can see, the Tshwane SEZ, the Roslyn area, and the Tshwane East are continuing unabated as being the development points. And yet at the same time, we have not taken time to rethink what do we do with transport in those areas. This is the National High-Speed Rail Map. And you would ask, an important question is, why is the National High-Speed Rail Map important to the city of Tshwane? Out of the 3 top tiered prioritized corridors, 2 of them terminate in the city of Tshwane. The 3 top corridors for the high speed are KZN to what do they call to Gauteng, Limpopo to the city of Tshwane, Maputo to the city of Tshwane. Number 2 and number 3, both of them terminate in the city of Tshwane. So city of Tshwane's planning has to today, not tomorrow, not when, think through what does this high-speed expansion mean. The president has spoken over the last 3 years and he's repeated it again in this year that this high-speed network will occur, and we had a meeting 2 days ago to actually reaffirm that as the technical team that does this work. As you can see, up on the top there, that's city of Tshwane, that's the Maputo line coming on that end. That is what they call the Musina line coming into the city of Tshwane. And then that's the line that goes to Mafikeng and Botswana. And all 3 of them terminate in city of Tshwane. So already up front, we have to think, what is the landing point of this thing? And you shouldn't be scrambling at the end. The central portion that has no network on it, that has been, we've now placed the Gautrain as the central arrival point. Just like in any other international city, when the high-speed rail arrives in a province, it will become an intercity metro and it will travel amongst the local trains. And as you can see, the other three lines that are down on the bottom will come into the city of Johannesburg. But in addition to that, you connect back into two SEZs that are on the northern end of what they call it, of the province itself. In turn, this is the new network that we have developed. So as you can see, in the middle part of the network, there's the blue thick line, which shows you the current Gautrain network. In the dotted blue line is the expansions as you know it. And this overall is what we refer to as the Gauteng Super Network. The Gauteng Super Network answers the questions that I've asked. You are congested and you're congested from home. And therefore, can we go and pick up the people from home? Rather than thinking of them driving to somewhere and then taking a central network, we have to rebuild the network in such a way that it actually allows that. Can we reconnect ourselves back to our economic development? Can we reconnect back to our SEZ and the various areas that we have across the whole of the province? And then in turn, make sure that as we go forward, we look at how do we use the minibus taxi industry to become a feeder and distribution service for the entire network, rather than competing with it. And as we have done in order they call it in Hatfield, those minibus taxis that you see that leave the city at Hatfield are actually run by the minibus taxi industry. They're not operated by us. They are operated on the same principles, but they're operated by the taxi, by TTI, the taxi industry. In addition to that, the question that was asked was, how do we then combine the PRASA network into all of this? Now, not only are we making sure that we have a comprehensive network, but we have a comprehensive network that uses the right mode of transport to transport people to the places where they need to be. The growth of Tshwane requires better transport. And it requires us to be able to think differently about how we move people from where they live to points of economic interest. And therefore, all we're pleading for is better collaboration and us working with each other to make sure that this dream realizes. What are the timelines we're looking at here? We want to make sure that within the 2 years, we will have a set of networks already running. We have finished the first route determination. We're going to go into the second phase of the route determination, which will look at the northern end of what they call it, of the network as a whole. I think that is my story, and I hope at what they call it, I will not bring up any big issues that will keep me here for long.
Thank you very much, Ntate Tsebe Khobe. My apologies, Ntate Khobe. Indeed, the presentation is a clever move and ikhabulile. Honorable Councillors, I will now afford an opportunity to the MMC of Roads and Transport to respond and comment on the presentation on our behalf. Hi, Chief.
Thank you very much, Speaker, to the CEO of Gautrain, Ntate Tshepo. We appreciate the detailed presentation and the work that you are doing as the Gautrain. And I think, of course, it speaks to the mobility ecosystems that are important, that also speaks to the smart mobility work that we are trying to integrate as the city of Tshwane. For us, what is exciting about the expansion processes or plans is the fact that Gautrain will now be...
Councillor Matebula, Councillor Mabukwana, please, let's not drown the speaker on the podium.
Thanks, Speaker. It's that these expansions will now be targeting previously disadvantaged areas where our residents in the townships have been unable to access these so-called elitist lines. We do appreciate the incentives that also have been introduced. And as the City of Tshwane, we would like to have further discussions with Gautrain to see how we better integrate the public transport system. We also have plans underway. We've recently had progressive discussions with the DBSA and the Black Business Council in the built environment on future plans around overgrown rail systems, which would obviously come in as a feeder public transport system. And I think it's a groundbreaking and exciting public transport systems and alternatives that we are exploring as the City of Tshwane. But obviously how we integrate with Gautrain would come in handy. We also have plans to sweat one of our strategic assets, which is the Wonderbom Airport. We plan to turn that into an exciting intermodal facility where whether it's logistical, whether it's commercial flights, of course, business will be rendered in that area. At the center of it, we'll also be looking at the planned speed train that the Gauteng provincial government is also introducing. So we are hoping that as we have all these plans, we will have a point of convergence and we're able to integrate the various transport systems. Otherwise, we really welcome the presentation. And of course, going forward, would like to see how best these incentives that you've introduced, the residents of Tshwane also benefit from. Thank you so much, and I'm hoping and I'm looking forward to further engagements with you so that we align our plans better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. Thank you very much, Dade Khove and your team. You may be excused. We order honorable members. On your way out, please take a handshake from the executive mayor. Thank you very much. Order, honorable councillors. Honorable councillors, a reminder that we will be advancing item 10. Item 5, under unopposed. Yes, Councillor Makhale, what are you rising on? Noted, DM.
Tau ya mariri ki dumela gore ga ke bine pele ga meropa ella. Ke be ke duma gore re amogele Mellink Mathibedi. Ga ke tse gore na ke yona temana o be go tsena mo go yona na. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga e fela morupa o kwa kwena o nnoši. Thekga ditho re fihlile. Item 5, honorable councillors, I will now give you an opportunity to say words of welcome to Councillor Matibe, maximum of 3 minutes. We will first start with the ANC. DM. Apologies, you are on the platform.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. I raised my hand several times and you didn't recognize me.
My apologies,
the last time you recognized me, the last time you recognized me, you didn't afford me an opportunity. But at any rate, let me, let's welcome the Councillor of the Democratic Alliance. But it is important that she must understand where she is and the environment which is created deliberately. From our side, because we are trained to be good-hearted, we are ready and prepared to work with you hand in hand. But I want to tell her, as a brother, that she's been deployed by a party that is refusing to pay the employees of the city their increase, which is due. An unfortunate situation, and she must know.
Yes, hold on, Ian, just a second. Councillor Siloa, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on a point, Rule 38, point of order, that the Deputy Mayor needs to speak to what is relevant, and the item is about welcoming Councillor Matibe and not other issues that he's bringing in. Thank you. Increases in this regard. He's politicking.
Yeah, when you struggle to
let us rule on the order. The order is not sustained.
Thank you very much. Let me reserve my response then. You are doing a wonderful job. The party that deployed the councillor, whom we appreciate, not necessarily because of her color, but because of our Ubuntu, which is part of our DNA, have just recently went to the conference. And instead of electing the deputy chair, whom they removed years unceremoniously, they decided to get another person from a different color. So it's important that she understands the environment she's subjected to. But when we celebrate her, it's important that we reflect on that one who left, whom I had an opportunity to interact with. I told her the other day that you are becoming a little Hitler here because of the conduct that you are trying to become the wonderful person for the DA. Now she's gone. Councillor, we welcome you. We are looking forward to work with you, but be mindful that this is a party that removed Lindiwe Mazibuku unceremoniously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take it you are representing the ANC. Thank you. DA? Councillor Ace? Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, Speaker. It is very true and telling what has just transpired in the congratulations from the Deputy Mayor, especially since the new councillor comes from so very closely from where he himself comes from. And this woman has dedicated years of her life to make that area and that people better, to make their lives better. She has been dedicated since 2009. Has not stopped, has not benefited 1 cent, have applied to be in this council, have continued to serve her people, and is finally here because she deserves it. And what she does not deserve is one of the people from the very same area where she comes from undermining what she has achieved.
Can we take a point of information? Yes. Are you done? Okay. MMC Maluleka, your hand was up? Yes?
Yeah, Hannah, okay. A person that has dedicated her life since 2009, why was he jumped? Why was he overlooked? Until now, we were fed with Jimmy come to Joburg now here. Some newcomers here, they're made here. A 2009 person, councillor, they've abused you. They're giving you crumbs. In a 5-year term, they're giving you 4 months.
Thank you.
They're very abusive, dear people.
Order.
Very abusive. You give a person that arrived 2009 an opportunity for 6 months. You are very abusive. A bunch of abusers.
Order. Order, honorable
an
members.
activist of 2009.
Thank you.
She
MMC.
gets an opportunity in the last 8 months of the term.
Order, honorable members. Thank you very
But
much.
it's honest.
MMC Maluleka.
Abuse us.
The next speaker is from EFF. The next speaker is from EFF. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is from EFF. Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you raising on?
Rising on Rule 38, I have no idea why you've just allowed the MMC to speak, but I want to remind him that he's from the party that removed Thabo Mbeki.
The order is not sustained. Next speaker is from EFF. Please take the podium. MMC Mashabela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, would like to welcome, I don't know her name, Usisi over there, that was just appointed by the Democratic Alliances. So we would like to...
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. It's Councillor Matibe. Proceed, MMC.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I would like to welcome Councillor Matibedi to this honorable house. We hope that she will understand that the Democratic Alliance is a party that has a history of putting the minority at the forefront, and especially because we are told that he's from Mabopani, he needs to understand the disadvantages of our people that side. She must know that the Democratic Alliances only deals with the middle class, and we hope that she's not going to be a statistic like Ugogo, who was removed in 98 on the basis that they wanted to deploy a white man to come and represent that constituency. So there's no democracy in their DA, there's no honor, especially when we deal with the skin color. So we hope you are going to survive Jackie Ace. We hope you are going to survive Brink. We hope that you do not turn and be like Makhaleng, who has now become a cheerleader of Brink. And also, Speaker, we were told that we need to apologize to Alderman Brink as the EFF, but we have seen his tweet on Twitter. He's happy that the EFF was performing for him. So I hope that saves the narrative that the EFF must apologize. Thanks.
The next speaker is from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Action SA welcomes Councillor Matibe, who's actually from the same ward as me. Mkaya, we're looking forward to making a difference. I was excited when you told me that you were coming, and I'm looking forward to us working and looking beyond our party lines, looking beyond our particulars so that we make a difference. So we're looking forward to that, and we welcome you to the city of Tshwane. And the main thing, and like I said earlier, is that we're going to work together in that world and make a difference in the people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from VF Plus. Order, honorable members. VF Plus. Councillor Joubert.
Mr. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus welcomes the newly elected DI councillor. On behalf of the entire council, we congratulate Councillor C.M. Matibe on earning the trust and confidence of the residents you now represent. Your willingness to step forward and serve reflects a strong commitment to our community and to the values we uphold in public service. Serving in council is both an honor and a responsibility. It requires dedication, thoughtful decision-making, and a genuine desire to listen and respond to the needs of our community. We are confident that your skills, perspective, and compassion for your residents will contribute to a meaningfully future in this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Multi-party. Order, Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi, please restrain yourself. Multi-party. MMC Mabuta.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me also join the queue to welcome Councillor Matibedi.
Order, honorable councillors. MMC.
Fosi, we're not coming back to Ward 48, because you are disappointing the residents of Centurion. Stop it! Stop it! Stop the damn thing. Bona upa lucky for Ward 48. I want to hear some for 48. There's always electricity problem, water problem. What kind of a ward councillor are you? You are a useless ward councillor.
MMC?
You are a useless ward councillor. Stop it! Stop it! You are so useless. You are so. Hey, you're useless. Stop it! Stop the damn thing. I was in mix.
MMC?
You're doing nothing for Ward 48. Wow, you're doing nothing for Ward 48. You're useless. You're a useless ward councillor. Useless ward councillor. Useless ward councillor.
Order, honorable members.
MMC. Community. Useless. 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 Useless.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, order please.
You are so useless.
Order.
Useless.
Can we please maintain the decorum? Councillor Mtimoye. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's proceed with our meeting. Multi-party women caucus.
Thank you, Speaker.
No, thank you, MMC. You have used your allocated time interestingly so. We are now at multi-party women caucus. The opportunity is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the Multi-Party Women's Commission, we are no longer a caucus, we are a commission.
Oh.
Honorable Speaker, allow us to welcome our fellow female councillor that is going to be part of us in our future meetings. We really welcome her in this chamber, and we really want to caution her about the behavior that is happening within the party that has deployed her in this council, that there's an element of not healing from some of the councillors. So she must just, as she serves in this council, really ensure that she follow the rules and do what is correct as a member of this August House. We are here to represent the communities. We are not here to score political goals. The people of Tshwane have entrusted us with the leadership that in this chamber will represent their aspiration and nothing else. So we are really wish her well in this chamber in this remaining 6 months. We hope that they will still deploy her in the coming 7th administration of this council. Thank you.
Rea leboga kgadi kgolo Councillor Matibe ka ona mokgo koma ya logile o gorogile re go amogetše ka ntlong ye kgolo ya lekgotla theramelao la masepala wa Tshwane o di kwele ba re ke ka gae lokologa le wena o phethe morero wa gago batho ba Winterfell le Scandaf ba hwetše ditirelo o ba bone ba commission ya bomme o na bo ikopantšhe le bona ke bona bao ba lebeletšeng dikgatlhego tša lena le bomme re a leboga re go amogetše ka diatla tše borutho e le ge re tšwela pele ka kopano ya rena. Item E, Honorable Councillors. What? What are you raising on? Thank you, Honorable Councillors. I now put to you the minutes of Ordinary Council Meeting 29 January 2026 for approval. Approved? Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. I now put to you the minutes of the continuation council meeting of 5th February 2026 for approval. Approved? Thank you. Item F, reports to council. Honorable Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. Good morning to you, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, the residents of Tshwane, in which we have the honor to serve. Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, let me join the colleagues in welcoming Councillor Matibe to council, and I wish her nothing but the best, and that she will be able to serve her community in the time that she will have in council. So welcome, Sisi. Please enjoy your tenure. Speaker, I just want to touch on a few things before I table the reports, things that I believe council will have an interest in. Speaker, I will start with the program that we launched as this administration, Speaker, that aims to support the young people of Tshwane. The program is called Ituba Youth Economic Development Program. We initially launched it, Speaker, when we had the investment summit, when we were asking ourselves, what are we doing this for? We can grow the economy, but who are the intended beneficiaries? We put to the investors in September on the 10th, Speaker, to say we need to have a focus on our young people, in which we are told that out of the 36% that is currently unemployed, 60% of that group is young people. We see them every day, Speaker, in our informal settlements in the townships. We see them everywhere in town looking for jobs. So we decided, Speaker, to come up with this program, and we launched it officially. The portal is there, Speaker, for young people of Tshwane to register and to benefit from the programs that we have identified. Speaker, we also work with different partners that have pledged support to make this a success. We are targeting 30,000 young people in a space of 3 years, starting with 10,000 in this calendar year.
And Speaker, we do appeal to councillors to help us get the word out there to make sure that young people of Tshwane benefit from this program. So Speaker, I thought it was important that I start there because this is one of those commitments that it must be a shared commitment among ourselves as the 214-member council. Speaker, 2 weeks ago we were hit with water shortages in the city of Tshwane, in particular parts of Region 4 and mostly in Region 1, Speaker. The source of that shortage came from the systems failure at Rand Water. But beyond the systems failure at Rand Water, Speaker, it exposed our fragility when it comes to our infrastructure. Speaker, I'm reminded that in January 2023, a similar incident happened where the city even communicated to the resident that we may go for restrictions level 2. And literally 3 years, Speaker, we were in the same position, meaning that as this council, we have not moved much to ensure that there is water security in the city. We have a plan, Speaker. We will communicate it to the residents of Tshwane in the next week. But I think what is important, Speaker, is that if you're looking at the adjustment budget, you will see we have put our money where our mouth is at. You will see the increase in investment, not only in the electricity infrastructure, but also in the water infrastructure. You will see us more and more supporting the work of MMC Bushielo, who has gone, especially in Region 6 and Region 1, to close the leaks. We will do more, Speaker, in disconnecting illegal connections. We need to reduce the amount of water losses that the city is currently experiencing. Speaker, beyond that, we do have our own sources of water as the city of Tshwane. Rietvlei and Roodeplaat is in the process, they are in the process of being upgraded, Speaker. What we want to do is to reduce our reliance on Rand Water. So until that happens, Speaker, we are appealing to residents to improve their relationship with water. We want to avoid day zero, Speaker, but we were able to recover as early as possible from the water shortage. The other development that we have seen in communities, Speaker, where there were shortages, you would have seen more and more of our water tankers these days. And we will share with Council once we launch those water tankers that we will build our internal capacity to respond to emergencies. Speaker, we launched or at least we announced our plan for electricity stabilization in the city. Through the work of MMC Bushielo, you would have seen us communicating the progress that we have made, in particular in secondary substations. The people of Riema Park in Region 7, Krai in Region 3, Soshanguve W, which is Dukulane, Blesbok is one of those communities, Speaker, that will be benefiting from the work that we are doing in upgrading secondary substations. We made a promise, Speaker, that we will never go back to the situation we found ourselves in December and January. There is a plan and we are implementing that plan, Speaker. Again, you will see that we have allocated the budget. When you're looking at the adjustment budget, you will see that we have increased our allocation on the side of repairs and maintenance, but also in terms of the electricity infrastructure development. Speaker, on Thursday last week, we announced the conclusion of the 3.5% negotiations with organized labor, which is SAMU and IMADU in the city of Tshwane. That announcement, Speaker, was a closure of a chapter that was opened 5 years ago and was never closed. A wound to some, a delay and inconvenience to others, Speaker, but most importantly, a poorer workforce, because they did not get the increases as we agreed as the city through the bargaining council processes. We said, Speaker, last year, we are committed to conclude on the 3.5% matter. We came here when SAMU came to protest here in the council, Speaker. we made a commitment that we're not going to renege on the commitment that we've made to them. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the agreement that is one of the reports that is serving today, and my colleagues will ventilate much on the report when it's tabled. It is a 3-year agreement that we are signing with organized labor. It is going to start from 1st of March 2026. And Speaker, this is one of those things that leadership must never repeat in this city, where you put your interest first ahead of the workforce interest. Speaker, I am happy that we as this leadership has been able to fulfill the commitment we made to the workforce. Speaker, again, is on the adjustment, but it's on the report, and the DEM will ventilate once the report is tabled. We are tabling a fully funded adjustment budget.
Yebo! Yebo!
Speaker, in this democratic South Africa, people have rights and freedom to say whatever they believe they have to say. But we don't listen to everybody. On Tuesday, Speaker, we met with National Treasury. National Treasury has confirmed, because that's the process, that you can draft your budget, but you need National Treasury to certify and confirm whether the budget is funded or not. I can confirm with you, Speaker, it is in writing in case someone wants to see it, that the city of Tshwane, led by this dynamic multi-party coalition, has once again tabled a funded budget. Speaker, this funded budget still shocks others because for 4 years they've never seen a funded budget, so they don't know how it looks like. So, Speaker, as I said, it is funded, but I want you to note something, Speaker. On the adjustment budget, there's an additional amount of 341 million that is taking our capital budget from 2.4 billion to over 2.7 billion rands.
Yeah.
And I will tell you how we got that additional grant, Speaker.
Can we listen to how it came by?
When at DEM, and it we are siyafundisa nofundisa. So the additional 341 million rand, Speaker. Firstly, before I tell you how we got it, I was an employee here in 2019. The capital budget of this city was over 4 billion rands. After
Councillor Ace, can we maintain the decorum, please? Proceed, Ian.
So, Speaker, as I was saying, in 2019, this city's capital budget was over 4 billion rands. It went down to 2 billion rand, and we are now increasing it. The fact that within a space of few months, we can take it from 2.2 where it was when we started, and now we're at 2.7 billion rand. How we got this amount, Speaker, is because for the first time in this city, we spend 46% of capital budget. For the first time ever. Some still don't believe it because they've never seen it before. So that happens, Speaker. Speaker, what this budget means for us, the projects in our communities must be completed, including those that were cancelled because they are in townships. The ones in suburbs were not cancelled. The ones that were cancelled were in the townships, and we are resuscitating them, Speaker, as you would see with that irregular expenditure report that you are bringing. We don't want, Speaker, to just raise money for the sake of it. We raise money to invest back into communities. Speaker, I thought, let me highlight those issues briefly before I table the reports. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit a report from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in parts 1 and 2
for consideration as well as annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, before I table, I would like to add a recommendation that we added at MECO, but I see it didn't pull through to the report that is submitted, and that is on item 11, the SDBIP, Speaker. Recommendation number 3 to read as that Council approves the adoption of Circular 88 with the exception of Table 2 excluded KPIs. We'll be able to explain this if there's a need, Speaker, when we table the reports. With those few words, Speaker, the reports are submitted. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rea Leboga Kunadi. Re tla re ge re fitlha mo la raportong ya bo 11 ke mo ka rona para lokšetša. Honorable councillors, as indicated earlier, yes, MMC Ramabul.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We want to welcome the inputs of the executive mayor because we are proud of this government, and we will keep on engaging.
Which point are you on?
It's a point of order. Point of information. You must check the 38B. Check the
information
2B.
or order.
Yeah, check it there. They gave you a yellow book. Check there.
Is it information or order?
Information.
Proceed.
Information.
Proceed.
The rule book allow information. Or intimidate information. You are going to talk.
Proceed, MMC.
38-2B information. You check. So, on a serious note, Speaker, we want to welcome the inputs of the executive mayor. We want to highlight something that this government, it's a government that works with unity, and where it has to reflect on issues, is going to reflect. We have concluded at our plenum as a party that there must be electricity for the poor, and we make no apology about that. The latest events that happened where the city disconnected electricity, we welcome that. However, we are of the view as the EFF that anyone who gets to be disconnected and falls under the poor indigents program must be given electricity. And we will submit a motion in this council in favor of the poor to say, how do we tackle the issue of the poor who don't have electricity, who don't have water? And by doing that, it's not a fight. It's a reflection of what we believe in, and we will engage at that level. But as I conclude, any party has a right to state its own policy. That's why we don't even get against any party. If a party feels that this is the policy that must be on this issue, it must be. If the party feels this is the policy that must be on immigration, on issues of local government, on issues of water, on issues of electricity, we engage at that level, and we should table that motion next council. We'll engage with our partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The order is orderly informed. As agreed, indicated councillors earlier on, we will now bring forward part 2, item 10. Part 2, item 10, ref number 58123/1, Group Financial Services, 2025-2026 Adjustment Budget. The report is on page 3 until page 151. Recommendations are in page 47 And the following councillors, the first speaker on this item is Councillor from ANC, is Councillor T.S. Buikanyo. The floor is yours. Councillor T.S. Buikanyo. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. We are aware that the financial landscape remains dynamic. Our first half performance indicates that while we have achieved sufficient progress with the operating revenue of 337.4 million lower than the year-to-end date, an operational surplus of 4.3 billion, and a total capital expenditure of 1.1 billion. There are areas requiring urgent attention. Cash reserves currently at 2.5 billion are insufficient to meet our
Councillor
short-term
Buikanyo,
application.
just a moment. Councillor Ace, what are you raising on? Please stop his time.
Speaker, just on a point of information, the surplus that has been referred to has 2.6 billion rand of invoices that has not been calculated and included. So we should be honest with the residents of the city and not tell fables and lies. Thank you.
Can I proceed, Speaker?
Just a moment, Ian.
Speaker, this is not TikTok. This is a council meeting with 214 representatives that are elected by communities. This is not TikTok. When we say we have a funded budget, we have signed an oath. We wouldn't come and lie here. Councillor Ace must stop this thing of wanting to save face because she's been lying on TikTok. This is not TikTok. This is a serious business. She must stop lying.
Thank you very much. Honorable Executive Mayor, just for record purposes, that was point of information or point of order so that we can rule if it's an order. Order. The order is sustained. Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you raising on?
Speaker, can't give debate in it.
No, but
Order, councillors. Councillor Ace, yes, what are you raising on?
Order, Speaker.
Councillor Ace?
Order, Speaker. Speaker, order, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Ace, let's hear, what are you raising on? Please don't press the mics, you'll get an opportunity. Don't press the mic. Let's give her an opportunity. Noted, DCW. Noted.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise at a point of order. The fact that I've just given comes from a council document, the Section 71 report for December, where the document itself states the 2.6 billion rand of invoices, not processes, of which of that is the ESCOM invoice, where after Panyaza Lesufi said that we don't owe ESCOM anything, it's because we don't process invoices. So the information I have given comes from a council document that was approved in this council just last month. So let us not accuse me of lying when I speak out of council documents. Thank you.
Councillors, I just want to caution you. There was no need for this point of orders. What you are raising is a point of debate contained in the report What you should have just decently do was to raise a point of debate on your opportunity to speak. Then make those points instead of wasting council time. Let us not abuse points of orders and point of information unnecessarily. The order of the executive mayor is sustained. Let's proceed, councillors.
Thank you, Speaker.
DCW, I noted you earlier on.
Speaker, I also propose that you deduct 60 seconds from the DA's
No,
time.
I will sort you out. DCW. EM, please switch your mic off. DCW.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to rise on the rules book, item number 34, where it says a member may only once speak on an item. So Jackie Ace is continuously raising point of orders on one item, and you are giving him that opportunity. So I was just raising it on that.
Thank you very much for council. Order is sustained. Councillor at the back, welcome to you, Councillor Froelich. Speaking to your mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of information. The mayor says we've got a funded budget, but when we go on inspection in Loco, the officials complain they do not have budget.
Councillor Erasmus. Councillors, for the last time, the report is tabled. There is speakers that you have submitted to speak on this report. My understanding is that these speakers will be representing your parties, and you should have added this information that you are giving us. Please, let us not derail council meeting with unnecessary points of orders and information. It is for the last time. I have cautioned you earlier on that I've got good power relations with the rules and orders, and I will not hesitate to request you to excuse yourself from council and go and refresh, and you'll come back. Councillor Froelich.
Thank you, Speaker. Just point of information, specifically for the MMC, the ex-MMC. There is a difference between budget and what is spent. To have to explain this to the MMC is very concerning. The ex-MMC of Finance, it explains why the city was in such a bad financial situation. And that the fact that the money has not yet been taken in
let's not drown
is
the speaker.
because it's budgeted for and it will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very progressive point of information and decent too. Councillor Wikanyo. Please continue.
I'm no longer audible. Speaker, the proposed adjustments are crafted with the primary goal of stabilizing our fiscal position, enhancing service delivery, and supporting sustainable development. They include strategies such as revenue enhancement to a collection target of 92%, stringent expenditure control, focused effort to reduce losses in electricity and water distribution by 2%. These measures are not punitive, but rather necessary steps to align our spending with available resources and improve operational efficiency. Furthermore, the adjustment reflects significant increase in grant and additional 123.3 million from national grants and also the 2.5 million from the provincial grants aimed at supporting key projects and services such as urban infrastructure and community development. Rollover funds for projects like Umfumo Street Upgrade and the library maintenance ensure continuity and effective use of allocated resources. Importantly, Speaker, the capital budget has been increased by 309 million rands, bringing the total approved for 2025-2026 to 2.4 billion. This will enable us to advance critical infrastructure projects, contributing to economic growth and improved quality of life for our residents. Speaker, the African National Congress reassures all members and the public that this adjustment process is not merely driven by malicious intent or mismanagement. It is a responsible strategic maneuver designed solely to reallocate resources where they can be best utilized. Departments with the capacity to deliver on their mandates and allocated funds tailored to meet their specific needs, ensuring optimal use of our financial resources.
Please add 10 seconds for him to conclude. He was disturbed earlier on.
Having due regard, Speaker, the ANC supports this budget adjustment wholeheartedly. It is aligned with our strategic goals and it reflects our shared commitment to the well-being of our communities and prudent stewardship of our resources. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor C. Brink, Alderman.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Please correct the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting
Your 3
Speaker.
minutes starts now.
I appreciate it. A budget is never perfect because you don't
Your
govern.
indulgence, Councillor Brink. Councillor Masina, what are you raising? Okay. MMC Ramabud, what are you raising on?
Rule 38(1)(a).
38(1)(a).
Yes. I want to ask, is it permissible that people come to this council and treat this council as a hotel, check in and out as in when they want? And what is going to happen with the decorum of this council if all of us here, we can do as we want without notifying anyone? We just do up and down the whole day. How are we going to deal with this matter?
Hold on, MMC. Councillors.
Maybe we must refer.
The MMC is raising an important point of order. I want to hear so that we can rule on it. Please afford me space and opportunity. I want to hear the point of order. MMC?
No, as I was saying, before I was rudely disrupted by people who don't have a sense of occasion. I was asking that, is it allowed that members of this council can do up and down? Some of them, they go to Waterkloof, drink coffee, come back, like that. How are we going to TikTok, Twitter, and all that? How are we going to manage the quorum of this house? Maybe rules and order must give us a direction on this matter, because this house is going to deteriorate. If everyone can do as this young boy is doing, we are going to have a problem. I can tell you.
Thank you very much, MMC. We take note of the point of order. Afford me an opportunity to do proper consultation, because it's not the first time you raise this issue. We will come back to you with a response during this very same meeting. Let's just hold it there for now. Afford Alderman Brink to proceed with his speech. Alderman Brink?
On a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Makhaleng, what are you raising on? Please stop Alderman Brink's time. Councillor Makhaleng, just before you speak, this hopping from one chair to the other, you were Brink 30 minutes ago, now you are Silowa. When we started, you were Makhaleng. Please, let's remain in our seat. The floor is yours. What are you raising on?
Yeah, but you also need to take cognizance of responsibilities in caucus. when we manage matters of our caucuses, we are not going to be consulting you on where I have to be and what I have to do. So we are working as a caucus here, and we are not going to be interfered by anyone.
What are you raising on?
I'm raising on a point of order to say you cannot sustain the point of order of Ramabodu.
Make reference,
because
38B what?
I'm standing on section 38.
Subsection?
Point of order. I'm raising on a point of order. So
I want to do proper interpretation. You are raising on Rule 38 point of order.
Yes.
It has got subsections. I want to make proper reference and interpretation. Please help me.
no problem. We will work together. I think you need to be a permanent speaker. Yeah. Subsection 2.
Subsection 2.
Yes.
Proceed.
Subsection A. So I'm raising a point of order on you. I'm raising a point of order on you for sustaining the point of order of Ramabodu, because we continually move out of council, and the council rules regulate that we just have to recognize that we are moving out and we are coming out. Currently, leader of business, his own members also, they are not in council. We are not asking anything because we know that we have responsibilities that we need to perform. Moving in and out of council, it's regulated by the rules, and we will do it continuously, whether he like it or not. Councillor Celia Brink will move in and out of council whenever time he wants to do that. In and out, like it or not, we are going to do it.
Order, councillors. For your information, Councillor Makhaling, I said the point of order is noted. It will be processed and we will come back to it in this very same meeting. Please afford us that opportunity. And I even indicated it was not the first time that it was raised. We will give you feedback appropriately when it is ready. And then we'll take it forward. That's what I said. Please listen. And please help us. I indicated earlier on, when I'm here in front and you are hopping from one chair to the other, you are disturbing the flow of the meeting because I'll end up calling you with wrong names. MMC, Ramabodu, you are sorted. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Frolik.
So thank you, Speaker. Also, just to tag on to that point of order, if we could also consider whether councillors should be talking reports outside of council 2 days before to the media, content that is yet to be debated in council. This is highly concerning, Speaker, because it undermines democracy. We are here to debate reports in council and not in the media 2 days before council. Thank you.
Thank you. The order is sustained. Let's proceed. Councillor Brink.
Acting Speaker, thank you. I hope I'm going to get the same benefit of getting the time back. It's clear.
Councillor Brink, you are on 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Please reset this time. Thank you.
It is clear to me that the ANC and their Action SA puppets would do anything to silence us in this House so that we don't speak the truth to the people. Acting Speaker, no budget is perfect. We don't budget in circumstances.
Councillor Brink, we are doing very fine. Unsavory comments like puppets and the rest are not going to assist us. Make your point of debate, but within the ambit of not provoking others. That's my humble request.
Speaker, no budget is perfect. We don't budget in circumstances of perfection. But a budget can either move a city or a country forward or backward. Yesterday, we had a national budget being delivered that was by no means perfect. But in reducing taxes, in reducing the deficit, and creating opportunities for investment, it moved the country in the right direction. This adjustment budget moves Tshwane in the wrong direction. it deepens the deficit of the city. And let's be clear here, Tshwane does not have a funded budget. That presumption is based on invoices that haven't been processed, on a collection rate of 93% while we're standing on 82%, on a financial position which is strong while the fact is Tshwane is weak. The second important point to make about this adjustment budget is that it represents a choice of paying salary increases instead of improving frontline service delivery. The Labour Court has already held that the city of Tshwane could not afford to pay the 2023 increases. And yet, unilaterally, the Deputy Mayor of the city has decided that even bigger increases have to be paid without judicial oversight.
Councillor Brink, your indulgence. Please stop his time. Yes, MMC Ramabodu, what are you rising on? MMC Ramabodu.
Waiting for Brink to switch off that. Point of order, Rule 38(2)A. I'm still here. We are not going to allow the member here to undermine workers. The mess that they have left us with here is what we are suffering today. The disrespect of workers, particularly black workers, by this guy. And he must continue on this platform, undermine the good decision that we have taken as this government. We are not going to allow that. Honorable Brink or alderman must not undermine workers in front of us. He can do it on TikTok. We are not going to allow it. We are going to defend workers. He's insulting workers here. And he must not be allowed to do that. He must not be. The DA must tell us if he doesn't want to respect 21,000 workers of the city. They must be clear. They must not zigzag here. When they go to government national, they say it's better because it's GNU. When they come here, they speak nonsense here. Please.
Thank you very much.
I know what tell la woman.
Thank you very much. You made your point of order very clear. Just that last part, you withdraw it, then I can rule. Thank you very much, MMC Ramabodu. Alderman Brink, the order is sustained, and I requested earlier, let's avoid provoking each other. I asked him to withdraw that part that is unsavory, and you still have that word puppet, hoping that at the end of your speech you will withdraw it. Please proceed. You've got 1 minute.
Speaker, the consequence of this decision is that money is being taken away from the upgrade of the Kwagga infeed station, the Sunderland Ridge wastewater treatment plant, the Ikangala wastewater treatment plant. They're taking away the telemetry from our reservoirs, which will deepen the water crisis affected by communities because the city doesn't know when the water is running dry. These are the choices the ANC-led coalition are making to the detriment of the people of the city. Clearly, they don't care, and they don't care about the workers. In fact, they don't care if the workers get paid on time. They don't care if the workers' pensions are paid over to those workers. They would happily use that money to pay water tankers and water tankering contractors, an expenditure item that has exploded under this ANC-EFF Action SA coalition. Chairperson, we call for an independent investigation into the explosion of water tanker expenditure in the city. Clearly.
Thank you very much. The puppet issue. The puppet issue, Honorable Brink.
Speaker, I withdraw calling Action SA puppets.
Thank you very much. The next speaker. The next speaker is Councillor Brink has withdrawn. Order, honourable councillors. Order, honorable councillors. There is a hand at the back there. What are you raising on, councillor? It's Councillor Mpati.
Yeah, no.
What are you raising on?
No, thank you very much. I'm rising on Rules 38, subsection A. Speaker, point of order. The Alderman Brink did not only call the XNSA. He said the ANC led and the XNSA. So if you were to apologize, then he must apologize to both ANC and XNSA. Thank you.
Councillors, I'm the one who took the order. I heard Alderman Brink clearly, and he apologized appropriately. Let's proceed. The order is not sustained. The next speaker on the item is Councillor Chi Mashavela. MMC of Health. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker.
MMC Ramabodu, please switch off your mic.
No, it's off. Sorry.
Please reset her time back to 3 minutes.
4 minutes.
Thank you.
Today we table an adjustment budget that tells a very clear story that this administration is fixing the financials and service delivery imbalances of the past. We never said it will be easy, Speaker. We inherited a municipality without systems, without financial discipline, and without credibility.
Your indulgence, MMC. Yes, Councillor Makhaleng, what are you raising on? Before that, there is a giggle in this side. There is a funny giggle in this side. Please stop that. Councillor Makhaleng, what are you raising on?
No, thanks, Councillor. I want to check. I'm raising on section 38, point of order and point of information, subsection 2, in conjunction with section 41, subsection 2. Councillor and other person attending a meeting of council or committee of council must be dressed in a traditional or a formal dress to the dignity of council or committee, provided that in an opinion of the speaker or the chairperson, properly and speaker and chairperson of the committee may exclude that person from attending the meeting. I want to check the regalias that are being attached to MMC Mashabel. Are they appropriate for council?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The order is not sustained. Earlier on, like many other council meetings, Councillor Mashabela, we greet each other. I observed her. Without her standing, I can confirm she is not wearing any party political insignia. Therefore, the dress code is appropriate for council. Please, let's proceed with the meeting. Then the speaker on the floor, please proceed. No, she's fine. She's there on 3 minutes. MMC? MMC Ramabodu, please switch off your mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is now a funded and credible budget confirmed by the National Treasury with realistic assumptions and sustainable expenditure. Treasury is satisfied, the budget is funded, the revenue framework is credible, and the funding structure is cash-backed. Speaker, we took this municipality from nothing to a funded budget. For years, this city was mismanaged. For years, there were no discipline. Today, the city planned a 53 billion revenue expenditure. We are controlling expenditure. We have achieved a 4.3 billion accounting surplus. Spending is disciplined. Infrastructure is protected. It shows that this surplus was not an accident. It was achieved through cutting wasteful expenditure. For years, this city failed to meet its obligations. This administration is paying ESCOM, and we are not only paying ESCOM, Speaker, we are establishing and stabilizing the electricity infrastructure. This adjustment budget allocated over 100 million for electricity infrastructure, substation upgrades, new connections, loss reduction, and grid strengthening. This budget includes the 3.5 salary increase, funding for filling vacancies, a sustainable wage framework. These are not only commitments, they are commitments that are funded. Speaker, this administration understands that the city survives on infrastructure. That is why the adjustment budget increases the capital program to 2.7 billion. We secure an additional 341 million infrastructure grant because of this credible implementation. We'd like to say this to the DA that this budget is funded. The people of Tshwane can see services, water infrastructure, pipe replacement, pump stations. This is how we stabilize a city. We are the only metropolitan municipality that received the audit findings and did not contest the audit of the Auditor General, Tsakani Maluleka, because we are not interested in paper audits. We are interested in real governance. We want to stabilize this municipality, not to decorate the reports. And today we have only 2 audit findings. That is not an accident, that is leadership. So, Speaker, yes, we are still financially constrained. Revenue collection must improve, cash levels must improve, but the direction.
Thank you very much, MMC Mashabela. The next speaker is Councillor T. Mudiba from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of Tshwane. Speaker, the report before us addresses proposed adjustment budget under this progressive multi-party coalition government. Speaker, this is a budget that reflects our commitment to transparency, accountability, and the well-being of our residents. Speaker, we have taken note that the failed former Mayor Silas Brink recently hosted an uninteresting press conference to peddle lies that this budget is not credible and unfunded. To Mr. Brink and his caucus, we say your misinformation ends here. Speaker, we would like to provide Mr. Brink with free education. This budget has been independently assessed and verified by National Treasury as credible and fully funded. That's a fact he conveniently ignores. Speaker, this budget includes additional funding for energy and electricity, water and sanitation, the most critical services to our residents. Speaker, we are reducing reliance on contracted services. Hence, there is a budget allocation to the purchase of water tankers. Speaker, under their failed tenure, unfunded budgets were their favorite language, a language that is entirely foreign to this progressive administration. Speaker, their budget relied heavily on loans, another practice that is foreign to us. Speaker, we believe in sustainable, responsible governance, not reckless borrowing that burdens the future generation. Speaker, let us be clear. It is a false claim that these budgets operate on a deficit. The reality is that we are operating on a surplus. That is something we have never seen under the brink of collapse administration. Speaker, this is a caring government, one that cares about the well-being of our workers. We have openly acknowledged pressures and impact on negotiated wage increases. Instead of denying these challenges, as previous administration did, we are fixing their mess. We have implemented corrective measures. Revenue interventions were strengthened. Expenditure were reprioritized. Loss reduction measures were intensified. Speaker, we do not expect Mr. Brink to understand these achievements. He has no knowledge over MFMA or accounting principles. Our advice to him is that he must focus on his law degree.
Order, councillors, please do not drown the speaker on the podium. And if you keep on interjecting, I will add his time. Please add 10 seconds to his speech.
Speaker, our advice to him is that he must focus on his law degree. Leave issues of municipal finances to us, because clearly they are above him. Speaker, we approve this adjustment budget.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor M. Surgeon from FF Plus.
Mr. Speaker, considering the far below target collection ratio of only 83%, considering the underperformance in revenue by 337 million, considering the funding gap increased to 2.9 billion.
Please, your indulgence.
I just started. You want to do point of order already?
Chair of Chairs, what are you raising on?
Can I at least get to the first paragraph?
Please press your mic. Once.
Oh. Yeah, you can't see it now.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the laptop of Honorable Bank Surgeon, can it be removed from council, please? It has a party logo on it. VF Plus, please. Can you be assisted?
Or you remove the laptop?
Councillor Surgeon,
please.
Please lift your.
Please.
What's the problem? I'm not wearing it.
Thank you very much.
Show me the rule. Show me the rule.
The order is sustained. Councillor Surgeon?
Yes.
No party insignia in council. Please remove the laptop.
Which rule says that, Mr. Speaker, and can you quote it for me? Word
Please
for word.
remove the laptop.
Quote the rule for me and I'll remove my laptop with glee.
Councillor Surgeon, if you want my indulgence, you can be decent. Ask me to pause your time and afford you an opportunity to remove the laptop from council, and we can consider giving an opportunity to speak. Allow another councillor to proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
but the laptop has to be removed.
Mr. Speaker, I can only act on rules that are according to the rule book. If you want to rule, make a rule according to the rule book. Read it to me, I'll do it with glee. I've got the speech.
Councillor Surgeon. Councillor Surgeon, approach. Anderson.
They must rule in accordance to the rules. Yeah.
There's no rule that says you must be council based.
It's on my phone.
They can't see it now, so it's a problem.
Wil ek eendag vir Wesley se naam daai kant geskryf. Dit is so groot, so.
Yeah, but they will look for everything.
Ja.
Please grant us 5 minutes. We'll proceed. Thank you very much for your indulgence, councillors. We were taking note of the issue. We are still processing it. Yes, Councillor Floyd, I just want to clear this matter. We are going to allow Councillor Sergeant to proceed. Yes, we are coming to you. Okay, let's take the point of information. Councillor Tema. Press once. Press once. Councillor Khafani and Councillor Mabukhwana, please stop pressing your mics. If you want to speak, raise your hand. We will note you and then you will press when it's time to speak. Councillor Tema, yes?
Oh yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. Maybe let's try to assist on our part. And we actually want to quote from the Code of Conduct.
Into your mic, please.
We want to speak to the Code of Conduct for Councillors found in Schedule 1 of Local Government Municipal System Act 32 of 2000, which states prohibitly that which prohibits councillors from using municipal property, tools of trade, for private or party political gain. If you also go to Section 5 of the Code, required councillors to act in good faith and in the best interest of the municipality, not of the party. So that is clear.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tema. Actually, that is very helpful. When we requested 5 minutes, we just wanted to satisfy ourselves because the rules does not cover this, but taking into cognizance that as local government, we also have the legislation that you have referred to, and hence we propose that we will look into this matter. But thank you very much for the information. It assists us to make a ruling in this regard. Councillor Sergeant, as per the presentation made by Councillor Tema, we wanted to satisfy us. That's why we were affording you an opportunity. But since that information has come to light, it assists us to rule on this matter. And the earlier order is sustained. Can you please adhere to the rules and please remove that laptop from council with immediate effect? Councillor Sergeant, please remove the laptop from council. Please remove it. Councillor Sergeant, please remove the laptop. You are given an opportunity for the last time. Order, honorable councillors. We are moving to the next speaker, Councillor Dizwane. Councillor Matebula, there is no need to fight. All you have to do, Councillor Matebula, I was focusing on Councillor Seje. When I came back, I went straight onto my screen. My apologies. But there's no need to fight. Just raise your hand and make an indication you want to speak. What are you rising on?
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Apologies, I acted out of frustration. Speaker, there is Rule 37 here, subsection 1, which speaks to, after you give an instruction to a member and they refuse to obey that instruction or that order, you can ask those guys with white shirts outside to remove that member. Because, Speaker, we are going to reason ourselves. We are going to call a caucus and we are going to take our organizational material and come and put it in front of us here, all of us, and see what is going to happen. If you want to keep the decorum of this house, that laptop must be removed. And on top of that, Speaker, that laptop is not his personal. It's a laptop of the city. It's the city's property. He must remove those stickers because those stickers are meant to promote his party. Those are promotional materials. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. The order from Councillor Matebula is sustained. For the second and the last time, Councillor Seje M, please remove the laptop from council with immediate effect. I'm still addressing Councillor Seje. We'll take the point of order. Noted, Ndade Grandi. Councillor Seje, please remove the laptop from council. Can we please get assistance to remove the laptop from council? Can we have order, please? Councillor Ratikwan, please stop recording. Order, councillors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Order, please. Order. Order. For record purpose, please take your hands down. You are noted, Councillor Grandi. For record purpose, thank you very much, Councillor Seje, for your cooperation. The laptop is removed from council by officials in the Speaker's office. We guarantee you it is safe and it will be dealt with care. Immediately when you get an opportunity, please remove those stickers from council property and continue to use it as a councillor. Bring it to council clean from from party political insignia. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Yes, Councillor Grandi, what are you raising on? Noted, Councillor Khafani and MMC Ramabudu. Councillor Makhali, you also noted, will end with you. MMC, former MMC Grandi. Press once. MMC Ramabudu, please switch off your mic. What are you raising?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first of all, I want to say I've never seen somebody so scared to hear the truth.
What are you
That's
raising
why I'm rising on Rule 40. And Rule 40 states that I have the opportunity to refer the ruling of the Speaker to Rules and Orders. And I'm now doing it on subsection, Rule 40, subsection 1, and also on subsection 2, that the Speaker must sign each entry into the register. I've got the right to do that, and I'm saying that your ruling was incorrect.
You are raising on Rule
40, subsection 1.
Just refer. Don't speak.
You are referred.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Continue.
Thank you, Speaker. But I've never seen a bunch of people so scared of the truth. They shout about
what is the rule saying?
I said Rule 40.
You said Rule 40?
40, subsection 1.
Yes.
I am now contesting that your ruling was not in terms of the Rules and Orders. The ruling you made does not exist in this book. Thank you, Speaker.
The order is noted. Thank you. Let's proceed. Councillor Khafani. Councillor Khafani.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. Rule 38.1, 38, number 1. Speaker, the point of order is against you as a Speaker. You cannot continue to be begging people, Speaker. He is a councillor. That was not cooperation. For you to call the bodyguards to come into this council, you cannot call that the councillor being cooperative. He was not. And Speaker, you need to refer yourself. Take yourself very seriously in that position. You need to make sure that these people respect you. We cannot tolerate this behavior from these councillors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Point taken. Let's proceed. MMC Ramabudu. What are you raising on?
Yeah, Speaker, we are asking that we move with speed, we approve the budget, and then we are asking to break for lunch after the budget. But before, that gentleman, you can give him 15 minutes to read the speech. I think he will do well. Let's give him a chance so that we close this discussion. 15 minutes. Yeah, let's see. Yes.
Councillor Mahaling, your hand was up earlier on. You are taking over. You are making a point of order on top of another one from the same party. Councillor Makhale.
An opportunity. Okay. Thank you. Speaker, on a point of information, section 38, it is very interesting that first, when I highlighted the matter in the other side, you didn't rule in favor. Number two, it is interesting that in the same office of the Chief Whip, the properties of the municipality are patched with political parties' logos. Number three, when you go around the city, there is a lot of ANC posters that are also on city properties, and which is in the office of the Speaker. It's very interesting that there's nothing that is being done against that, but now you want to advance a certain thing for a narrow political aims.
Councillor Makhaling. Councillor Makhaling. No order, councillors. We are in council, governed by the rules and orders. And when you raise your hand and call a point of order, you make reference. Now, you are all over the show. Chief Whip, this, that, outside polls and stuff like that. You are not assisting us. You are making our life difficult unnecessarily. Your order is not sustained. Let's proceed. Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order specifically for maybe your cognizance. It is very concerning that it seems as if opposition party members are being silenced. Your hand has been very heavy. The councillor could have just been asked to cover the logo and continue with his speech, but it seems as if there is no intent here to want to hear the opposition party's opinions, and we should be guarded against that. The councillor should have the opportunity to continue with his speech and to just cover up the logo, get his laptop back. Thank you.
The order is not sustained. Councillor Mabukwane, you no longer want to speak. We are fine. Let's proceed. Councillor Zwane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you.
Just to clarify one matter, Councillor Zwane, please stop his time. I indicated that we are going to process the matter. If my good friend, Councillor Surgeon, wants to speak, he must just indicate to me. I will give him his time, as long as the laptop is removed from council. I offered him that opportunity earlier on. Please proceed, Councillor Zwane. He will give me counsel if he still wants to speak. Councillor Zwane, please proceed. Councillor Zwane, continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, honorable councillors and the general public. Our residents continue to bear the burden of aging infrastructure and inconsistent services. This adjustment budget is welcomed because it reprioritizes funding towards infrastructure development, which remains the foundation of sustainable service delivery. The additional allocation for the 11 kV line network strengthening is essential for load balancing, network stability, and efficient power transmission. A further 10 million for new electricity connections will assist in reducing losses linked to illegal connections. Speaker, the 12 million allocated for the new Pakmore low and high-level reservoirs will help address growing demand in the Pretoria East, while the 47 million for upgrading aging pump stations is necessary to reduce the recurring breakdowns caused by the outdated technology. The allocation for the finalization of Refilo Stadium is critically important, particularly considering the ongoing infrastructure decay at the facility. The stadium plays a significant role in youth development, community cohesion, and local sporting activities. This budget demonstrates strong financial discipline through stringent expenditure controls aimed at preventing overlifting of budgets, a practice that often creates cash flow challenges and leads to unauthorized expenditure. Reducing such risk for the remainder of the year is critical to restoring financial stability. Speaker, the upward revenue adjustment of 31% anticipated on fines and ARTO recoveries aligns with visible enforcement on our roads and city center. This adjustment confirms that compliance measures are translating into tangible revenue outcomes. The reliance on water tankers has often created the impression that tankering is a permanent solution. Speaker, tankering is an interim measure. We therefore welcome and commend the reprioritization of 15 million for the procurement of water tankers to augment internal capacity and improve the response times during critical water interruptions. This strengthens our emergency response capability while long-term infrastructure solutions are pursued. Speaker, it is for these reasons that the IFP supports this adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zwane. The next speaker is Councillor MMC S. Mabuta.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA dragged us into this insolvency while they were in government. But it is for the multi-party coalition that brought us back to a fully funded budget. Let me remind Alderman Brink, as the former mayor in particular, that this is a contravention of the council code of conduct to continuously misleading the member of the public, especially the residents of Tshwane. It is a fact that National Treasury has confirmed that adjustment budget proposed here today will keep us on a fully funded budget plan. This is a great confirmation that Tshwane is sustainably rising out of the massive debt that was caused by the GA. I would like to thank the residents of Tshwane and the officials and the strong support that the residents are giving us to allowing us to keep on rising towards the fully funded budget. In September, Speaker, 2024, our multi-party coalition promised residents that we will implement 6 key measures to fix this one. The first one is financial sustainability, economic revitalization, revenue enhancement, infrastructure development, strengthening government and service delivery, as well as safety and security. Today, adjustment budget confirms the proof of what we promised the residents of Tshwane. Now that we are midway through the year, we are reassigning funds from savings to areas which will help the city to provide much more services to the residents of Tshwane. Even though we are paying off the DA's led administration debt to Eskom and Randwater, we are also paying workers and service providers who are not being paid under that administration. This is the evidence of our service delivery on the promises that we made on financial sustainability. We are going to allocate some of the additional funds to prioritize projects and infrastructure that support economic development. This is another evidence of our commitment in terms of economic revitalization and infrastructure development. In the economic development and spatial planning, we are increasing our capital investment budget into the Tshwane market. These additional millions will help us to upgrade our ripening center, purchase additional ranking spaces for our cold storages facilities, increase capacity of our facilities, especially doubling of the pilot storage capacity, increase trade volumes, and improve operational efficiency. This infrastructure upgrade will also improve food security for Tshwane residents.
Thank you very much, MMC Mabuta. The next speaker is Councillor L. Mittelbeck from RCT. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lyrics of that 1985 hit song by the Talking Heads, Roads to Nowhere, a song all about frustration and futility, about an inability to control outcomes, would have made a very good speech to this adjustment budget, to the point. There is nothing new to see here. There is nothing here that will change the trajectory of this year's implementation of the original budget that we have already voted against. There is nothing in here that will move the needle on services the ratepayers pay for, but that are never rendered. We know the narrative of this government's budgets by now. You tax the living daylight out of a small group of ratepayers on grand promises of services according to a budget. At the end of the year, you point at the annual report and pride yourself on accumulated surpluses you claim is due to so-called savings, financial prudence, and good management. But it is at the expense of services that are not rendered. It has been repeated too often by this government and by the last government to still pique our interest or to make us believe in fables. Let us be clear about this. This is not about doing better for our ratepayers. This is all about you and your own self-interest. This adjustment budget is all about cleaning for audit outcomes and pretending to govern well. Our residents out there know better because they don't read the financials and they don't listen to these speeches. They judge you as they steer their cars to weave through our potholed roads. They think of you when they have to stop at dangerous intersections where traffic lights no longer work. They curse you when they spend cold nights in darkness and throw out rotting food because our electricity grid is failing them. You can window dress this all you want. Our residents have grown wise and they know they are being bamboozled. This adjustment budget fixes nothing other than to plaster over some bad choices in the original budget, such as the illegal municipal tax the courts set aside. This is no way to run a city. Which brings me back to those lyrics. Well, we know where we're going, but we don't know where we've been. Yeah, we're on a road to nowhere. Come on inside, taking you on that ride to nowhere. We'll take that ride. To this invitation I say, no thank you. I will find my own way. Please have my vote against this adjustment budget minuted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mittelberg. The next speaker is Councillor M. Sajan. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, considering the far below target collection ratio of only 83%, considering the underperformance in revenue by 337 million, considering the funding gap increased to 2.9 billion, considering we only have cash reserves that will last us 3 days, we expected to receive a conservative adjustment budget that realigns our expenditure with the money we can realistically make. Instead, what we receive is a wish and a prayer that the measures that haven't worked for the first half of the financial year will suddenly start working now. Mr. Speaker, projected recovery isn't good enough. Corrective measures that haven't materialized then won't suddenly start materializing now. Optimistically increasing the collection ratio on paper or sitting on one's hands won't yield results either. When this coalition took office in 2024, they couldn't stop boasting about how they were going to rework Tshwane Yatima into a system that actually works. This adjustment budget is proof that the numbers speak for themselves, because if revenue collection were truly fixed, we would not be sitting with declining ratios. If Tshwane Yatima were truly functioning as promised, we would not be relying on optimistic projections to balance the books. If financial recovery was genuinely underway, we would not be balancing a 53 billion rand budget on razor-thin margins. Let's speak plainly about what happens if these measures do not materialize. Because if this entire adjustment budget is built on projected improvements, improved collection to 92%, reductions in distribution losses, accelerated debt recovery, and expenditure enhancement. So what happens if these targets are missed, Mr. Speaker? If collection remains at 83%, the revenue gap widens immediately. If distribution losses are not reduced, the expected sales improvement never materializes. If debt collection efforts fall short, the funding plan remains a wish and a prayer. The budget reverts to an unfunded position. Liquidity tightens further. Creditors accumulate. The razor-thin margin for error disappears. Section 18 of the MFMA requires that an annual budget must be funded from realistically anticipated revenues and cash-backed reserves. In simple terms, expenditure must be supported by credible income and sufficient liquidity. We are so far gone from this reality, Mr. Speaker. This council deserves better, and the hard-working, tax-paying residents of this city deserve better too.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sajan. We've concluded the debate. DM, you want to close the report? DM.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Indeed, you are doing well, which you must appreciate. The purpose of the adjustment budget is something that perhaps we must explain in detail. And I'm going to reduce my pace because there's a likelihood that I'm going to be misunderstood. And this is confirmed by a PhD student who called me during our last council with her supervisor, stating that we are watching here, we see people debating no deviation. What does it mean? I said, this is motivated by deep hatred. Then the supervisor, who's a professor, said, no, it's a lack of understanding. And I think I must put my efforts and skills available to educate those who are lost in the process. So we've got an offer as acting speaker. The objectives of the adjustment budget is to restore funding compliance, protect liquidity, stabilize the city's financial position, ensure alignment with MFMA requirements. And National Treasury have assessed us doing their own assessment, investigation, and applying FMA. And what they did, which is something that the Twitter fanatics can go to the website of National Treasury, they'll find out that National Treasury says the budget of Tshwane is funded. Revenue performance collection rate is sitting at 83.5 as of December 2025. Speaker, without intervention, service delivery and bulk obligations, for an example, Rand Water and Eskom are at material risk. So the expenditure adjustment, which is a containment measure across the board, we want to reduce contract services and general expenditure. These are the targeted savings of 315 million rands. We have instructed the departments to cut on non-core expenditure, eliminate discretionary spending, protect statutory and safety functions, avoid lifting of budgets. These are the movements. Employee-related cost adjusted, critical vacancies are catered for. The debt impairment increased to reflect a realistic 83 collection rate. This is a directive. No further additional funding. Departments must manage within baseline allocations. Downward adjustments. Waste management revenue reduced. The city cleansing levy is discontinued. Can you hear properly? Yes. Or you need emotional operation. The city cleansing levy is discontinued. PTNOG reduced following National Treasury communications. Upward adjustment. Interest on receivable increased. High default fines and penalty revised upwards. Rental income corrected for accounting treatment. The total revenue marginally increased, but cash stability depends on collection performance. Revenue enhancement strategies to achieve 92 collection target. Accelerated credit control, handover to the external debt collectors to the tune of 498 million rands. Write-off of prescribed debt to the tune of 8.7 billion rands. Write-off of unclaimed monies to the tune of 1 billion rands. We are positioning the revenue enforcement, fairness and stability, not punishment. Distribution loss reduction in a structural reform. Electricity, 2% reduction, which is equal to 397 million rands. Sales improvement. UDFG allocation to cable network strengthening, substation upgrades, loss reduction of infrastructure. On water, 2% reduction to the tune of 137 million rands. 147 million rands allocated to pipeline replacements, pump station upgrades, water conservation and demand management. We are serious about the loss reduction. Total adjusted capital budget, 2.77 billion rand. Key changes, PTISG reduced in line with National Treasury communication. Urban Development Financing Grant, 341 million added, to strengthen trading services. And perhaps I must pause here, Speaker. The city of Tshwane have qualified to access 1 billion rand in trading services, and this is coming from the National Treasury discussion yesterday. Yes. Investment focus, water infrastructure, electricity substations, housing projects, acquisition of water tankers. This one might be good for the guy called Silias. We are increasing, procuring water tankers for the city of Tshwane. The capital reprioritizing project infrastructure, resilience, funding compliance. This is a funded budget which doesn't make those who doesn't understand the finances to be happy forever. After interventions, we got a surplus. After interventions, we got a surplus, 24 million rands. We've got, and the budget is deemed 100% funded. So these are the 5 non-negotiable financial stabilization: achieve 92% collection rate, maintain annual operating surplus, enforce strict expenditure controls, no lifting of budgets, reduce electricity and water losses by 2%. These measures protect liquidity, restore credibility, and stabilize MTREF. We've got a program called All Leaks, and it's bearing fruit, by the way. Political framing for councillors must understand this is not an austerity measure, it is a stabilization of the city's finance. It protects bulk suppliers, service continuity, creditors' payments, long-term stability, financial credibility, and adherence to National Treasury standards, investors, lenders, and residents. A funded budget, I now understand why it's difficult to comprehend. Now I understand. It's a statutory obligation, not a political gimmick or option. Crop standard. This adjustment budget restores funding compliance, but sustainability depends on discipline. The numbers are fragile. The execution must be firm. Council's role is to support financial stability, not undermine it through unfunded budget. Speaker, in closing, this executive and the coalition have taken a decisive action of paying the employees, and that cannot be reversed by Twitter or Facebook or TikTok or whatever. Jesus might come, but it won't be changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, DEM. For some time, I thought I was in TLMA. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with Section 160, subsection 3B of the Constitution, the approval of the budget by municipality must be taken by council with a supporting vote of a majority of the council members. That is at least 108 councillors in case of City of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this
adjustment budget to a vote. For purposes of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendations to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Come on. Councillors, you can take your hands down. Honorable councillors, the approval of the adjustment budget, the vote is 117. Therefore, yes, Councillor Erasmus, what are you raising on?
Speaker, we please would like you to note that the sending vote of every member of the Freedom Front Plus, please. Thank you.
Noted. Yes, Councillor Ace.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to register the DA's dissenting vote, although I don't.
Noted.
Speaker, although I don't think it is procedurally correct and that you should ask to count.
Councillors. Yes, Councillor Ramabudua, what are you raising on? MMC, what are you raising on?
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. We want to address the workers, 21,000 workers of Tswana.
What point are you raising on?
And we want to tell them, point of information,
Okay.
Rule 38.
Point of information.
We want
yes.
to take this opportunity to address the workers of Tswana, 21,000 of them.
Order, please.
And we want to tell them that the DAFF Plus refused to vote on their salary issues. So we want to, it must be recorded there that the DA and FF Plus refused to vote
Point taken.
for the budget that seeks to resolve the issues of the workers.
Councillor Silo, what
Yes,
are you
it
raising on?
must be noted.
Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 35. A member who speaks must direct his speech, his or her speech, strictly to the matter under discussion. The matter, the point of order, the point of information that MMC Ramabudi is standing on has nothing to do with the vote. Our chief whip was still on the floor making a point of order and making a submission. Speaker, can you please take the submission being tabled by our chief whip so that we can progress in this meeting and stop allowing for frivolous points of information from the other side? Thank you.
Noted, not sustained. Let's continue. Councillor Gandhi.
Thank you, Speaker. Also on a point of information, we should use the same opportunity where we tell the workers that we are not in favor of this, the 21,000 workers at the cost of 4.1 million residents of the city.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. The approval of this adjustment budget has now been passed with 117 councillors in favor thereof. The matter is closed. Thank you very much, councillors. It is now exactly 2 p.m. We will take lunch and resume back and continue with our meeting at 3. 1 hour lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's settle down so that we can continue with our meeting. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. We are still a quorum. We are 130. Let's proceed with our meeting. Honorable councillors, please settle down. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Part 1, Item 1, Group Financial Services Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for December 2025-2026 financial year. The report is in page 7 until page 10. Recommendations are in page 10. The report is tabled. We have the following councillors to speak on this item. Only one councillor. From Action SA, Councillor K. Khosiama. The floor is yours. Your 3 minutes starts now.
No, Speaker. I had not yet opened my laptop, but I can speak on this. Speaker, here we are reiterating where we are saying, as this government, we have shied away from a habit like the previous administration at GA, where deviations were an order of a day. Here we do not entertain deviations anymore. There's a history and consistency that every month, as a responsible government, we tend to do things according to our supply chain management processes. Where we do not deviate, it means our planning is up to scratch. You can see even for the whole quarter, Speaker, there hasn't been any, just to show it wasn't an accident. Unlike Babangu on the other side, where when it's 24 December, CFO will resign or Bamu resignees because of such kind of things. When we thought the West is over, now the following year, Christmas Eve, we resign MMC. So we do not do such kind of things. You can see our MMC has been the MMC all along. I mean, now we are going to year number 3. It's certainly the same MMC. So, Speaker, here is an appreciation to say the vote Yabatu. The vote Yabatu is not a mistake. This is how a government should be like. My Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, Item 2, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management, Deviation Report for second quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 11 until page 14. Recommendations are on page 14 as recommended. My apologies, we've got 2 speakers on this item. The first speaker is from DA, Alderman P. Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I think before we start getting ahead of ourselves by saying supply chain is as a plan and in control, the next report I think will also confirm that's not the case. But Chair, Speaker, today we're here to look at the 2 deviation reports, the one for December and then of course the second quarter. Now both reports state that no deviations were approved during the reporting period. And that's what's put in front of Council today. But we must ask ourselves a much more serious question. And in the absence of the reported deviations, is it truly evidence of compliance or is it evidence of non-disclosure? Because what we have repeatedly seen in the municipality is a dangerous pattern. Deviations are not declared when they occur. They are then brought transparently. They are not brought transparently to Council. And on a later stage, normally at the end of the year, they are detected and classified as irregular expenditure. Now, Speaker, this is not a minor administrative error. This is a governance failure. Thank you, Donna. If a deviation is not declared when it happens, council is deprived of his oversight role. And when council is deprived of its oversight, accountability collapse. What makes this worse is that these undeclared deviations are later detected, often by internal audit by the Auditor General, and then reflected as irregular expenditure. Now, this is not simply a reporting technicality, but what's more importantly, it erodes public trust. And the Auditor General has already highlighted in various reports and engagement that this practice constitutes misleading council in its reporting. When deviations are not declared and irregular expenditure is not recognized later, the reports tabled before council do not reflect the true procurement environment of the municipality. And that means council is making decisions based on incomplete information. That means oversight is compromised. And that means we are not fulfilling our constitutional mandate under Section 139 and Section 151, where principles of accountable local governance. Now, Speaker, the issue is not about 1 month, it's not about 1 quarter. We cannot normalize retrospective compliance. Compliance must be proactive and not corrective. Taking cognizance of these reports is not enough. Oversight means interrogation. Transparency means full disclosure, not partial disclosure. And Mr. Speaker, the absence of reported deviations does not automatically equal compliance. If deviations are occurring but not declared and only later identified as irregular expenditure, then council is being placed in a position where we are reacting.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this item from Action SA, Councillor K. Khosiama.
Arbatsene hape speaker. Speaker.
Wait a bit. Fix his time.
No, oh, yeah.
Thank you. Proceed.
No, thank you so much, Acting Speaker. First, you are doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, we know as this current administration, led by Dr. Nasipi Moya, it's unbelievable the things that the city can achieve. They obviously can't believe that the city can be without any deviation, whether for a month or for a quarter or for a certain period. They are already becoming some gimmick about saying, well, what will go wrong? They wish it can go wrong now, but right now things are perfect. During their own time as the DA, they never even had 1 month where they didn't deviate. So in month number 1, you can already tell that from now 8 months to come, there'll be deviations. Now, when they are not seeing one for the first time, they doubt if these are actually correct. Hence, earlier on, they were questioning if our financials are actually true reflection of what is happening. Well, it is the true reflection. Even the National Treasury has said it. We have all those plans, including the funding plans and all those, that they are questioning, even though the evidence is right in front of their eyes. When I was referring to the MMC who retires on the 24th, I'm referring to the previous speaker. After one or the best way is to resign as MMC, but still stay in council. This is where you can see that there's no commitment to rectify or to make things right. Rule as speaker for affording that council an opportunity. It truly exposes what kind of a person he was or which direction he was taking for not believing that a city can achieve a clean administration when it comes to financial governance and procurement processes. Something that one could not have done if it was still them, even up to today. We are only 2 years in this administration, but we're getting it right already. Yeah, now for 3 years, he couldn't even manage it, just even for a single month. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Thank you. Moving along. Item 3, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Performance Report, second quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 15 until 64. The recommendations are in page 64. The report is tabled The first speaker in this report is from the ANC, Councillor M.H. Luwele. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The report demonstrates the driving economic engine of our city by prioritizing efficiency, ethical practice, accountability, and local empowerment to strengthen our governance structure. Therefore, it is essential that the performance of the supply chain management is monitored correctly to provide insight into the city's operational issues and to strengthen SCM operational compliance to meet MFMA Section 111 and Regulation 6 requirements. Speaker, it should be noted that no deviations were reported for the second quarter, although the report has indicated that the total awarding of tenders for the quarter for the amount to 1.1 billion and highlights an increase on irregular expenditure amounting to 390 million for 2025-2026 financial year. The presence of irregular expenditure, although not unexpected in complex projects, calls for rigorous oversight and corrective measures to be taken as per regulation and compliance, as well as to continuously monitor the progress of bids and the implementation of supply chain management policy, aligning to rooting out maladministration and ensuring that public resources are used responsibly. In conclusion, Speaker, the ANC recommends that the contents of the report be taken into cognizance to inform the accounting officer in terms of Section 111 of the FMA, read with Municipal ACM Regulation 6 of the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the second quarter 2025-2026 financial year, and the noting of the irregular expenditure for the quarter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luwele. The next speaker is from DA, Councillor R. Ace, Chief Whip of the Opposition. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I rise today to address a severe oversight within that threatens to bring the city's operations to a grinding halt in less than 72 hours. Mr. Acting Speaker, we are staring down a barrel of digital blackout. We must bring to urgent attention of this council that the group ICT tender, GICT01, has not been renewed. The current deviation and extension expire this coming Saturday. Let us be clear on what this means. The tender provides desktop support for the entire city. If this lapses, we lose the technical backbone that supports our officials. We are exposing departments like emergency services and TMDD to massive risk. If a system fails in a dispatch center or in a police station on Sunday morning, there will be no one contractually obliged to fix it. The DA calls for an emergency BAC meeting to address the issue. It must be noted that this should not be done and used as an emergency excuse to provide jobs for PALs. And Mr. Speaker, I propose an additional recommendation that the Council draws the attention of the City Manager to the omission in this report related to lapsing ICT tenders and requests that he takes appropriate action within his statutory duties. It's proposed by myself, Councillor Ryan Ace, and seconded by Alderman Dana Vandenberg.
Councillor Ace is proposing a recommendation as recommended. Thank you very much. Additional proposed recommendation that the council draws the attention of the city manager to the omission in this report related to lapsing ICT tenders and request that he takes appropriate action within his statutory duties. As amended? There's a no, there's a yes. let's divide the House. Those who agree with the recommendations, the amendment. Those against, thank you. Those who abstain? Thank you very much. Those that are for the amendment, it's 85. Against, it's 97. Abstain, it's 0. Therefore, the amendment is not carried. As we proceed, the next speaker on this item is Councillor M. Mabuhwana. Wave, thank you. The next speaker is Councillor M. Surgeon. Thank you very much. Your laptop is fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before we discuss some of the more bizarre tenders that have been awarded in this report, may I continue?
Proceed, Councillor.
We must confront the single most alarming figure in this report, nearly 320 million in irregular expenditure in just one quarter alone. Didn't we just hear, Mr. Speaker, how just now in this council, how this administration has incurred no such thing? So bizarre that it's in this report. Irregular expenditure does not automatically mean corruption, but it does mean the rules were not followed. We see this in the reasons laid out in the report. Non-compliance with the MFMA, failure to do due diligence, and in most cases, disregard for key documentation, most alarmingly, the declaration of interests. Let's look at some of these items out for tender and the tenders awarded. Brace yourselves, colleagues, some of these are questionable at best. The appointment of a service provider for the provision of online magazines and newspapers to the Tshwane libraries, 1 million rand. A service provider to provide media monitoring services and analysis for 3 months, 5.4 million rand. Give me a break. Social media platforms give this information for free. This contract is absurd. Let's keep digging. 94.6 million rand for the construction and upgrading of Caledonian Stadium. Is it not time to put this embarrassing period behind us and just sell the land? Surely residents need the money spent elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. Let's not do Caledonian all over again. Tender for hiring, delivery and relocation of chemical toilets, 179 million rand. looks like water tankers isn't the only lucrative business in Tshwane. Tender for the appointment of a short-term insurance broker, that's going to cost us 9.7 million. A transaction advisor for the leasing and development of Rooiwal Power Station. This one's going to cost the city 15 million for a transaction advisor. There were ways to get this one done for free, Mr. Speaker, or at least get it developed and working with private money. But then the comrades wouldn't find a way to eat, let's be honest. The appointment of a transaction advisor to optimize the Bonnecourt quarry for a period of 3 years, 34 million rand. These advisors make big bucks, Mr. Speaker, yet we never see results. A tender for the leasing of office space in Region 3, 135 million for 3 years. Can we not optimize our existing office space and save this money? I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but my time is up, and so is my blood pressure. But if that's how I feel, just imagine how the taxpayers feel when they listen to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Item 4, reference number 28, Leader of Governance Business. Are you fine? Leader of Executive? Sure. Item 4, reference number 2397/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department, public participation feedback on the draft informal settlement management policy and request to approve the policy. The report is on page 65 to page 394. Recommendations are on page 80. The report is tabled. The first councillor on this item is from ANC, Councillor KP Kopoto. 3 minutes on.
Thank you, Speaker. This policy represents a central step in our ongoing journey toward creating sustainable, inclusive, and flexible women settlement within the city of Tshwane. Speaker, the challenge of informal settlement in Tshwane has grown significantly over the years. Recent data indicate that the number of informal settlements has increased from count of 210 in 2018 to an updated figure of 502 in late 2023. Unfortunately, the majority remain without formal intervention for upgrading or relocation. This reality highlights the urgency of our effort and emphasizes the importance of a strategic, transparent, and collaborative approach to managing this settlement. Speaker, the draft informal settlement management policy aims to address foundational issues such as land tenure security, access to basic services, infrastructure development, and community empowerment. Our objective is to ensure that irrespective of where residents live, be it within formal urban areas, sprawling informal settlement, there are guaranteed safety, dignity, and opportunity for sustainable development. Another aspect, Speaker, is the importance of fostering economic opportunities within around informal settlement. Many residents seek livelihood and skills development as pathway out of poverty. The policy will therefore prioritize not only infrastructure upgrading, but also economic empowerment initiatives. In closing, Speaker, the ANC wishes to reaffirm our collective resolve and support informal settlement are not merely a problem to be solved, but a reflection of unmet need and inspiration. Our approach must be compassionate, inclusive, and sustainable. The journey ahead requires partnership and a shared vision for the future of Tshwane, a city that leaves no one behind. Thank you, Speaker.
The next councillor is from DA, Councillor S. Wilkinson.
Thank you, Speaker. Informal settlements are growing faster than our infrastructure, faster than our planning systems, and faster than our ability to deliver services. But let us be clear, This is not just simply a housing crisis, it is an impending economic justice crisis. People do not move into informal settlements because they want to live without services. They move there because they want to live closer to opportunity, closer to jobs, transport, and economic activity. That is why this policy matters. The Democratic Alliance supports this policy framework because it reflects the principles we have consistently championed: freedom, fairness, and opportunity. Speaker, we must also place on record our recognition of the previous DA-led administration in that coalition which initiated this policy process. They understood that managing informal settlements is not just about ignoring reality, it is about confronting it responsibly with a clear economic justice for all approach for the whole of society. Speaker, unmanaged settlement growth does not empower the poor. It traps them in unsafe conditions. It undermines service delivery, it fuels land invasion, and it places unsustainable pressure on our municipal finances. This policy begins to restore order. It improves data accuracy, it prioritizes in situ upgrading where viable, it strengthens enforcement mechanisms, and it aligns departments around a single coordinated approach. Importantly, it also aligns with the global sustainable development goals, particularly building sustainable cities, reducing inequality, and ensuring safe human settlements. But, Speaker, let us not pretend. A framework policy alone will not solve this crisis. Our biggest risk is not policy failure, it is implementation failure. Let us thus together strive for excellence with a proper implementation of this policy. Speaker, through public participation, the communities have told us what they want: visible enforcement, basic services delivered faster, safe access for emergency vehicles, and real progress on 10-year security. Speaker, if we fail on implementation, we will continue to see uncontrolled expansion. This is deepening poverty and growing instability. Speaker, we must not allow informality continue growing in chaos, thereby undermining our economic growth and human dignity. The DA chooses order. The DA chooses economic justice through opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from EFF is Councillor T. Nkadima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chief Gegana and Chief Masangu, members of Council and esteemed guests. I rise to present a positive reflection on the report before Council regarding the public participation process for the draft informal settlement management policy of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. The purpose of this report is clear and important: to provide Council with feedback from the public participation process and to request the formal approval of a policy that will guide how our city manages and supports informal settlements in a structured, fair, and sustainable manner. By late 2023, the city recorded approximately 210 informal settlements. However, aerial assessments later revealed that this number had increased dramatically to 502 settlements. Of these, 496 have not yet received formal interventions, such as upgrading or relocation. These figures highlight both scale of the challenge and agency for a clear policy framework. In 2025, Council directed that draft policy be subjected to a public participation process to ensure that communities and stakeholders had an opportunity to contribute. Public consultations were successfully conducted from 17 June to 10 September 2025 across all 7 regions of the city. It is encouraging to note that the feedback received was broadly supportive of the policy, with most concerns relating to the policy itself, but not to general service delivery matters. Communities expressed constructive and practical inputs. This included
the need for clearer beneficiary administration systems, improved check marking processes, sustainable service provision, and the integration of green infrastructure solutions. Such feedback demonstrates the residents are not only engaged but also committed to improving their living conditions through partnership with the city. Furthermore, key stakeholders, departments, including finance, emergency services, police, water and sanitation, legal services, health and roads, and transport have indicated their general support for both the policy and the public participation process. This reflects strong institutional alignment and readiness for implementation. Honorable Councillors, the policy represents a significant step towards proactive planning and planning.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Masilela, what are you raising on?
Point. Yeah, man, we need assistance. You know, some of us are way above 50 years of age. So our bones, you know, get to become...
Noted, please.
Please, but
adjust
the aircon, it's too hard for
a level
elderly like
that
myself.
would suit over 50-year-olds.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillors. The next speaker from Action SA is Councillor D. Masangu. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the numbers in this report should be a wake-up call to every single person sitting in this chamber today. In 2018, we had 210 informal settlements in the city, and our latest count shows that the number has ballooned to 502. Speaker, the number of informal settlements has more than doubled in just a few years under the administration. But here is a tragedy, Speaker. 496 out of 502 informal settlements have been without intervention or management of the city. This was mainly because we did not have a clear policy, land mafias have taken over, and chaotic invasions has continued, and our residents continue to live in squalor. The report, Speaker, aims to put these atrocities to a full stop. This informal settlement management policy is about enforcement of the rule of law in our city. Human Settlement Department has conducted and completed its massive public participation process in all 7 regions. The reception and feedback from the residents were the same. Residents are tired of seeing shacks mushrooming overnight. They want the city to take charge, and they want the bylaws to be enforced. The policy gives the city a specific mandate to act on, Speaker. Firstly, it gives the city the mandate of the beginning of check marking and registration to verify the households. We have an MOU with Home Affairs to audit these settlements so that we know exactly who is who and living where. This is the only way to stop the illegal expansion that is currently out of control. Secondly, Speaker, the city needs to prioritize those living in the flood-prone areas to be relocated first to avoid any disaster. Furthermore, Speaker, to hold private landowners accountable to secure their private lands from invasion, since the city will no longer carry the cost of private sector negligence. Speaker, as Action SA, we stand for the rule of law. We cannot afford a situation where land is grabbed at will and the city is expected to just pick up the pieces. This policy, Speaker, introduces the special compact as signed agreement between the city and the community so that everyone follows the same rules. Speaker, we have over 500 settlements to deal with. We cannot, with any longer, have a full implementation on this policy. Speaker, it is time to secure our land, protect our residents, and bring back the rule of law in Tshwane. Speaker, I move that we support this report as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next councillor is from FF Plus, Councillor B. Erasmus, Alderman-elect.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. report before us claims to reflect the outcome of public participation. Procedurally, yes, meetings were held across all 7 regions. Attendance registers were kept and departmental comments were recorded, but the reporting is incomplete. Serious allegations raised during consultations, including those by Simon Ramasodi and Jonathan Maswi, it was not captured in the official comments table. This omission undermines transparency and violates the principle that all public inputs must be recorded and responded to. Communities spoke, but their voices were filtered. When we look at the draft informal settlement management policy, we must evaluate it on 3 core principles: clarity, affordability, and enforceability. The policy sets out broad strategic objectives, multiple programs, and expanded commitments across departments. On paper, it appears progressive and comprehensive. However, ambition without clear implementation detail becomes a risk. In several sections, the policy outlines what must be achieved, but not also how it will be achieved within existing capacity constraints. The financial alignment raises concerns. A policy must be backed by realistic funding and measurable outputs. Where expenditure grows, but service delivery targets remain vague or not quantifiable, accountability becomes diluted. A good policy must tie every rand spent to a clear outcome when it gets to this important matter. Oversight mechanisms are mentioned, monitoring structures are referred, but the consequences for non-performance are not clearly embedded within the framework. A policy without enforcement becomes merely a guideline rather than a binding instrument of governance. The Freedom Front Plus perspective is that a policy must first protect the ratepayer, prioritize core service delivery, and ensure sustainability of core fundamental service delivery. Policies must not overextend the municipality behind its operational and financial capacity. Speaker, before we focus on expansion of this city, we need to focus on the basic service delivery that the city currently cannot provide. The real test of the policy is not how comprehensive it reads, but however it is practical, affordable, and enforceable. Without stronger financial realism, measurable targets, accountability, provision, and all public inputs recorded and responded to, this policy risks creating expectations that cannot be fulfilled. The VF Plus therefore moves that the Council to withhold approval of the implementation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. That was the last speaker on this report. MMC, do you want to close?
Okay, more than 3 minutes. You want to wait 3 minutes. You're not by Kusa. It's a Nyana. Yeah, I sharp before the. No, Speaker, I think we're coming from different worlds. We must just admit, and if we were to argue about what makes a society, we need just a day to explain that, and I think Sean makes a good point that people don't find themselves in squatter camps because of they choose to do so. It is because of they are looking for better opportunities, economic opportunities. Then we call them economic migrants, because some of them, they do secular economy. You call them scavengers because of they are looking for something that they can sell so that they can put bread on the table. Those are realities of South Africa. And if you don't understand, we don't blame you, because of privilege, it's something else that can cloud your judgment. You are speaking from a point of privilege. You don't understand that somebody who looks for a place, who reside under a bridge, it's not their choice. It is because of hardships and how our special, plans were made, that others must be at the periphery and others must enjoy the privilege of infrastructure services that we have today. If you see somebody who digs a pit toilet and they see nothing wrong because of, that is the only thing that they have, you will think they're crazy. Because if you woke up with hot water and a flushing toilet, That's the only thing that you know. Throughout your life, when you open your eyes, you became clever. You had access to tar road. You had access to schools and lights. Therefore, we need just to narrate that part so that people can understand that informal settlement management policy wants to address disparities of society. Therefore, we need to surface them and give a policy response to the hardships that we are facing on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, people reside under plastics, make houses, makeshift houses, because of they believe that government one day will see them for whom they are. Therefore, all of us on both sides, we go and do electioneering in these communities that are in squalor conditions, with no shame. You know, I saw my former friend standing on an open ditch in Soshanguve, as if it was opened when we got into government. Soshanguve, one of the oldest townships. Silias go there and takes a video, you know, with people like it happened because of he was removed as a mayor. These are realities that informal settlements in Brazil, they call them favelas. They call them slums. But one thing that we need to do as government is to respond to these conditions. And one councillor, I think it's Councillor Mashangu, who says private owners of land, they're cashing in. Your friends there, they sell their plots. They allow people to invade their plots because of they know government will come and buy. And you keep quiet, you act as if you are saints here. And there should be a gymnastic of saints and sinners here. Let's not waste time of each other. Let's look at the South African story for what it is so that we can, you know, honestly respond to it. Then we are welcoming the sentiments of Sean, Councillor Mashangu, and all other councillors that gone are the days that we must allow people that want to make profits out of the poor. Everybody wants land. We must come with a policy. We must put up a master plan of housing. We must communicate what council needs to do and start paying people properly and accept that the affluent and the poor must reside side by side, by the way. We must make sure that they reside side by side. Then we are happy that we are at a point where we will then respond, which is not complete, by the way. MMC Ramabodu is bringing a solid waste management for informal settlement. Because that is the biggest challenge. That these people that don't have houses, they eat on day-to-day basis. Where are they disposing of their waste? Therefore, when you see them causing fires, open fires and everything, you think they're a nonsense. They don't have a waste bin. Therefore, Councillor, you're going to respond, Councillor Ramabodu, soon, with another policy that deals with solid waste. Therefore, we are comprehensively dealing with something that is very complex to an ordinary man who wants to be on TikTok. No, he didn't. You know his capabilities. You know them. We don't have to surface them.
In conclusion,
we don't have to talk. We don't have to talk about a man who can respond. Let's have dignity on our friends. Therefore, Speaker, we are really excited as a department that all stakeholders are starting to take keen interest. MMC Bushiol is going to roll out electricity, prepaid meters to these informal settlements. That we are going to cut illegal connections, but we are going to reward our communities with electricity. And Brink is going to die with jealousy. Because that's what we're going to do. Going to elections, we're giving them electricity, and you see this thing of water tankers and other things that he underplays and forgets that Fosi nearly lost weight running away from the truck's owners. When they were looking for him here, he was sitting in a meeting here in Mako. They were looking for him here. He ran to the mayor's office. He nearly lost weight. We were dealing with invoices that Brink and Fosi cost. Now, the pain of paying those invoices, it's some of the communities that don't have connection to bulk. We must give them water. If somebody thinks we don't have to provide Stoffel Park, Soshanguve, Merimi, Atteridgeville, we must continue to give them water because they don't have connection to bulk. Those are the realities. And Easter's, Kuvuki land in Easter's. Therefore, Speaker, we are very excited and welcoming all the sentiments. Criticism builds on the ideas. It's something that we are not necessarily pushing back on. We accept the sentiments that were raised by our colleagues, but when we deal with implementation, we'll continue to consult with broadly and look at resources that will support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was MMC closing the report as recommended. Report number 5, reference number 40171/1, Community and Social Development Services Department, request to write off identified open assets under construction for the upgrading of Caledonian Stadium project. The report is on page 395 to page 455. Recommendations are on page 418. The first speaker from the ANC on this item is Councillor M.E. Mlotshwa. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me bring this report to the House. The report proposes that the amount of 37,608,475.69 covering construction costs and consulting fees from 2016 to 2017 to 2023 to 2024 be formally written off, along with related assets under construction and the retention money withheld from the contractor. At the outset, I wish to acknowledge the gravity of this situation. Writing off such a substantial amount of public funds is not a decision to be taken lightly. It reflects challenges, setbacks, in projects and execution, contractor performance, and oversight. The history of this project dates back to 2016, a period marked by delays, mismanagement by the former DA-led administration. This and ultimately culmination in part due to contractor underperformance and administrative challenges. Acting Speaker, one crucial point to note is that the project oversight has always been problematic. The decision to write off this cost is compounded by ongoing issues at Caledonian Stadium itself. The stadium condition has deteriorated over the years. Over the years, and recent efforts to lease it to private operators with the aim to generate revenue and improve management. However, legacy of mismanagement from 2016 to 2019 still looms large, and the current state underscores the importance of revisiting our project oversight procurement processes to prevent similar
Thank you very much, Councillor Mlotshwa. The next speaker from DA is Councillor T. Fosi.
Speaker, let me start by this. I fully agree in principle that writing of assets has no longer that are no longer in use is sound accounting principles and practices. There's no argument there. Even my old Nokia from 2005 eventually had to be written off, Speaker. But the problem is not that we are writing off an asset. The problem, what we are writing off, or how much it cost us, and how casually we are expected to shrug off and move on. Speaker, 37 million rands is not pocket change. It is not more small change behind the couch of money where our president hides. By the State of Tshwane standards, that is real money. The kind of money that could fix roads, lights, and at least buy us hope, even if it's only on wholesale. Yet here we are being told that withholding 1.5 million is somehow decisive action. Speaker, with respect, that is not accountability. That is a parking fine after crashing a car. Congratulating ourselves over saving 1.5 bar while we are bleeding tens of millions is like celebrating switching off the lights while the house is already on fire. And Speaker, what leaves particularly sour taste is the selective enthusiasm for consequences. When action is slow, it moves at a snail pace, like the failed BEE beneficiary Edwin Sodi National Treasury case. Suddenly, there's silence. No agency, no pursuit, just vibes. Speaker, let us talk in numbers, because numbers don't lie even when people do. Over 60 million rands has already been spent on this asset, an asset that is now valued at 5 million rands, down from 13 million rands. And that is an additional 10 million rands in depreciation that is conveniently not emphasized. Speaker, that is not depreciation, that is a disappearing act. Most of this money was spent between 2021 and 23 financial year, according to the CSDS report, which raises a simple question. Who was minding the shop while the department was clearly on autopilot? The former MMC Peggy the Brain and the TikTok queen of the capital. Because when the department flies on autopilot without a destination, it is usually crashes, and the bill lands here in this chamber. Now, Speaker, the CFO has helpfully informed us of what the report does not tell us. It does not tell us of what will happen to the remaining AUC over 20 billion rands, an asset still floating in limbo like unfinished group project where everyone insists that they did their part. And Speaker, let us be honest, designs that are more than 5 years are not plans, they are historical artifacts. At this point, we may as well submit them to a museum instead of a planning department. Finally, Speaker, we arrive at Agnes Tassi. The appointment letter refers to an entirely different project, not the Caledonian Spirit, which suggests only two things. Either nobody read it, or everybody read it and just nobody cares. Neither option inspires confidence, Speaker. Speaker, this micro is not a collective.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. The next speaker on the record is Councillor Armunchusi from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now. Yes, Councillor Fusi, what are you raising on? Press once. What are you raising on?
Speaker.
Councillor Fosi, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, because I was cut, I actually wanted to sponsor a recommendation.
You were not cut. Your time was finished. No. You were not cut. Your time was finished. Press the mic. Press it once.
Yeah, Mara. Yeah.
Councillor Fosi?
Yes, Speaker.
Your time,
okay, ignore this. No,
your time was
I
done.
concede very well, so, Speaker.
Thank you.
However, I wanted to sponsor a recommendation. My time is...
Next time, please manage your time. Your time is up, Councillor Fosi.
Thank you. Can I go ahead, then, Speaker?
Let's proceed.
All right.
We're
Speaker,
done.
I want to lobby... Yeah, Speaker...
Thank you very much. We move to the next speaker. The next speaker from it's Councillor R. Munchusi. Yes, Councillor Ace, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, as a point of information, it is very important that the recommendations by Councillor Fossey is listened to. This
What-
document in front
What are
of
you
us,
raising on?
a point of information. This document in front of us have got an SLA attached that is for the wrong project. The recommendations saying which company needs to be reported to National Treasury is a company that does not exist on CIPC.
On a point of order.
This means very clearly
Yes,
that
MMC
they are
Maluleka.
trying to protect a company.
MMC Maluleka.
Speaker, we have a list of speakers. Therefore, the right speaker, instead of depositing important issues, was focusing on making jokes. Therefore, the boat has missed. Let's continue. Therefore, Councillor Jackie Ace can't speak when she's not in the list. She can't speak about that. You will not speak. You will not. What?
MMC.
The speaker was joking about TikTok.
MMC.
This thing, it happened under the TA.
MMC Maluleka.
Do we hide
Order,
TA
please.
things? Did we hide when we
Order,
were looting
please.
South Africa? Did we
Order.
hide when we were stealing money from South Africa? Did
MMC
you see us?
Maluleka and Councillor Ace.
You stole 2 billion
Please
rand through South Africa.
maintain the decorum.
Did you see us? You appointed Mosola, you here. This
MMC
one called thing.
Maluleka, Councillor
Did
Ace.
you see us doing anything? You appointed
Order,
88
please.
workers. You paid them money without lifting a finger, not doing any work. Did you see us doing anything?
MMC Maluleka. Please restrain yourself. MMC. MMC. Just for record purpose, on which were you rising? MMC Maluleka, you are raising on point of order. I want to rule properly. Your order is sustained. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Councillor Armunchusi. Yes, Councillor Frolit. What are you raising on? Please take us forward. Press once. Press it once, leave it until it's red.
Thank you, Speaker. Just point of information, each political party gets to speak once, and if the DA cannot caucus and decide on the content of the speech, it is not okay that a second speech is delivered. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Councillor Armunchusi. You are raising two hands at the same time. Which one do I take? And then afterwards you are going to raise so that I can take you. You are raising on his behalf. Councillor Makhale, what are you raising on?
I'm raising on point of order section 38, which should be read together with section 29. Section 29.
38 and 29.
Yeah, I'm raising a point of order on your ruling, where you agree with Councillor Maluleke that Councillor Themba Fossey cannot sponsor a proposal on the report that is before us. Section 29.
Let's advise you properly so that you don't really cancel. We agree on the basis that his time was finished. Let me give you advice.
Sponsoring a recommendation doesn't align with the time.
It was a simple decency to request time not to debate. we would have granted it. But his time was finished, and there was nothing sinister about it. Can we proceed with council meeting? Thank
I
you
want
very
to
much.
plead with you
Councillor
on the
Munchusi, the
sections
floor
that
is
I've said
yours.
to you.
Please proceed. Councillor Munchusi, take the floor. Councillor Munchusi, please take the floor.
I'm present here. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and Chief Matlangu, members of council and esteemed guests, today we are confronted with a matter that speaks
Councillor
directly
Munchusi,
to
please indulge me.
accountability,
Councillor
transparency
Masile,
and
Makhaleng,
responsible
please take
use
your
of
seat.
public funds.
Please take your seat. Councillor Makhaleng, take your seat. Councillor Makhaleng, you are delaying council meeting with frivolous point of orders. Please take your seat and maintain the decorum. Councillor Munchusi, please proceed. Please proceed, Councillor.
Acting Speaker, can you reschedule my time?
Please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and Chief Matlangu, members of council and esteemed guests.
Councillor Munchusi, order, councillors, order. Councillor Munchusi, please proceed. Councillor Munchusi, please proceed. Yes, Councillor, what are you raising on? Councillor Tabang? MMC Ramabodu, please switch off your mic. Ask MMC Ushero to assist you. Your mic is always on illegal connection. You must intervene. Councillor Tabang?
For you, Speaker. Oh, yeah, thank you. Speaker, we watch TV most of the time. So I'm rising on Route 37, Speaker. We have been here entertaining people who want to be celebrities. We have very serious governance business to discharge here. Councillor Makhaleng is wasting our time, and I suggest that we invoke Rule 37 to deal with his incalcitrance. He's refusing your orders and he's disrupting this house. So I plead your indulgence, Speaker, that Rule 37 apply to him, or he must just sit down and let us govern here because they failed previously.
Which rule? Or 37? Okay. I was afraid I was hearing 27. Noted. Thank you very much. Let's allow Councillor Munchusi to continue with her debate. Councillor Munchusi, please proceed.
Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The ship is navigating nicely. Allow her to speak. If she's not finished, I'm aware that she was disturbed, I will add. We're navigating very well. Councillor Munchusi?
Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and Chief Matlangu, members of council and esteemed guests, today we are confronted with a matter that speaks directly to accountability, transparency, and the responsible use of public funds. The report before council requests approval of officially right of 37 million spent on the failed upgrade of Caledonian Stadium in Pretoria, while also recommending consequences for poor contractor performance. The original intention of this project was progressive and commendable. The department sought to transform this historic facility into a modern PSL standard stadium and sports precinct that would benefit communities, promote youth development, and stimulate local economic activity. However, despite these good intentions, the project initiated around the 2016-2017 financial year ultimately collapsed, with the construction contract terminated in September 2023.
The financial breakdown presented in the report is deeply concerning. An amount of 19 million was paid to the contractor for incomplete work that has since deteriorated. A further 18.7 million was paid to consultants for designs, redesigns, and project oversight, with little tangible value realized on the ground. This brings the total amount proposed to be written off to 38 million public funds spent with minimum return of the residents in our city. A physical inspection conducted in
Please add 15
2025.
seconds for her to conclude. Proceed, Councillor.
A physical inspection conducted in April 2025 paints a traveling picture. The site has been abandoned, infrastructure has deteriorated, electrical components have been stripped, and the soccer field is no longer functional. The stadium estimated value has dropped dramatically from 13.2 million before the upgrade to only.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor F. Munama from Action SA. Yes, Councillor Ace.
Speaker, I want to refer your decision to extend this councillor's time, but not extend councillor Scorsi's time to sponsor a recommendation to Rules and Ethics.
Proceed, Councillor Munama. There's no need to rule on a point of order that is not taking us anywhere. It's frivolous. The earlier incident explains itself from the current one that you are trying to rise on. Councillor Munama, please proceed. Press your mic again. Councillor Brink, I have heard you loud and clear. You are speaking straight to me. Can you kindly withdraw that unsavory comment you have made? Please withdraw. Please withdraw. Press.
Speaker, you're making a mockery
Councillor
of this
Brink,
meeting.
please withdraw your comment.
You are making your
Councillor
own
Brink,
rules.
please
You
withdraw
are
your
a
comment.
court jester of your own court.
Councillor Brink, please withdraw your comment.
You have not ruled on a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Brink, please withdraw your comment.
Speak.
Councillor Brink, you are an alderman. You have made an unsavory comment. I am requesting you to withdraw that comment without any reservations or conditions. Please withdraw your comment that you have made on me as the Speaker of this House. That is the opportunity that I'm giving you.
Speaker, please specify what must I withdraw.
Councillor Brink, withdraw the comment that you made on me.
Speaker, please specify, as I have made a number of statements, including that you make your own rules as
Councillor
the
Brink,
Speaker.
you have been quiet throughout. You just made one comment just now.
Please specify
I request
what
you
I
to
must
withdraw that
withdraw,
comment.
Speaker.
Councillor Brink, I have requested you 3 times to withdraw your comment. Can you kindly leave the House for not taking any instructions from the Speaker? Can you kindly leave the House? Please leave the House. Councillor Brink, please leave the House. Thank you very much. Let's continue with our meeting. Order. Order, please. Order. Order, please. Please maintain the decorum. Let's settle down. You are noted. You are noted. Please settle down. Yes, Councillor Ace. Councillor Mutumile, please switch off your mic. Councillor Ace,
Speaker,
what are you rising on?
I would like to call an hour caucus.
30 minutes caucus granted.
You can't! You cannot make up your own rules! You are making a mockery of the House.
As we settle down, thank you very much. The DA is back. Let's settle down. We are still a quorum so that we can continue with our meeting. Let's settle down, councillors. Please take your chairs. Thank you, Councillor Middleberg. Thank you, DEM. There is a lost and found cell phone. They've just gave it to the staff at the reception. If you have lost your phone, please go and check with them. Lost and found, it's a cell phone. Thank you very much. Councillor Ace, Chief Whip of Opposition, I can see you are back from your caucus. Please take us forward. Time allocator. Please allocate time. Councillor Jedi, please press your mic.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA has discussed the mockery that you are making of this House, and we are referring your decision to ask Councillor Alderman Brink to leave the chambers to Rules and Ethics. It is referred.
Noted. Let's proceed. Thank you very much. We were on Action SA, Councillor Munama, F. Yes, Chair of Chairs, what are you raising on? Press your mic. One moment.
Speaker. Yes.
Thank you very much. Chair of Chairs, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on 38, point of information. Speaker, I happened to visit the Rules and Ethics Committee in their last meeting, and it was said that they are having a backlog of referrals, and I believe they are caused by what Honorable Jackie Ace has just done now, to say you are referred. She is not in a position to say that, Honorable Speaker. So, as to not to confuse Honorable Marsha, can we get a ruling from your good self, Honorable Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. With full understanding of what you have just raised and what Councillor Ace raises, without substantiating her referral, I gave her benefit of the doubt so that we can take the process forward. But going forward, we take note of what you are raising with us. For now, just for purpose of council to proceed, allow me to grant her the opportunity to go to Rules and Ethics. And then we'll process the matter, and then we'll come back and give feedback. But going forward, we will definitely look into these issues and make sure that we handle them appropriately. Thank you very much. COC? You are on the platform.
Speaker, just to get clarity between myself and Honorable Marsha, are you therefore saying you are referring yourself?
Chair of Chairs, let's stick to the referral. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Munama?
Thank you and greetings to you, Speaker, the executive of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, and her executive, my fellow councillors, and the residents of Tshwane. Speaker, we are here to ensure that every rand of the public purse is accounted for. Today, we must address the difficult realities surrounding the long-standing Caledonian Stadium project. Council is being asked to approve the write-off of over 37.6 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This is a matter that must be approached with the seriousness it deserves, particularly given the ongoing pressures of the city's finances and the competing service delivery needs of our residents. Public funds were allocated towards the upgrading of this facility. Despite this investment, the intended outcome has not been realized. The termination of the contractor, Molohadianapi Business Enterprise, in September 2023 due to non-performance has further hindered the delivery of this project. As the current administration, Speaker, we have the responsibility to ensure that where such financial losses occur, appropriate steps are taken to safeguard public funds going forward. Action SA support the recommendation of the write-off and that the contractor be included in the National Treasury Register of Defaulters as a measure to protect the integrity of the public procurement processes. Speaker, we must also focus on this asset's future. The report notes the remaining assets worth about 22.7 million that must not be deteriorated further. The city must act decisively to utilize the site in a way that it delivers value to the community and support the city's broader social and economic objectives. As Action SA, We stand for responsible governance, prudent financial management, and zero tolerance for wasteful expenditure. Public funds must always advance the residents' interest while upholding the highest accountability standards in this administration. We commit to stronger financial controls, learning from the past challenges to restore public confidence and deliver effective infrastructure. Speaker, the write-off is a tough but necessary step, reminding us to prioritize solid planning, ironclad contracts, and rigorous oversight. And those who are responsible for this mismanagement should be met with robust consequence, Speaker. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Munama. The next speaker on this item is Alderman S. Duploy. Yes, Councillor Ace. Point of information.
Thank you. The referral to National Treasury and the blacklisting that Councillor Munama is so proud of is happening on a company that does not exist on CIPC. I would not be so proud of that if I was her. Thank you.
Information noted. Councillor Duploy.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Allocate time, please.
The report before us refers to the upgrading of the Caledonian Stadium project. After the 2060 election, the new Tshwane government decided not to develop a theme park, but to instead upgrade the existing football stadium. The management of the Caledonian Stadium project turned out to become a serious loss not only to the Tshwane Metro municipality, but also to taxpayers. The project, according to the report, had spent a total of 60,368,000 rand. Honourable Speaker, municipal tax, if you calculate it at the average of 500 rand tax paid every month by each household, the 60 million wasted on the Caledonian comes down to the tax that would have been paid by 10,000 residents over a period of 1 year. Residents should take note of the fact that due to bad management by officials under the leadership of politicians, their hard-earned money is squandered on a large scale, and the Caledonian Stadium project is just one of several such projects. The report in front of us informs us, and the residents of Tshwane should take note of it, that the estimated value of the facility at this point in time is as follows. The original value before renovations commenced was 13,261 million. The current value, however, is 5,561 million. The Caledonian is dear to many residents of Tshwane. Due to bad execution of a project that was supposed to improve the value of the Caledonian, it instead, the value decreased by 6,699 million rand. Honourable Speaker, the youth of Arcadia and surrounding areas welcomed the decision of 2016 that there should be a new upgraded football stadium where the Caledonian used to be. Anyone knowing that area remember how young people enjoyed coming out of their small flats and enjoyed playing football on the stadium. It was, amongst others, the victims of Nyaupe that found a better way of recreation at the Caledonian. I can imagine how disappointed the young people were when they were witnessing the deterioration of the stadium and not the upgrades they were promised by politicians. In an honest assessment of the current condition of the complex, in the report on the table, it's reported that the soccer field is unrecognizable, so there's no football anymore. The grass has grown in the facility over years, and many more defects. So I would like to make a recommendation. All these defects after 60 million rand were spent. I just want to suggest one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duploy. Please allocate him 10 seconds to conclude. Msaki.
Thank you. My recommendation is that recommendation 5, oh, sorry, my recommendation, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
My recommendation is recommendation 5 be replaced with the following, that the identified company that have signed the service level agreements with the municipality be referred for inclusion in the National Treasury Register for defaulters. And this recommendation is proposed by myself, Alderman I.P. de Plooy, and seconded by Councillor Jackie Ace. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Those are the benefits of being an alderman and having decency to request. Thank you very much, Councillor Deploy. Recommend that all open assets under construction and related WBS amounting to 37,608,475,69 for the identified consultant fees and construction costs, the upgrading of Caledonian Stadium be written off, and additional recommendation that the identified company that have signed service level agreements with municipality be referred for inclusion in the National Treasury Register defaulters, that the report be referred to MPEC for further investigation and scrutiny. As amended. MMC, Maluleka.
Mr. Mike, yeah. Speaker, when you then deal with one report in council, it follows different streams of accountability, Councillor Deploy. Now that we are at the point of dealing with asset under construction, we should not feel as if this is a first-time report that we are interacting with as council. This report was before us for another reason. It was referred to MPEC. And the request that we are making, that companies that failed to execute their tasks must be blacklisted. That report came to council. That part has been taken care of. And it was initiated for another part in terms of poor performance. It has been attended. There's a number of companies, I think there are 8 of them, that were presented to this council. And in all of them, council requested that they should be blacklisted. And you understand how blacklisting works and how others fail to do it, but they've got the audacity to talk about it as if it's a new thing. Therefore, those 8 companies, including this company that was doing Caledonian, they are part of the referral for issues of restricting service. The council has already restricted service, but there was a further request to then blacklist them. Those are 2 separate things. If I just want to say, there's no need for the request for restriction of service or blacklisting, because it was done in the past. But I'm just explaining that it was covered. Therefore, if you are repeating it, there's nothing wrong about it. But that part was done before. There was a report that came to us.
Councillor Deploy.
The problem isn't that it's a repeat.
Speaking to the
it's
mic,
a matter
please.
of a new definition of which a company must be blacklisted. There's one named on number 5 in the report. We want it to be changed. This is our recommendation to the one with which the real MOU was completed with the department. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Leader of Executive Business, is your hand up?
Yeah. maybe you should provide that name so that we assist you. Because that's why I'm saying that when you deal with asset under construction, there was a report that came to council about the cancellation of those tenders. It is not only Caledonian, there's Refilwe. There are many other projects that were cancelled. And the reasons were poor performance. And we were asked by council, follow up on the following things. Restrict them from getting jobs from the city. And that part was done. But further, there was a further request to say, deal with them through blacklisting, which I think is a new phenomenon that people want, that when you then blacklist, and it's a very laborious process, by the way. You don't get into National Treasury with a TikTok video and say, I'm blacklisting. You must then produce reasons beyond performance. Why do you want to restrict this? Because you're not only restricting the company, you're also restricting directors of those companies. If they've got 8 companies, they will be restricted from National Treasury. Then I just want to understand, which company are you talking about, Councillor Duploy?
Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you raising on? Hold on, MMC.
Speaker, as a point of information, you cannot blacklist the directors of a company that doesn't exist. The company that has its name in the recommendation of this report does not exist on the CIPC. So I ask you with tears in my eyes, who are you going to blacklist? If the MMC can answer that, then maybe we will go his way. But he can't answer it because they are trying to protect whoever it is that are the directors of the real company.
MMC. This point of information. Yes.
There's interference from Councillor Ace on our discussion.
Proceed.
You then engage a company that.
Councillor Ace, you are not on the platform. We gave you an opportunity. You spoke. He is continuing from where he left off.
Then when I scream at her, it looks like I'm abusive.
Please don't scream. You are doing very well today.
Okay.
Don't scream.
Councillor Duploy, the company that was contracted to do the work, it is that company. Do you get my point? If somebody says they have done this top research and this company doesn't exist, it can't be our issue. That can't be our issue. If accounting officer goes into the contract management and the name of the company appointed, it is Duploy and Sons. We pursue Duploy and Sons, whether it is registered or whatever. Because you might have been running away from a particular thing. We would not know. We'll know at the point when we engage National Treasury that you've ran from your responsibility.
Councillor, Councillor Duploy, do you still maintain the proposal? Can I? MMC? Councillor Erasmus, Alderman-elect, yes? What are you raising on?
Speaker, the VF Plus please ask a 10-minute caucus just to discuss this matter.
10 minutes caucus granted, Chief Whip. Thank you very much. Councillor Ace, you requested the caucus. Thank you very much. The 10 minutes is lapsed. Councillor Maluleka. Hello? Councillor Erasmus, you requested a 10 minutes caucus. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. We had a discussion with MMC Maluleka as well, and he will give us the feedback on what we would decide on this report. Thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. Ben and I, we come a long way. We travel together to Kigali. Therefore, we shared the Heineken when we were in Kigali. That's why I extended an olive branch to talk to him about how we should resolve this thing. We should have killed each other with mosquitoes there. Speaker, we concede that the annexure captured is incorrect. Therefore, we are parking the report until that report is corrected, because this executive mayor insists that the group head must take responsibility and it should be corrected. Therefore, we are parking it, Speaker. We'll come to it later.
Thank you very much. The report is parked at level B1. Please indicate when you are ready to take it forward. We are moving ahead. Item 6, reference number 67880/1, Group Property Department, proposed transfer of ERF 4500 5458 11299 19179 19556 and 19693 Mamelodi to the Gauteng Provincial Government for education purpose. The report is on page 456 until 447. Recommendations are on page 465. The report is tabled. The first speaker on this report is Councillor V. Palwani from ANC. The 3
Thank
minutes
you,
is on.
Acting Speaker. I waive.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palwani. The next speaker is Councillor L. Lekhodi from EFF. Dr. Lekhodi.
Waive.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lekhodi. The next speaker is Councillor T. Mabunda from Action SA. Thank you very much, Councillor Mabunda. The next speaker is from FF Plus, Councillor M. Joubert.
I waive, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm not waiving. Please correct my time. Speaker, today we are not just facing an administrative decision, we are facing a decision of principle. The proposed transfer of the Mamelodi school sites to the Gauteng provincial government is essentially the righting of a historical wrong. These properties are already used exclusively for provincial education. Education is not a municipal function, it's a provincial competence. Let us be clear, what is not our function should not remain our financial burden. But Speaker, good intentions are not good governance. The Municipal Finance Management Act is not a book of suggestions.
It's a binding legislation. The city may not transfer assets without strict adherence to procedures, market valuations, and full transparency. Ratepayers' property is not a gift package that we can hand out to soothe political guilt. If this land is transferred at zero or nominal value without a proper market valuation, the city loses permanent capital. This is not theoretically, it's a financially irreversible fact. The Freedom Front therefore says, yes, right that was long overdue needs to be fixed, but no, not at the expense of the taxpayer. We demand a watertight reversion clause if the land ever ceases to be used for education. A binding intergovernmental agreement that clearly states maintenance and infrastructure responsibility, full disclosure of the financial implications, no dangerous precedent for future free transfers of municipal assets. Mr. Speaker, the Council must realise today's administrative correction could be tomorrow's asset loss. Strategic land is a scarce resource. When it's gone, it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor D. Williams Moses from PA. Mic check 1, 2. 3 minutes.
Check mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. So this proposal is this proposal is not merely an administrative transaction. It is a strategic investment in the future of our communities and fully aligned with the development vision of the city of Tshwane. The transfer of these properties for education speaks directly to the core pillars of our IDP. Firstly, under the pillar of social development and human capital investment, education remains one of the most powerful tools to break the cycle of poverty and inequality. By releasing well-located municipal land to the Gauteng provincial government for educational facilities, we are creating access to quality learning environments for children and youth of Mamelodi. Schools are not just buildings, they are foundations for opportunities, skills development, and long-term socio-economic upliftment. Secondly, this proposal advances spatial transformation and sustainable human settlements. Mamelodi is one of our historically disadvantaged townships, requires continued public investment in social infrastructure, integrating educational facilities within communities, reduces travel distances, improves safety for learners, and strengthens neighborhood cohesion. It ensures that development is inclusive and spatially just. Thirdly, the transfer contributes to the pillar of economic growth and job creation. Educational institutions generate employment opportunities from educators and administrative staff to construction workers during development phases. In the long term, improved education outcomes contribute to a more skilled workforce, which attracts investment and stimulates local economic activity. Fourthly, this initiative strengthens institutional efficiency and good governance. The transfer must be processed in full compliance with applicable legislation, including asset management policies and the MFMA Act. Transparent valuation, proper council approval, and clear conditions of transfer will ensure that municipal interests are protected while enabling the province to deliver essential service delivery delays. We must also recognize that cooperative governance is a constitutional principle. The city and the Gauteng provincial government must work collaboratively to fast-track the...
Thank you very much, Councillor D. Moses. That was the last speaker on the item as recommended. Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. Item 7, reference number 09042/1, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease of earth 4144, Esterres Extension 6 for mixed use social housing development. The report is on page 475 to 510. Recommendations are on page 489. The report is tabled. The first speaker on this report is Councillor L.I. Sikele from ANC, and it's his maiden speech. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sikele. The next councillor from DA is Councillor B. Lawrence. Councillor B. Lawrence. Yes, Councillor Feljun, what are you raising on? Councillor Lawrence.
Oh, I heard you saying that somebody's rising, Chair. Apologies. Can you restart my time, please? And also, Speaker, I do have a recommendation as well.
Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we believe in the effective partnerships with the private sector where government falls short, and a continued search for new innovative housing models, building technologies, funding structures, and community participation initiatives to keep improving the quality, affordability, and flexibility of housing options in South Africa. The DA considers government policy on human settlements to be an opportunity to make citizenship more inclusive. Our human settlements policy has a number of distinguishing characteristics. Among others, we believe that developments can be expedited in respect to the housing backlog if we enable a greater scope of involvement to the private sector for development of innovative housing delivery models as well as integrated housing development. Speaker, within the community of Esterres, the last housing scheme that was built by government was completed in the early to mid-80s, and at some point, even gaining access to land for those who desired to build for themselves came to an end. And the result, the expansions in the form of backyard dwellings popping up. Thus, most people of my generation who had the desire to live in Esterres would have to either rent or wait for the older generation to sell. Speaker, this report does claim to seek to address the above-mentioned issues, but as it stands, this cannot be guaranteed. So, Speaker, as the first citizen of Esterres, can I confidently say that if this lease is successful after the process, that indeed it would benefit Esterres residents instead of just creating another situation of densification, excluding the very people it speaks to? Will Esterres residents be indeed prioritized and not be cast aside for those who may use illegal land invasions as a weapon to gain from such initiative? Because government cannot be seen as encouraging this scourge of land invasion that has now increased exponentially since the COVID pandemic. As we are a participatory democracy, Speaker, we find comfort in the part where the community will have an opportunity to add their voice to this development and assist government in finalizing as they have the right to do. I would like to sponsor the following recommendations, Speaker, please. One, that the current recommendations be deleted and replaced by the following. That this proposed notarial lease of earth 4144, Esterres Extension 6, be taken for public participation in terms of Chapter 4 of the Municipal Systems Act. Proposed by myself, Councillor Benjamin Lawrence, and seconded by Councillor Sello Kumaku.
Can I first read the proposed amendment and then? Proposed recommendation that this proposed notary lease R414 Yesterdays Extension 6 be taken to public participation in terms of Chapter 4 of Municipal Systems Act. As amended, there is a no and a yes. Yes, I see the hands. Councillor MMC Murodi.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I think Councillor Lawrence's comments actually tells us the real intention behind the recommendation. It's not that he wants the community to have a voice, it's that he wants to keep people out. He wants other people to be kept away from Yesterdays because Yesterdays belongs to certain people. And what we are trying to do with this report is be inclusive. Have people live in dignity. Why are you trying to keep people out? Because this is what it's about. You want to perpetuate the legacy of apartheid. It's not necessary for us to have public participation on this. We want to build mixed-use housing. It is about that. Your speech is so telling, and every time this government tries to improve the lives of people, there's always a technicality that you want to hide from. This is not going to work. We must approve this report. That recommendation must be voted against. Thank you.
First citizen of Yesterdays, Ward 43, are you persuaded? Indulgence, MMC, Leader of Executive Business. What are you rising on?
On the recommendation, Speaker. I agree on the recommendation.
Just for confirmation.
Yeah,
you
on the
are-
recommendation.
You are now the acting deputy
Yeah, I'm
mayor.
acting Bonzo.
Thank you.
Brabi.
Proceed.
It's not a challenge poison. You are too old for that. Then, I don't think members of the DA caucus read through that report. Because we are working, Councillor Murodi transfers a land parcel to SRA for social housing. If there's a crisis, that Yesterdays and Mamelodi, they are landlocked. Then you must avail opportunities to people of Yesterdays. You must provide them with housing. If you enter Yesterdays, on your left, there's an informal settlement called Uvuki Land, or House for All. You have almost 1,000 checks. And every time you go to a public meeting there, they tell you, Yesterdays people are not taken seriously. And you know, the taste of the pudding, it's inside the eating. The formation of today's politics are so racially polarized that we are colored people, we are not included. Now we are availing land to develop social housing. Therefore, it means somebody who earns between 3,000 and 22,000 can get a home in this rental stock that we're building. It's from state to state, by the way. Because of SRA, it's an agent of Human Settlement Department. You don't need complexity of resolving the land. Because we are bringing this to government and say, build houses for these people. Where's complexity? There's no private developer there. There's no interest of any other thing except giving the state a mandate to provide social housing to the people of Yesterdays. Okay, let me take it further. There's municipal transfer regulations. The report covers two regulations. Then Councillor Benjamin wants us to look at section 14, regulation 14. Section 14 of MFMA, I'm sorry. But the two regulations of municipal transfer, asset transfer regulation, provide that we can do this exercise, we can embark on this exercise that we are doing. Look, as human settlement, we are happy that we are getting property to assist people of Yestress. And if we pass this report, we must go back to executive mayor, we must go back to Yestress people. Because we had in BISO meetings with them. That this is the land that we are going to develop housing for you. We are securing grant from SRA. And that is going to guarantee housing for people of Yestress. It is not about politics. It's about the betterment of the people of that community. Can we do it? Can we put our politics aside and deliver houses? And delay, you know, you want us to go into a 3 months public participation. It is not worth it. What is worth it is that there's bulk services in Yestress. We have land. Can we get in there and say, Shira, come on board, Gauteng, come on board, if we don't have money currently, build these houses and give them. Okay. That's what it says. Your inability to read can be our problem, all of us. We can't catch flu because of you've got limitation of comprehension of a simple report. No ways. Therefore, we don't agree with the recommendation of going, because if you go on public participation, you are saying, you are opening this thing to private sector, everybody, let's then do. This is the transfer of a land asset. SRA must come on board and we're doing it. And we are not going to support that recommendation, Councillor Benjamin. We are going to tell your people that it is you who was pushed by your party to reject this process to be completed swiftly. Thank you.
First citizen of vote of 43, are you persuaded?
I can't.
Councillor Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. It is very strange that the MMC says there's no comprehension from my
Are you
side.
persuaded?
I'm not persuaded because
Let's
he's
divide
not
the house.
persuaded.
Those who are for the amendment? Those against? Chief Whip, look to your left. Those who abstain? Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. Those who vote for the amendment are 67. Those against, it's 105. Abstain, 0. Therefore, the amendment is not carried. As we proceed, the next speaker on this item is Councillor N. Sianego from EFF, Chairperson, Road and Transport. Your 5 minutes starts now. 3 minutes. Thank you very much. You wave. The next speaker on this item is Councillor F. Monama from Action SA. Thank you very much. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. The next councillor is Councillor M. Joubert from FF Plus. You wave? Thank you. Next councillor on this report is Councillor D. Williams Moses, PFA. Mic check 1, 2. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Right. So thank you very, very much. I am so glad that all of our residents are tuned into the City of Tshwane YouTube channel so that they can see what the DA is all about, lifestyle. So this development is not simply about land, it is about dignity, inclusion and sustainable urban transformation. The proposed mixed-use social housing project in Eersterus Extension 6 represents an opportunity to address critical housing backlogs while stimulating local economic activity and strengthening community infrastructure. Firstly, this proposal aligns directly with the IDP pillars of the City of Tshwane. It advances spatial transformation by promoting integrated human settlements rather than fragmented developments. It supports economic growth through mixed-use components that create opportunities for small businesses and local enterprises. It enhances social development by providing safe, affordable housing for qualifying beneficiaries. And it strengthens environmental sustainability by enabling high-density, well-located development that reduces urban sprawl and transport burdens. Secondly, we must ensure that this process strictly complies with the provisions of the MFMA. The MFMA requires transparency, accountability, and sound financial governance in the disposal of or leasing of municipal assets. A properly structured neutral lease must reflect fair value, protect municipal interests, and ensure long-term financial sustainability. Time is of the essence. Delays in social housing projects do not only affect balance sheets, they affect families waiting for dignified accommodation. To prevent delays, the following must be ensured: proper interdepartmental coordination between human settlements, legal services, finance, and city planning. Alignment of the lease terms with social housing regulatory requirements. Compliance with supply chain and asset management provisions under the MFMA. Clear project timelines with measurable milestones and accountability mechanisms. Furthermore, stakeholders' engagement with Eersterus community is essential. Transparency builds trust. This project is an opportunity to demonstrate that the City of Tshwane can deliver development that is lawful, inclusive, and efficient. By aligning this lease with the IDP objectives and ensuring full MFMA compliance, we safeguard the municipality while accelerating delivery to our people. Let us move forward decisively, responsibly, and without unnecessary delay. The residents of Eersterus deserve progress in this.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this report is Councillor L. Mittelbeck. Wave, thank you very much, Councillor Mittelbeck. As recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. The next report, it's item 7, Group Property Department, proposed neutral lease of earth. Oh, we're on 8, sorry. Ref number 17523, Property Department request for issuing power of attorney for human settlement development purpose on Ekangala A and Ekangala A Extension 1 to Gauteng Provincial Government. The report is on page 511 to 548. The recommendations are on page 519. The report is tabled. The first speaker on this item is from ANC, Councillor R.S. Sithole. The time starts now. Councillor Sithole. Thank you, Councillor Sithole. You wave. The next speaker is Councillor M. Madeleine from DA.
Speaker, let me state up front that I support the objective of this item. Unlocking housing development in Ekangala is long overdue. Our residents deserve security of tenure, formalized settlement, and formalized settlement. On that principle, I stand in support. However, support for development does not mean abandoning oversight. Our responsibility is to enable delivery while protecting governance standards, municipal assets, and legal compliance. The report confirms that 2 townships were inaccurately established on the same land parcel, effectively overlapping. That is not a minor clerical issue. It is serious cadastral defect with potential legal consequences. Before granting a broad special power of attorney over the city-owned land, council must ask, has accountability for this error been determined? Has the legal risk assessment been conducted? Are we satisfied that the city carries no contingent liability? If this question remains unanswered, we risk future dispute that could delay delivery even further. Secondly, the proposed power of attorney is extremely wide in scope. It authorizes the province to lodge application, undertake survey and registration process, rezone and consolidate land, sign all required documents, and even redelegate authority to service providers. There is no defined time limit, no report obligation to council, no restriction obligation, no restriction on redelegation. That effectively creates an open-ended mandate over municipal property. The intergovernmental cooperation is essential, but it must be structured, time-bound, and accountable. Thirdly, Speaker, the report states that there is no financial implication that requires scrutiny. Cadastral corrections, infrastructure update, asset register adjustment, all carry cost implications. Where is the infrastructure capacity confirmation? Where is the asset impact assessment? We cannot authorize process that may create downstream financial exposure without proper verification. Speaker,
Thank you very much, Councillor. Time is up. The next speaker is Councillor P. Ma Mitepa from EFF.
waive.
Thank you very much. The next councillor on this report is Councillor J.A. Kutia from Action SA.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you. The next councillor on this report is Councillor M. Joubert, FF+. She's waiving. Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. The next report is report number 9, Group Property Department, proposed cessation of rights and amendment of the land availability agreement for lease of ERF 3135, 3057, 39/R, 39/1, 850/1, 850/R, 851/2, 851/1R, 851/1R, 851/4, 851/3, 40/1, 40/R, 41/R, 41/1, 42/4, 42/5, 42/6, 42/1, 42/R, 42/3, 482/1, 82/1, 82/R, 82/3, 83/1, 83/2, 81/3, 81/R, 84/R, Pretoria Township, known as Blood Mall. The report is on page 549 and the recommendations are on page 973. Oh no, the report ends at 973. The recommendations are on page 577. The report is tabled. The first speaker on this report is Councillor F.M. Tema from ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. You spoke on behalf of Councillor Tema. Thanks. The next speaker is Councillor O. Nuntunono. Nkonyan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Besizocela ukuthi Jackie Asayinikeza uShane lapha. uShane has never spoken in this council. He comes with all white lana ebophupondo. I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Waive. The next speaker is Councillor J. Matabate from Action SA. Thanks, Wanatata. The next speaker on this report is Councillor M. Joubert from FF+.
Speaker, today we are merely not just hold on for me. Today we are not merely considering a cession of rights. We are deciding the long-term strategic future of a prime municipal asset in the heart of our capital city. The proposed cession from Rebosa's property fund to Galgosec, together with the extension and amendment of the land availability agreement for Blood Street Mall in the Pretoria CBD, carries significant implications. Let us be honest. This is not a minor administrative adjustment. It's a plus minus 25-year commitment of a strategic land in one of our most critical urban regeneration nodes. The Freedom Front approaches this matter with balance, but also with caution. Yes, refurbishment and reinvestment in the CBD are desperately needed. Yes, urban decay must be confronted. Yes, economic activity in the inner city must be restored. But good intentions does not remove risk. Financially, the extension of the lease substantially limits the city's future leverage. A 25-year horizon means we are locking in today's assumptions about market conditions in a property environment that is volatile and unpredictable. If the rental determination formula is not protected by strong periodic market reviews, every 3 to 5 years at a minimum, this council may be tying the hands of future administration while market value rises beyond what this agreement captures. Speaker, prime municipal land is not a disposable commodity. It's a strategic tool. We must ensure an independent property valuation prior to final amendment, clear and enforcement escalation mechanisms, defined investment milestones with penalties for non-performance. Without this, refurbishments becomes a promise, not a guarantee. Legally strict compliance with Section 116 of the Municipal Finance Management Act is non-negotiable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was the last speaker on this report as recommended. No. Do we still have Councillor Armanik? Sorry. Councillor Manike? You waive. Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you very much. We are now going to report number 11. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. Proposed adjustment of the 2025-2026 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. The report is on page 152 to page 331, and the recommendations are on page 179. The report is tabled, and the first speaker on this report is Councillor J.J. Baloyi from ANC. Your 3 minutes start now.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. We present a proposed adjustment to the 25-26 service delivery and budget implementation plan for the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. As we continue to navigate the complexities of urban development, we are committed to ensuring our strategies align with the city's vision and priorities. The proposed adjustment aims to optimize our service delivery, enhance operation efficiency, and improve overall performance. The adjustment includes reallocation resources to high-impact projects, introducing new initiatives to drive digital transformation, and revising targets to better reflect community needs. These changes will enable us to better address community needs, drive economic growth, and foster high-performance culture within the department. Speaker, these changes will allow us to enhance our data analytics capabilities to inform decision-making, improve our stakeholder engagement and customer service, and drive innovation and digital transformation across departments. These initiatives will enable us to respond to emerging trends and challenges, improve service delivery times, and increase citizens' engagement satisfaction. We are confident that the approval of the proposed adjustment will enable us to deliver improved service and outcome for our community, including increased economic growth and an improved quality of life. We'll continue to engage with stakeholders, provide regular process updates, and ensure we are meeting community expectations. We believe the adjustment will strengthen our ability to deliver on our mandate and contribute to the city's overall growth and development. We are committed to transparency and accountability, prioritizing job creation and social inclusion, ensuring that our service benefits all members of the community. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and we believe this adjustment will help us to achieve our goals. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor K. Makhaling from GA. The 3 minutes starts now. Makhaling Kapre.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Go na le polelo e re batho ba dira ba bangwe go kgona robala. The word integrity means actions, words meets action. But what we see here, the removal of the KPIs in terms of the water losses, water treatment capacity, plant maintenance, response to time power outages, pothole repairs, it means this government is only committed to TikTok clowning. The TikTok government and the TikTok mayor should be ashamed of themselves for withdrawing this particular KPIs. The ANC-led administration.
Yes, Councillor Matebula, what are you rising on? Press your mic.
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. Rule 38, Speaker.
Subsection
1.
Proceed.
You must wait, Speaker. Speaker, acting Speaker. The current Speaker is referring to the day's administration as TikTokers. Earlier on, Speaker, we raised a point that
Councillor Matebula is on the platform. Please afford me an opportunity
Speaker,
to indulge him and hear his point of order. Councillor Makhaling, please maintain your decorum.
Speaker, you must not be afraid to execute your duties. You've got which one? This one is Rule 37, subsection 1. If someone you want them and they don't adhere to the rules, the rules which are prescribed in this book, Speaker, you can actually execute. But on the same line, Speaker, earlier on, we raised the point that before a report has been tabled here, there is a leader of the opposition who went to sit there and make noise and TikTok before reports were even tabled here on this council sitting today.
Thank you.
And now, Councillor Makhaling wants to call the administration of the day, which its tangible work is seen on the ground. The workers of this city are celebrating because of the work of the administration of the day. He is calling us TikTokers. He must withdraw that.
Councillor Matebula, please assist me. You started very well with your point of order. It was specific. I didn't want to interject because you are a leader of a party. But when you started going all over show, you are making life difficult for me to rule. I wanted to rule earlier on, but I could not stop you. Now, when you went further, you are now navigating into many spaces, and it makes me difficult to rule. No. I want to rule. Point taken, information noted. Thank you very much. The order is not sustained. Let's proceed. Councillor Makhaling, proceed. Chief Whip of Opposition. Please be aware that the order was not sustained. There is no point challenging it.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just rising on a point of concern for Councillor Matekula.
Point of concern.
He doesn't look
We don't
well.
have
I think we need to send him outside to the medics.
We
Man
don't
is
have it
not
in the
well.
rules. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor Makhali. Councillor Makhali.
First, thank you very much. As I was alluding, Honorable Speaker, that removal of these KPIs, it is telling that this government does not want accountability, because we are using this to measure what they are doing while they are in government. It is very clear that the mayor is comfortable to take TikTok videos and tell the lies to the people of the city of Tshwane than to account on the service delivery of the people. We are looking at this, you can tell, Honorable Speaker, that service delivery under this government has gotten worse, and the adjustment budget that is before us, it shows that they are preparing for failure. They are preparing for decline. They don't care about services to the people. What they only care about,
Councillor
we have
Makhali.
seen that.
Your indulgence. Councillor Frolich. There's 3 hands there. Which one are we taking? Councillor Frolich.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of information. One form of informing the residents, of being accountable to the residents, is by going on social media. That is exactly what she's doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proceed, Councillor Makhali. Councillor Makhali, please finish your speech. Please adjust his time to the appropriate one where he was.
This is the city that already.
Timekeeper,
What's going on?
please fix this time. Timekeeper. Timekeeper, Councillor Makhali was one or halfway through his speech. He was on 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Please allocate him that time. Proceed, Councillor Makhali.
Deputy Mayor, we are good to go. They have cut 750 million that should have gone into hiring essential posts in the electricity department. The electricity department is suffering with 42% vacancies. How are we going to deliver? This government has reflected that they care less about the people getting the electricity. They want to keep them in the dark, like they are keeping them in the dark with their performance. They want to keep them in the corners like they are doing now, shoveling these things in their pocket. Tell me, Speaker, fellow councillors, today we need to decide.
Point of order, Councillor Makhali. Or point of information. Councillor Maktawati, yes, what are you raising on?
Yeah, this is my point of information, Speaker. Okusalayo abasebenzi baseTshwane, they are very happy, bajabulile. Siyabulele.
Thank you very much. Point taken. Proceed, Councillor Makhali. Please press your mic, Councillor. Point of information.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think, Speaker, this is the only administration that is caring about the residents of Tshwane. We have secured. Makhaling, I'm on the podium. Can I be protected?
Please address me.
Speaker, what I was trying to raise is that this administration has purchased 100 cherry pickers in making sure that they are going to resolve the issue of street lights and electricity. This one cannot come here and tell us that this city is... Speaker, can I be protected from this one? Well, I'm not having our
O bolela ka eng?
of saying we want to keep the city dark.
Hey, mre, o badile report.
Hey, man, o ska tlo re na-
Hey, man.
a re go
Order,
electrify.
councillors.
Mare,
Order,
hey,
councillors.
nke le printer le fe motho ola report bana.
Thank you very much, Councillor
Jesus.
Mashangu. Councillor Makhalim, please proceed.
Speaker, we must ask first if the people have read the report. This is going to assist the efficiency and the decorum of this house. Because our bolela ka taba tsa ko mchineng or ko kae kae ka mara.
Yes, Councillor Mutumi. What are you raising on?
Speaker, I'm worried ka nako ya Makhaleng. Because you are extending Makhaleng's time. Makhaleng was 58 minutes, 58 seconds. Now he's 1 minute and 12 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Mutumi. Please allocate the correct time for Councillor Makhalim. Timekeeper. Proceed, Councillor
Honorable
Makhalim.
Speaker, even if bakan sabotage, le go ka itima metsi o tlo no e bona e nwele. E re ba botse taba tsa bona ba re ba botse tsebe go kwa. Le go ba ka tlo ba dutse kwa mafaratlhatlheng a technology ba bolela ba botsa batho maka. Rena re tlo dintsha pepeneneng. It is open here. My fellow councillors, you need to decide today that you are for service delivery or you are for TikTok. The TikTok mayor who champions matters on the TikTok in terms of cutting electricity, but he doesn't want to give electricity to the people. You can tell. Yes.
Let's take an order, Councillor Makhalim. MMC Bushiero, your hand is up. What are you raising on?
Yeah, on a point of information, I just wanted to warn Councillor Makhalens that that seat, that councillor brings seat has got bad luck. If he continues to behaving the way he's behaving, he's going to go home very soon. So, but however, let me just try to respond to what Makhalen is saying in terms of the
Order. Order. MMC. Thank you very much. You are on a point of information.
No, I'll come.
You are on a point of information. The information is heard loud and clear. Please just park it there and then let him proceed, finish. You will get an opportunity to close the report or come back at a later stage. Yes, Councillor Frodich, what are you raising on? Councillors, this side, please stop making those gestures each time when Councillor Frolich wants to take the podium. We are humbly requesting you to stop that. Councillor Frolich?
Thank you, Speaker. Just the same point of information that I gave about a minute ago, that social media is a platform in which we can stand before the residents and hold this government accountable or explain to the residents what we are doing. I'm concerned that the DA councillor has not worked out yet that this is a very effective platform for communicating to the residents what the city is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frolich. Let's proceed. Councillor Makhaling. Another point of information from Councillor G. Suluwa.
Speaker, I would just like to inform Councillor Flourish there that social media is not exclusive to Action SA. So the next time she brings up that point, she must also keep quiet about us making TikTok videos because it's not exclusive to them alone.
Thank you very much. Continue, Councillor Makhale.
No, thank you very much. The advice that I will give Councillor Florich is that they can stop interviewing Action SA members.
Timekeeper. 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 You are definitely not doing justice. Councillor Makhale was left with 7 seconds. Please allocate the correct time. Timekeeper, please do justice to this meeting. Allocate the correct time. Timekeeper. Timekeeper. Councillor Makhale is seated on Councillor Brink's chair. Please allocate 7 seconds to him to complete his speech. 7.
Thank you very much, Speaker. What I was saying was that
7 seconds. Timekeeper. Are you done, Councillor Makhale? Timekeeper, please allocate 7 seconds on the chair of Councillor Brink for Councillor Makhale to complete his speech.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Wait.
No.
Timekeeper. Okay. It seems your system, your gadgets are controlling you. Put it 30, I will stop it at 23. Put it at 30, I will stop it at 23. Proceed, Councillor Makhale.
We will not support this mediocre thing like the ones of Action SA.
Thank you. Your time is up. The next speaker on this report is Councillor G. Ratikwani, EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. We waive.
Thank you, Councillor Ratikwani. The next speaker on this report is Councillor. Order, Honorable Councillors. Order. The next speaker on this report is Councillor P. De Brain from Action SA. Councillor Sukhotleng, please switch off your mic.
Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of Tshwane, good day. Action SA supports this report because it represents what residents have demanded for years, which is stability, credibility, and honest governance within the city. Speaker, I can't speak. There's noise from the back.
Please do not drown the speaker. Let's maintain the decorum.
Thank you. We must be frank about where we come from. Under the DA-led administration, this city experienced repeated cycles of instability that directly affected service delivery. Labor disputes escalated into protest action and operational disruptions. Workers faced uncertainty over benefits and payments. Decisions around employee obligations were implemented in a staggered approach that created frustration, mistrust, and tension between the employer and its workforce. At the same time, governance systems did not keep pace with political promises. Budgets were adjusted reactively. Projects were announced without implementation readiness, and performance indicators were approved without the systems required to support credible reporting. The consequence was clear. The Auditor General of South Africa repeatedly raised concerns about unreliable performance information, contributing to qualifications on performance objectives over successive financial years. That is what happens when planning is disconnected from capacity.
My apologies, Councillor De Brain, your indulgence. Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you raising on?
A point of information, Speaker, just to remind Councillor De Bruin, she was an MMC when the Auditor General report came out that she's speaking about.
That was not necessary. Thanks, Councillor De Bruin. Please proceed.
As if I didn't know. Speaker, this report marks a deliberate break from that approach. Instead of maintaining indicators that cannot be verified, the city is correcting them. Instead of protecting political optics, we are protecting institutional credibility. That is how municipalities move from qualified towards unqualified findings and ultimately clean audit outcomes. Speaker, HNSA rejects the politics of crisis management. Residents cannot endure a municipality that latches from labor disputes to budget reversals to audit regressions. What we are doing here is structural reform, aligning plans with resources, ensuring performance indicators are credible, stabilizing labor relations, and addressing the root causes of audit findings. Speaker, supporting this report means confirming that Tshwane will no longer promise what it cannot measure and will no longer commit to what it cannot fund. It signals that this administration understands that clean audits are earned through daily governance decisions, including how we treat workers, how we structure budgets, and how honestly we report performance. HNSA therefore supports the approval of the adjusted SDBIP and reaffirms its commitment to restoring stability, credibility, and delivery in the city. A municipality that learns from the past instability is a municipality that can finally move forward. In closing, Speaker, the reality is simple. The deceptive alliance now shouts the loudest.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we're asking for your indulgence. The speech of Councillor Ratikwane is going to be read by Councillor Muloisane.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Muloisane. Is Councillor Sugotling? Your 3 minutes starts now. Press your mic. Allow it to turn red.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker, Chief Kekana, Chief Matlangu, their respective entourage, members of council, and esteemed guests. The economic freedom fighters stands today not for promises written in ink only, alone, but for plans that breathe, that walk, and that serve. For too long, Tshwane's people were given dreams on paper, beautiful words, hollow actions, targets that glimmered like stars but fell short of touching the earth. This adjustment breaks that illusion. It aligns the budget, the IDP, the SDBIP, and the pulse of the municipality. Finally, a city whose heartbeat matches its ambition. Speaker, the Auditor General spoke. We listened. Meaningless indicators are swept away. Honest targets rise in their place. Because real governance is not fiction. It is measured, felt, and seen. In the pipes that carry water, the sewers that flow, the roads repaired, the skills nurtured, the records digitalized, and the lives uplifted. Most all, the water pipelines returned, a symbol that renewal is urgent and that neglect will no longer be our legacy. Speaker, accountability now walks alongside authority. Senior managers' performance contracts are tethered to real delivery. No more paper trophies. No more applause for promises unkept. This city will be measured by service, by dignity restored, by citizens who feel their work, not just it on a page. The EFF supports this report because it is the first step from illusion to reality, from fiction to function, from empty targets to lives transformed. Speaker, Tshwane will rise, measured, honest, relentless, and the era of false performance ends today. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next councillor on this report is Alderman G. Tennyson from FF Plus. The 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the downward adjustment of at least 14 of these budget implementation plan indicators is not a correction. It's an admission of failure. The original budget was inflated unrealistically and now exposed as fundamentally flawed. The Auditor General has warned us, overpromising and under-delivering is the hallmark of weak governance. Lowering targets does not solve the problem. It confirms it. Financial red flags were everywhere. Cash-backed reserves reduced. Liquidity ratios weakened. Capital expenditure cut back. Service delivery is collapsing. Informal settlements face reduced waste removal. Housing and land acquisition has been cut. And even the filling of vacancies has been downgraded. These are the failures that strike at the heart of our communities. Collega's, die kritieke prestasie-areas wys dieselfde patroon. Invorderingskoers wat verlaag het. Netto surplus vir elektrisiteit, water, riool en vullis afwaarts aangepas. Dit bewys dat die stad sy finansiële krag oorskat het en nou die gemeenskap wat betaal. Om maatskappe af te skaal is nie leierskap nie. Dit is oorgawe. Die Auditeur-Generaal se verslag laat geen twyfel hieroor nie. Hierdie begroting is 'n mislukking. Hierdie bestuur is 'n mislukking. En elke afwaartse aanpassing is 'n bewys van verraad teenoor die inwoners en genoeg is genoeg.
Hoor. Baie dankie meneer. Die volgende spreker op hierdie rapport is Councillor L. Mittelberg from RCT. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you, Councillor Mittelberg. Thank you very much, councillors. We have reached the conclusion of the debate. The report as recommended with the additional recommendation 3 made earlier. Oh, MMC Bushielo. Councillor Fosi.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. I'll be very, very quick. Councillor Makhaleng insinuates to this council that we have removed the KPS because the executive mayor do not want accountability, which is not true. I think each and every citizen of this Tshwane knows very well that this current coalition government is always on the ground. We are engaging people, delivering services, fixing the messes that have left by the DA-led coalition in the past. We all know that they have not been caring about the workers, and we know that in the media, social media, we have been persecuted because our sin is to take care of the citizens of the city of Tshwane. So the other issue is that Councillor Makhaleng is bemoans the fact that there is vacancies in the business unit, energy business unit. But they forget that they were given 8 years to fill those vacancies. As currently we have been advertising many posts, we know that from within no time we are going to be able to fill those posts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC Bushielo. As recommended with the additional recommendation made earlier by the EM when she was submitting the reports. Thank you very much. The Report is carried. The next report is report number 12, reference number 55089/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for January 2026. The report is on page 332 to page 335. Recommendations are on page 335. The report is tabled. The first speaker on this report is from Action SA, Councillor O. Mwalusi. Your 3 minutes starts to begin now.
Honorable Speaker, I waive on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwalusi. The next speaker on this item is Councillor J. van der Spey of FF+. Your 3 minutes begin now. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on the surface, this report appears perfectly acceptable. It tells us that no deviations were approved during January 2026, legally neat and procedurally compliant. But that is precisely where the problem lies. This report is minimalist to the point of being hollow. It tells us that no deviations were approved, but it does not indicate whether any requests were submitted and subsequently rejected. It does not tell us whether any emergency procurement occurred. It gives us no trend analysis, no comparison with previous months, and no assurance that internal controls are functioning effectively. In a municipality where governance concerns are real and ongoing, silence creates an uneasiness. Secondly, the reference to Section 32 of the MFMA is significant. Section 32 deals specifically with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. If deviations are not properly managed, they quickly develop into UIFW. Yet this report does not indicate whether any risks were assessed, whether potential irregular expenditure was identified, or whether preventative controls are effective. It simply states no deviations. Thirdly, we see the oh-so-familiar and predictable phrase, cognizance taken, repeated throughout. Legal, finance, and the MMC all take cognizance. No critical commentary, no assurance statements, no performance evaluation. That is not oversight, Mr. Speaker. That is passive administration. Speaker, yes, the report is compliant, but compliance without critical engagement is not governance at all. In a city where things are clearly going south, we cannot afford business as usual. We must ask the hard questions, because if we do not interrogate the silence, we risk discovering the problems only when they become financial disasters. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker on the report as recommended. As recommended. Thank you. Item 13, reference number 17938, Group Financial Services, irregular expenditure for the second quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 336 to 343. Recommendations are on page 343. On this item, we've got the first speaker from ANC, is Councillor MPJ Rakabe. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. As I wave, it must be noted that this 319 million irregular expenditure was incurred under the misleadership of Jackie Ace. And it can only mean that she was sleeping on duty or she's a beneficiary of that irregular expenditure. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks for waiving. The next councillor is Councillor G. Fisher from GA.
Acting Speaker, this report seeks to the approval of irregular expenditure for the months of October and November 25 last year, totaling approximately 319 million from two departments, roads, transport and Tshwane Metro Police. I wish to draw the attention of this council that the awarded contract for security services to various service providers with a total value of 170 million. Now, this item was never declared as a deviation, which is unacceptable. And if it was not for the continuous warnings of the DA, this government would never have had declared this item and other as a deviation. Now, this is an example of a contravention of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and it must stop. Further, the DA has pointed out, among other, how money is being used for water tankers and security services, watchmen. Now, money that could have been used for services delivery, specifically electricity and water. Let's make it clear, this administration puts self-interest above basic service delivery. By way of example, increases in water leaks, power outages, restoration periods increased to 500%. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the residents of Tshwane should be informed that this administration acts in the best interest of tenderpreneurs, not the residents. Now, 170 million rand could have been allocated towards service delivery, which means that this administration does not put the residents first. Frankly, does not care. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fisher. The next speaker on this item is Councillor L. Matabani from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. We are waiving.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are waiving. The next speaker on this report is Councillor T. Sebutani from Action SA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I truly would have loved to use my deep oratory skills to remind the residents of Tshwane of the ineptitude of the former MMC of Finance, Mrs. Jackie Ace, which has brought us to this mess. But alas, we are turning the corner and we are rectifying her problems. And for that reason, I'm just waving because we know what she has done in this city.
Thank you, Councillor. The next councillor on this report is Councillor M. Surgeon.
I know it's gone over your head. It's fine. We forgive you.
Thank you, Councillor Surgeon. You wave. That was the last speaker on this report as recommended. Thank you. Oh, MMC Gutier. Who goes first? MMC Gutier, MMC Mokhale? She goes first. Thank you very much for being a gentleman. MMC Mokhale.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As we close on this report, I think it's important for us to note that part of the irregular expenditure that was incurred on this financial year, especially where roads and transport is concerned, it's due to the fact that there were terminated projects in the townships that we had to resuscitate. So part of the irregular expenditure comes from the deviations that we had to do in order for us to bring back those, in order for us to be able to implement those roads projects. So the Democratic Alliance are the last people to actually frown upon this report, because we got this irregular expenditure as a result of their maladministration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MMC Kudzie.
Dankie Speaker. Vandag moet ek miskien 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat, dat almal kan verstaan. I just want to mention something. Due to National Treasury, they put...
Can we please be in order, councillors? Councillor Jenison, we know very well you are a former MMC. Please give me a chance to speak. Proceed, councillor.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Well, I just want to mention that this government take responsibility. Due to National Treasury, we put a system in place which we call probity. If this probity was put in place years ago, we would not have had the mess of Rooiwal, we would not have had the mess of all the UIFWs, and therefore I want to say that we put this in place so that we can protect the assets of the city through this deviation. This tender was in place, but due to the ticking boxes that we actually exposed one or two issues, in future this will not happen, because all the tenders that is above 10 million will be scrutinized under this system, and it's actually a very safe system to be put in place. So I want the other parties to take note of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC Kudzie. As recommended. Thank you. Item 14, reference 55239/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, proposed implementation of the settlement of the 3.5% salary increase dispute. The report is on page 344 to page 456. Recommendations are on page 348. On this report, we have the following as speakers from ANC: Councillor P. Malope. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A much long-awaited positive milestone has been reached on unresolved 3.5% salary dispute dating back from 2021. Restoring dignity of workers and service delivery, stability of city as a result of collective bargaining that is fair and sustainable with labor unions, SAMU and IMATU. Resolution reach honors the rights of workers, demonstrate constructive and reasonable leadership for the city, which has brought an end to a long-running dispute, years of unsustainability, frustration, and challenging negotiations. Honorable Acting Speaker, although the agreement comes at the time when the city is facing financial constraints, from 1st of July 2026, back pay will be calculated on the basic salaries of employees, reducing the original amount by 466 million over the 3 years, making sure the city balances its commitment to our employees and creditors such as ESCOM with the urgent need to maintain financial sustainability and ensure service continue to flow to our residents. More so, Acting Speaker, the back pays will be scheduled and commence with the lowest tax level and end with the highest tax level to the total number of 21,000 employees within the city. Honorable Speaker, immense gratitude must be commended to the leadership of SAMU, IMA and IMATU for the constructive, patient and collaborative approach to these lengthy negotiations that have restored peace in the city.
1 minute.
In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the ANC agrees with the approval of the settlement that salaries will be increased by 3.5% and total back pay based on basic salaries of employees from 1st of July 2021. Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Malupi. The next speaker on this report, it's Councillor J. Ace from DA.
Thank you, Speaker. The administration makes it seem as if they are doing a favor by negotiating a cheaper payout. The reality is that they had the option not to pay these backdated increases, and that this current agreement in front of us do not have a clause that states that this is a full and final settlement, which means that all historical salary disputes is still open. And the 2023 salary dispute that was taken to the Labour Court is still a contingent liability. This will put further stress onto the finances of this city. When the DA and our coalition partners initially took this decision in...
Okay, Councillor Jackie Ace, your indulgence. Yes, Councillor Frolish.
Oh,
Councillor Ace, you are on 2 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of information, and by the way, I love the attention that the DA is giving me. They're really scared of what I'm going to say. Is that
Hold
in
on,
September...
Councillor Frolish. It's been a long day. Please help us. We want to move ahead with the meeting. Howling does not assist us. Please, let's maintain the decorum. Councillor Freud?
In September 2021, that's 2 months before local government elections, before we were even in government, the DA-led government made an agreement with the workers to pay the 3.5% increase. There is no option of not paying it. If you have committed to pay it, you must pay it. It's a question of when. So by delaying matters, you're going to increase interest. You're never going to resolve the issue. You're also going to frustrate your workers. So really, I cannot believe we're still having
What
this
is she giving a
conversation.
speech
Thank
on,
you,
Speaker?
Thank you. That was informative. Councillor Ace, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When the decision was initially taken not to pay salary increases, it was done so to, number one, ensure that the city remains financially sustainable. It was done, number two, to ensure that the city can deliver services. And number three, it was done to ensure that the city
Your
can
indulgence,
continue
Councillor
to pay
Ace.
salaries.
Yes, Councillor Mohali, what are you raising on? MMC?
Thanks, Speaker. Can we be spared the unnecessary lecture from a failed MMC of finance? I think people must know that they cannot lead from the grave. We are the administration now. The finances of the city are healthy. And lastly, Speaker, whether contingencies, whatever option she thinks we should have opted for, we chose not to because we are leadership ourselves. She must not lead us from the grave. If she's got recommendations, let her submit those silly recommendations. We reject them, but she must not want to lead from the grave. We are the leadership now, and we have taken a decision. We are paying the workers, and that's it. Thank you.
For record purpose, that was a point of order. The order is sustained. Thank you very much. Councillor Ace, proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This decision has put the city into a 4.3 billion rand deficit. and it is completely depleting the city's cash reserves. Cash reserves that was only on 4 days to start off with will now be on 0. What will happen is the city will continue to pay ESCOM, the city will continue to settle its bullet loans, and this city will do its very, very best to continue to pay salaries. However, the SMMEs that are the ones that keeps the economy of the city going will be the ones that will sit and have to wait and wait and wait for their invoices to be paid. Currently, there is more than 2.5 billion rand worth of invoices outstanding towards SMMEs, which is not being paid. I do not understand how this government can say that they are the government of the people if they are taking decisions that are damaging our SMMEs, the backbone of our economy, that is damaging services to the city where people are trying to make a living and have a livelihood, and where they are putting the city into a position where it will have 0 days of cash reserves, as that in itself will harm employees because it cannot fill positions, it cannot pay overtime, and it cannot buy the needed material to do what needs to be done and help the employees they so claim that they care about. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leader of Executive Business.
Yeah, point of information. I come in the name of peace. Speaker, I just want to understand in the DA, are they only able to count until 4 billion? Every scandal is 4 billion. No, you said 4 billion. I recorded you here. You have inability to count, to comprehend. You are taking us down, Jiggy. Just look for some smaller municipality where you can do these errors. Earlier today, you said we've got only a day in our reserves. Now we're at 0. My daughter. You know, I recorded you on this one. I want to play it for you. No, I've recorded you here. I don't want you to say it was edited somewhere. Jiggy, you are liars. Dear people, when you left government, you said we've got 4 billion deficit. You are coming back with another 4 billion. What is happening with the 4 billion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years struggle for you at primary school to proceed.
Thank you, MMC.
Hey, you're embarrassing, you.
Councillor Makhale, what are you raising on? Yes, Councillor Makhale.
No, we're saying that it's not a point of order. It was a speech. So I'm asking you, are you sustaining it?
Councillor Makhale, he rose on a point of information. You indicated also that you want to rise on point of information. That's why I allowed him to finish, so that I can offer you an opportunity to give us your point of information. Now, you are on point of information. Then you want to change it and call order. That's out of order, and the order is sustained. Let's continue. MMC Ramabodu, you are the next speaker from EFF. You are speaking on his behalf. Yes, Councillor Mashabela, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. The implementation of the 3.5 salary increase is a historic victory for workers and a clear confirmation that the EFF-led coalition government is in the interest of the working class. It was us who marched alongside the workers, Speaker. Many of them were victims of a broken system and were sent home for nothing more than fighting for their rights. We stood with them then and we stand with them now. The EFF Tshwane Caucus welcomes the decision by the CT of Tshwane to implement the long outstanding 3.5 salary increase arising from 2021 wage agreement. This moment marks more than a conclusion of a legal process. It marks a victory for the workers-centered leadership over arrogance, delay, and anti-labor governance. The EFF told you that this year is a year of victory or death. Let it be said clearly, this is the victory for the workers. When the Labour Court ruling confirmed the city's binding obligation to implement the 3.5 increase from 1 July 2021, the EFF took a principled and a position to support the workers. It was the DA Speaker who stood and said that the workers of this city does not deserve dignity. We insisted that the matter be resolved with urgency, dignity, and respect for a collective bargaining process. We did so because the EFF does not treat workers' salaries as a political inconvenience. We treat them as a matter of justice. For years, the municipal workers in Tshwane were subjected to a wide, unnecessary anxiety and delay. Agreements that had already been signed were not honored. Legal processes were dragged out. Instead of leadership, workers were met with arrogance. Instead of partnership, they were met with procedural tactics. The DA-led administration failed the workers of Tshwane. But Speaker, we are not shocked that the DA failed the workers of this seat because they do not pronounce on anything that does not speak to Waterkloof and Pretoria East. Rather than confronting financial realities with honesty and engaging labor in good faith, they attempted to escape through the obligation through technicalities. They deepened the mistrust, they prolonged instability, they allowed the matter to prolong while workers waited for what was lawfully theirs. The EFF-led coalition chose a different path. We understood that the ruling created a legal obligation that could not be wished away.
Your indulgence, MMC. Just pause. Councillor Jensen, what do you want to inform us on?
Thank you, Speaker. Just on a point of information, the MMC there is confused. This was not a ruling by the Labour Court. It was a ruling by the Bargaining Council. There's a huge difference between the two. Just for the record, thank you.
Point taken. MMC, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. This settlement does not represent generosity from government. It represents a fulfillment of a legal and moral duty. Workers are not liabilities on a balance sheet. They are the backbone of service delivery. They maintain infrastructure, they serve in clinics, they keep electricity networks functional, they ensure that communities receive essential services. Without these workers, there is no city. The phased implementation that prioritizes lower income tax level reflects the ideological position of this city, that we put the most marginalized communities at the forefront. The decision to avoid this was reckless, with a reckless appeals that was a weakness for this city.
The next speaker of this report is Councillor T. Malusi from Action SA.
Speaker, today we are not debating a salary adjustment. We are confronting the mess left behind by DA and Silver Spring. Speaker, we're talking about a 1.5 billion liability, a labor instability, a financial risk, and institutional damage. That is the DA legacy in Tshwane. They broke this city and Action SA is now rebuilding it. Let us state the truth that the DA once buried. In 2021, Speaker, a binding wage agreement was signed under SALCA with SAMU and IMATU. It was lawful, it was predictable, it was budgetable. But the DA leadership refused to plan for it. They gambled with workers' salaries. Mr. Speaker, they gambled with the city's finances. They gambled with the public stability. They sought exemption, they lost. They litigated, they still lost again. And when the South African Government Bargaining Council ordered implementation of the 3.5 increase backdated to 2021, Tshwane was dumped with 1.5 bill. That is not governance, Mr. Speaker. That is recklessness with public money. Now the same DA want to lecture this councillor about prudence. Mr. Speaker, prudence would have been budgeting in 2021. Prudence would have been respecting agreements. Prudence would have been protecting Tshwane from billion rand exposure. Instead, they drove this city towards fiscal danger. While we must still pay ESCOM, rescue infrastructure, and reach a funded budget by July 2026. They gambled with 21,000 workers' livelihoods, and now they want to escape responsibility. Action SA will not allow that. We support this
More
settlement.
indulgence, Councillor Malusi. Yes, Councillor Makhalim, what are you raising on? Councillor Malusi, you are on 1 minute 30 seconds, right? Good, Councillor Malusi.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Malusi.
Mr. Speaker, we support.
Councillor Malusi.
Mr. Speaker.
Without taking your time, you are still on 1 hour 30 seconds. Yes. Are you prepared to take a question?
No, I don't have time for nonsense, Speaker.
Thank you. Proceed.
Speaker, we support this settlement for one good reason. We stabilize Tshwane after DA failure because this agreement starts 3.5% increase on 1 March and cuts liability by 470 million. Phases payments over 36 months, protect lowest paid workers first. This is not compromise. This is repairing DA damage. Colleagues, Tshwane has paid the price of DA misgovernance. Ideology over planning, litigation over leadership, politics over financial responsibility. That era must end. No reckless exemptions, no gambling with public funds, no ignoring binding agreements, no leadership that creates
Councillor
crisis.
Malusi, you are on 50 seconds. Hold on. Yes, Councillor, what are you rising on?
Point of information, Speaker. Speaker, AA is concerned solely with the recovery and the continued sobriety of individual alcoholics who seek out help. AA is freely available to all who seek it, regardless of...
Councillor Wilkinson, please indulge me. What is the relevance of that? What is the relevance?
Espousing the virtues of
Honorable
DA
Councillor,
lectures.
wait, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks.
Honorable Councillors, noted Councillor Khafani, I want to hear him. I've requested him to explain the relevance of the issue that he is informing us on, so that we are able to can appropriately address it. Councillor Wilkinson?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, it concerns me that the current speaker on the podium is concerned about the lectures from the DA. But you know, the DA is in a caring political organization who, regardless of class, ethnicity, religion, race, sexuality, or gender, can provide...
That is not relevant, Councillor Wilkinson. Yes, Councillor Khafani, what are you rising on? Councillor Khafani?
A point of order, Speaker. AA is an guy. Baba, you touch one, you touch all, Lana.
What are you rising on?
Speaker, AA is an guy. AA is an guy.
What are you rising on?
On a point of order, he's too old for that behavior. As young as we are. AA is an guy. AA is an guy.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moloisi, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, but we are not shocked. This is not accident. We have seen this during apartheid when our parents were denied dignity. The very same Silas Brink is doing the same thing.
Order, honorable councillors. Order. Order, honorable councillors. Proceed, Councillor Malusi.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please don't drown the speaker on the podium. Councillor Malusi.
Mr. Speaker, Silas Spring must in line, that is the lawyer.
Please,
There's no
Minister.
lawyer that can stand against the rights of the workers. Silas Spring is a scam, Silas Spring is a fraud, Silas Spring is a fly-by-night lawyer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed. The next speaker on this report is Councillor G. Tennyson from FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to start by saying you owe me an apology and you must withdraw falsely accusing me of interrupting MMC Kutsia. I did not say a word, so you owe me an apology. That being said, Honourable Speaker, the decision to implement and backdate the 2021 3.5% salary increase cannot be viewed in isolation. The Auditor General's latest report paints a dire picture of Tshwane's finances. A cash coverage ratio of less than 3 days. A funding plan short by millions. Revenue under collection of billions, 2.2 billion. Expenditure shortfalls exceeding 3.9 billion. These are not abstract numbers. They are a warning, signals of a municipality that's on the verge of collapsing. To proceed with this settlement under such conditions is reckless. It deepens our financial crisis and undermines sustainability of this city. What is most troubling is the matter was not tested in a court of law. By avoiding judicial scrutiny, as the case of the 5.4 increase in 2023 financial year, therefore accountability is sacrificed. Let us be honest, it is not a decision in the interest of the residents. It's electioneering, a short-term political gesture dressed up as governance. Our duty is not to chase votes, but to safeguard the financial stability of Tshwane and to ensure services. Hierdie item verdien om verwerp te word. Ons moet verantwoordelik optree, die waarskuwings van die ouditeur-generaal ter harte neem. Die belange van 21,000 amptenare word hiermee bo die belang van 4,1 miljoen inwoners van hierdie stad gestel. Dis verraad teen die inwoners van Tshwane. Dankie.
Thank you, meneer. The next councillor is Councillor D. Williams from PA. Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for correcting my surname. I pay to be Williams Moses. If you didn't know, now you know. So this matter is not just about percentages. It's about people. It's about the men and women who wake up every morning to keep this city functioning. The frontline workers, the administrative staff, the technicians, the cleaners, the drivers, the law enforcement officers. They are not numbers on a spreadsheet. They are families, breadwinners, and community members who depend on fair and lawful processes. We must acknowledge the full cycle and history of this dispute. It did not arise overnight. It emerged from a period of financial strain, institutional instability, and difficult negotiations between labor and the employer. There were differing interpretations, legal processes, and ultimately a ruling that now provides clarity and direction. The current ruling compels us to act within the framework of the law. As a municipality, we are bound by collective agreements, by labor legislation, and by principles of cooperative governance. We cannot selectively implement outcomes. We must respect the processes that were followed and the determinations that were made at a time. At the same time, we must be responsible custodians of public finances. The implementation of the 3.5 salary increase must be aligned with a full budget cycle. Planned, adjusted, where necessary, and incorporated into our medium-term financial framework to ensure sustainability. This is not only a labor matter, it it is also a governance matter. A people-centered approach requires balance. It requires us to recognize the financial pressures faced by the employees. Rising living costs, transport, food, school fees. It also requires us to protect service delivery for residents who rely on the city for water, electricity, waste removal, and public safety. We cannot build a capable city on unstable labor relations. This is an opportunity to reset relationships, to demonstrate ethical leadership, and to show that the city of Tshwane honors its commitments. Let us choose stability. Let us choose fairness. Let us choose a path that recognizes both our workforce and our fiscal responsibilities. Because at the heart of this matter are people, and a people-centered city must also act with integrity, compassion, and accountability. And if you didn't know, now you know, DA.
Very much. The next councillor to speak on this item is Councillor R. Manike.
Thank you, Speaker. We gather today to deliberate on the proposed implementation of the settlement of the 3.5% salary increase in dispute. This matter is not only a financial obligation, but also a governance lesson that has unfolded since 2021. It reflects the intersection of labor rights, fiscal planning, and political accountability, and demands that we confront the consequences of the past decisions with honesty and clarity. The origin of this dispute lie in the refusal of the DA-led coalition to honor the collective bargaining agreement concluded between SALGA, SAMU, and IMADU. By seeking exemption from the agreement, the city attempted to deny workers their rightful salary adjustment. This stubbornness has now created a burden that could have been avoided as the arbitration and court processes reaffirmed workers' rights and ordered implementation backdated to July 2021. Speaker, the impact of this failure is profound. Financially, the city faces immediate obligations that risk destabilizing service delivery. Labor relations have been strained as workers were forced to wait years for what was rightfully theirs. Governance credibility has been damaged as the city is seen to resist compliance with binding agreements and court rulings. This case exemplifies the broader dilemma municipalities face, balancing labor stability, legal compliance, and financial sustainability while safeguarding the service delivery. At the same time, it is significant to commend the current coalition led by the ANC and its partners, including the AIC. Unlike the previous administration, this leadership has shown willingness to engage constructively with trade unions, to propose staggered back pay arrangement, and to seek principled compromises that protect both workers and the financial sustainability of the city. Their approach demonstrates that dialogue and cooperation can prevail, and that governance must be rooted in respect for collective agreements and fiscal responsibility. Honorable Speaker, let us also commend the resilience of workers and unions who have stood firm on their rights and acknowledge that this burden was self-inflicted through political stubbornness and failure to plan. Moving forward, we must ensure that workers are never again treated as an afterthought in our budgeting processes. Collective agreements must be respected, fiscal discipline must be aligned and with labor justice, and cooperative governance must be strengthened.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As we proceed, MMC Maluleka and your colleagues, please don't forget that we still have item 5 packed. All right, the next speaker on this item is on this item. She wants to close the debate. Noted. The next speaker is Councillor L. Mittelberg from RCT. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The litigation in this unfortunate matter is, for better or worse, now over. We should never have been here to start with, but this is where we are. It serves little purpose at this juncture to debate about what ifs and but fors, or to raise any wishful if onlys. The fact is that this whole matter rankles to high heaven, and the former government has won few friends with the futility of it all. It was never a sustainable idea to think that the city's financial salvation could be achieved by rifling for pennies through the pockets and purses of our staff. The city's problems are far too big for that limited source to make a meaningful difference. Today we are faced with a final court judgment that stands, and in terms thereof the city has to pay about 1.5 billion rand within 19 days, or we can approve the settlement and have to pay only 1 billion on a staggered schedule with far more flexibility than the 19 days of the order. I don't see a problem with the settlement on that basis. It is a good settlement, and it is remarkable that it could have been achieved after a final court judgment that gave the staff much more power and much better terms. The 500 million that we save amounts to an average contribution by each staff member of 25,000 rand to the coffers of the city. We should be grateful to every staff member for that magnanimity. Kudos to everyone involved in reaching the settlement. I support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mittelberg. The next speaker on this report is Councillor S. Mabuta from Good, MMC.
Speaker, pay back the money is a slogan famously uttered across the country by the EFF and other political parties. We want this slogan to also apply here in Tshwane. As this administration, we intended to pay back the money that the DA failed to pay. We are paying off a 7 billion rand debt to Eskom. We are also paying 1.5 billion rand debt to Rand Water. Speaker, we came up with a plan to settle the outstanding amount. That is due to thousands of workers which were supposed to be awarded that 3.5% salary increase way back in 2021. The salary increase will have helped thousands of households in Tshwane to deal with rising food prices, school fees, petrol increases, and so forth. On behalf of this current caring administration, we want to apologize to those families who were denied the salary increase. What the DA did to workers is wrong, cruel, and treason. The plan is being tabled today, prioritize payments to the lowest paid workers, those whom are mostly in need, and will be prioritized to receive that salary adjustment, followed by the remaining workers, which will be paid later. I would like to thank the thousands of workers and their union representatives for working with the city to develop a payment plan which allow us to maintain our fully funded budget. Like Patricia Dileni from Good Party, my party leader, who worked in the trade union, was fighting for the rights of South Africa's workers. Today, I'm very proud to play my part in protecting the rights and income of Tshwane's workers. Supporting this plan means acknowledging the legitimate rights of all employees, technicians who fix water, electricity, potholes, keeping our neighborhoods clean, TMPD officers who put their life at risk on a daily basis to save us, admin staff who support us. Thanks to the workers for continued support of this administration. As Tshwane is rising, let's rise together. But workers, remember that the DA refused to pay you what is due to you. Who supports the salary increase? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. The next speaker on this report requested to close the report, MMC Morodi. Sergeant, what are you rising on? Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear the information.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the residents, the hard-working, tax-paying residents of the city of Tshwane for forking out their hard-earned money month after month to this city so that we can squander it away on things like salary increases for
Is that
ourselves
a
and for the
point of
employees.
information?
Can somebody please thank them for continuing to do what...
Councillor Sergeant, you said you wanted to inform us. Now you are debating. MMC Mrodi?
Thank you, Speaker. So maybe let me take this opportunity to remind Council what this is about. This is about people's lives. Without our workers, there is no service delivery. Without employees, we cannot cut grass. There's nothing. Local government cannot exist without workers. And we want to say that the employees of Tshwane have been through a lot, subjected by a very racist government, because the comments that Mark made are very telling, very racist, because when we are paying, majority of the employees in the city of Tshwane happen to be black, and the 21,000 employees, you are saying to us that that is squandering money. When people work, remember, these employees have not had, they've showed up. The reality is that they have been consistently showing up to work without fail. They have not had an increase as much as the inflation, bread prices went up, but their salaries did not go up. So we must first thank the families for these, of the employees that work in the city of Tshwane, because they've allowed their moms and dads to come to work, to keep on working for the wages that they received. And when their groceries decreased, they kept on allowing their parents to show up at work and deliver for the city of Tshwane. They kept on cutting the grass, fixing street lights, and doing the things that you see as menial. Secondly, Speaker, I want to thank the unions. The unions exercised leadership. Samu and Imatu came to the negotiating table with a clear mind of making sure that we don't compromise service delivery. They understood. They could have held back or dug their feet in the sand and said that we want this 1.5 billion in the 6 months. They could have done that, but they didn't. They were adults. They said that let us negotiate. We are willing to stretch out the payment terms because they are realistic. They are alive to the conditions of Tshwane. They know what is happening in Tshwane, and they are with this government. Thirdly, Speaker, I want to thank the residents of Tshwane, and I want to dispel the myth and reassure residents that this money that we are paying our workers, it's not going to take away from service delivery. We are going to continue with the grass cutting. We are going to continue with the street lights. We are going to continue with the potholes. We are going to strengthen our infrastructure. We are going to make sure that you've got running water, because you have a government that has got capacity. When you look at our government, we have a government that is diverse, that with highly qualified individuals. Most of the, many or majority of the MMC members, if not all NACO members, have post-matric qualifications. So we are applying logic in this. We will not jeopardize the municipality because we want votes. We are doing this because we know it's the right thing to do. It is what was supposed to have been a long time ago. It was supposed to have been done a long time ago. But because of a selfish, racist government, you neglected to do that. When you must pay people, you see it as wasteful expenditure. What is wasteful expenditure is that when you take resources from one community and decide that you are only going to service one portion of the community, that is wasteful. Thirdly, Speaker, I want to reassure employees again that this government, apart from paying you what is due to you, that 3.5%, we are also working to ensure that your working conditions are improved. We are making sure that you are going to work in safe environments. We have resuscitated the PPE committee to make sure that you've got tools of trade, you've got uniform that you can work with, you've got equipment that can assist you. That is why you have seen us buying cherry pickers. We have got fleet. We have made sure that they work without resources. For a very long time, workers have had to make do. We've got workers who had to buy things so that service delivery can continue. You can howl all you want. What I will tell you is that this is deserved, and this is deserved. This is what democracy tells us. This is responsible government. And I can tell you for a fact, municipalities are asking us to come and benchmark. Next week, myself and MMC Kodzia are going to Jeffreys Bay because they want to know how do you build
internal capacity. So we are the benchmark now. This is responsible government. And lastly, Speaker, what I want to tell you is that workers somewhere in Matu have committed to be on the ground with us when we do Riadima, so that they know that they must be part of us collecting money. We have brought them to the table, whereas the DA government chose to push labor away. We have brought them to the table because we know that we cannot exist without workers. We have taken hands with workers, and we are going to build the best city in this country, a real capital city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Order, please. Order, councillors. Thank you very much, MMC Morodi. Honorable Executive Mayor, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I've been listening attentively today, Speaker. I've been beating my tongue. There was a comment that was made earlier by Alderman Tennyson when Councillor Modiba was talking and he called him a 30%er. And I bit my tongue because you said we must be disciplined in this house. Councillor MMC Maluleka raised an issue when he was closing the report on informal settlement, Speaker, that it seems as if we don't live in the same world with the opposition in this house. For people, Speaker, that could not even contain a strike for 3 months to come and want to teach us how to lead this city, that is just shameful, Speaker. This leadership, for 3 months, Speaker, there was... It's not nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's not. Just give me time.
Hold on, Councillors, this side, please help us to help you. Maintain the decorum. Listen to other speakers. You will be better educated, and they will also listen to you in return. Proceed, EM. Let's continue, EM.
Should I proceed, Speaker?
Please proceed.
Can I start from scratch?
Proceed, EM.
I believe, Speaker, that the council rules and orders allow me such privilege. I will use it today, Speaker. Speaker, Alderman Tennyson called Councillor Modiba a 30%er. Speaker, I am saying this as someone who went to a mud school, part of Bantu education. I've got a PhD. No one from that side can call a person who looks like me a 30%er, while they benefited from a system that was a crime against humanity. Please, we deserve more than that, Speaker, not from that man. Can he please withdraw that? We come from a very painful past, Speaker. There are people who cannot insult us in this house. No, Speaker. We represent people who look like us, who get failed by the public education system because we have not equalized from the past. So, Speaker, I ask you, and I ask you as a black woman in this country, where I say to you, Speaker, if we allow Alderman Tennyson and people who look like him to continue to insult us.
Just for indulgence, Councillor Makafula. Councillor Makafula. Please restrain yourself, Mugoni. You keep on making gestures and comments that are not palatable. And I do not expect that from you, Alderman. Please restrain yourself. We've been having a nice meeting, me and you together. Please, let's proceed as such. Let's maintain the decorum. EM.
Speaker, I then say, I appeal to you to get Alderman Tennyson to withdraw that insult. It's deep, it's painful to some of us. He may not know the pain, he may never know the pain, and his children and grandchildren may never know the pain, but we do. So he must not provoke our pain, please. The second one, Speaker, the opposition has been on a fear-mongering. One, to say to residents that they care more than we do about the residents of the city. The same residents that told us that they've been failed for years in this city, while the DA and the VF Plus have been in charge of this city since 2016. Now, they are the ones who, Speaker, as I said, 3 months, this leadership, in their combined wisdom, they could not contain a strike. For 3 months, Speaker, and today they have the audacity to come here and tell us we can't lead. Tina, Speaker, after everything we have done for the residents of this city, where we have shown leadership, Speaker, we have taken decisions that have advanced and improved the lives of the people of this city. So they are the last people, Speaker, to even say a thing. Some of them, they know they are on my WhatsApp. I help them because they can't help themselves. So they must not come here and want to pretend that they care more than I do. Speaker, here's the second thing. This settlement is not sacrificing the residents. The moment that you look at that adjustment budget, Speaker, you can see that is a very well-considered and well-balanced budget. The fact that there is additional money going to core service delivery function, Speaker, it shows you that the residents are not an afterthought to us. But we said we are not only leaders of one aspect, we are leaders of everyone in the city. We are not going to leave our officials behind because we want to be accepted by the opposition. That's politically correct for their constituencies. We're not going to do that, Speaker, because we understand what it means to work and be poor at the same time. So we are not going to listen to people who want to blackmail our Speaker and teach us what's the difference between Labour Court and Bargaining Council as if we need their education. So, Speaker, we are going forward. We said to the officials, Speaker, organized labor, they reserve their rights to approach Labour Court or the Appeals Court when it comes to the 5.4%. We're not going to stand in their way. You know why, Speaker? Because this city signed an agreement, a 3-year agreement in which it only honored 1 year of the 3 years. Now, why should they think that they can think for officials that go home hungry while they are working for this city? So no, we're not going to agree to that, Speaker. Speaker, one thing that I want to tell you is that the officials of this city, remember when they were called, the people called private security to attack them as if it was some apartheid drama series. They remember, Speaker, they remember the utterances that were made by the former mayor. They remember everything, Speaker, because they were once subjected to cruel leadership. That has changed for them. So I don't want, Speaker, people to walk away here thinking that we're going to listen to their conveniently found wisdom. We are proceeding with this 3.5%, Speaker. After today, we're taking it to Bargaining Council. We're going to sign it with organized labor. We're going to wait for them to go through their appeals process at the courts about the 5.4%. In the meantime, we will be serving the residents of this city as we did from day one, Speaker. No one can tell us that they do this more than and better than us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Executive Mayor. Indeed, an extensive contribution. Part of your articulation, Executive Mayor, and you You labored in pains. I just want to confirm on the record that partly you called order on Alderman Councillor Tienesen and for him to withdraw. And indeed, I agree with you as I sustain the order. Councillor Tienesen, that part which the executive mayor raises with you, indeed it's inconsistent with the rules, and you kindly withdraw and apologize.
Speaker, it was not me or the apartheid government who instituted the 30% pass rate in universities. It was
Councillor Tienesen, I am very specific and clear. It's either you withdraw or you don't. So please, I'm offering you the opportunity. Please withdraw that part. Press your mic. Press your mic. Press your mic, Councillor Tienesen. Press your mic so that it be on record, your response.
I said it was not the apartheid government.
Councillor Tienesen, I have afforded you an opportunity to withdraw. Wait, Councillor Tienesen. Councillor Sejen. Councillor Sejen. Councillor Sejen. Councillor Sejen, I am holding you. I am speaking to Councillor Tienesen. Earlier on, when you and I had a discussion about your laptop, he did not interject. I am interacting with him. Please restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Councillor Tienesen, I have offered you an opportunity to withdraw. It's either you withdraw or you decide not to withdraw, and then we'll take it from there.
You can take it from there.
Councillor Tienesen, for the second time, it's simple. I withdraw or I don't withdraw. It's simple. Nothing else. That's what I'm requesting. Press your mic. Press your mic.
Speaker, I have nothing to withdraw. I did not make the rule of 30%. I just said 30%. And where, in which group?
Yes, Councillor, what are you raising on noted DEM? Come again? If you want to speak, just raise the hand. Right. Well, we're taking you, Councillor Hasiamang. It says Jafta Mudiba here. Okay, then there's 3 hands from Action SA. Let's decide who speaks. Let's decide who speaks. Action SA. All right, Kosiama.
Speaker.
Then DM, you'll follow.
Speaker, as a member of the Rules and Ethics, we discourage a conduct like that of Alderman Tienesen. He cannot make such a defamatory remarks, and then he seemed to be very proud about it. May we refer him, please, to Rules and Ethics, that he comes on account. And we want this on record. I hope the chairperson here is listening more, that we need the, and then we can't be with a person who views us like this in this council. Can you use your power, Speaker? Next council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. GEM, you wanted to have a bite? Councillor, just on what Councillor Kosiamang is saying, is referring you. I would have done that immediately. I just want to afford GM an opportunity so that we hear what he says. And then he's also raising a very important point on the issue that I was requesting you to withdraw on. The very unpalatable, unacceptable statement And I'm still applying my mind on it while I allow DEM an opportunity to engage us. DEM?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier on, when you were affording Alderman Tennyson an opportunity to respond or withdraw, I wanted to come in just before that, just to remind him that there was a day wherein Councillor Ramabodu said, I need Afrikaner blood. And then we felt Councillor Ramabodu must withdraw, and we persuaded him. And I was next to him. He came here, walking with a high speed that I didn't expect from him. And then we, because we understand humanity, we said, Councillor Ramabodu must withdraw. Today, the same. Alderman is insulting us, and then he's comfortable with an unfortunate response. I don't think it's on. Please, Nate Innocent, Nahana Pila, man. Omuholo, Umdala. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DEM. Councillor Alderman-elect Erasmus, I'm reaching out to you, as DEM has said also. Thank you very much, DEM, Chair of the ANC. I'm reaching out to you, Councillor Erasmus, to please intervene on this matter before I rule on it. He's seated next to you. I can give you a minute to engage him. Councillor Erasmus?
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Speaker. The VF Plus, please, would like to have 10-minute caucus. Thank you.
10 minutes caucus granted. Thank you, honorable councillors. Let's settle down and proceed with the meeting. Please settle down so that we can proceed with the meeting. Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus. You requested a caucus earlier on.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. We, as a caucus, deliberate this situation very thoroughly, and it was quite clear that through this day, a lot of names was called to people from both sides. Never was that you act on it. And that was the reason, one of the reasons why one of these things was mentioned by Granny Tennyson, Alderman Tennyson, and he decided that you need to refer him to Rules and Ethics, and he is not withdrawing what he mentioned in his speech. Thank you.
Are you referring him to Rules and Ethics? No, the referral is something else by Councillor Kosiema. And as such, as recommended, yes, he's referred. But for the purpose of this meeting, the EM raised that issue. And I sustained the order. And he must withdraw.
Acting Speaker, no, we believe that it's only emotional feeling about what was said in his speech, and we accept the fact that he didn't say to an individual person, but he is not going to withdraw.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus, for your attempt, but unfortunately it's not taking us forward. Councillor Tennyson, please excuse us. Please leave the meeting. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's proceed with our meeting. Yes, Councillor Khafani and Councillor Mathabat. What are you raising on, Councillor Khafani?
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of information. Speaker, this thing of asking councillors to leave the house, it needs to
Order, councillors. Let's not drown the speaker.
Speaker, it's beginning to look like we're doing him a favor. Huh?
Alright, yeah, no, it's fine. Why chidul?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, Speaker, this thing of asking councillors to leave the house, it's beginning to look like we're doing them a favor. There needs to be some form of repercussion, like salary deduction somewhere. They must feel the pinch.
Thank you very much. Rules and orders will consider that proposal. Ndate Matawate.
Yeah,
Wait for
Speaker, as a point of information, Speaker, I need to say something in relation to what Grandi has just
Order,
said.
councillors, let's maintain the decorum.
The
And
man
elders
does not
advise
understand.
us.
The man deliberately ignores to accept the fact that that is an insult to black people. For him to call us 30%ers, because if he calls my colleague a 30%er, that obviously means he also calls me a 30%er. That kind of racism will never be tolerated in this council. And Grandi must know that he has opened a can of worms. And we are not going to be quiet. Grandi is a total racist, and we will tell him that to his face. And he needs to understand that black people are not going to keep quiet and take the nonsense that comes from him, where he insults us and calls us. This is as good as him calling us the K word.
Yes.
Yes, that is. That is. Fuck off, wena.
Thank you, Ndate Matawate. The Chair of Rules and Ethics and members, they are taking note as and when you are presenting. Yes, Councillor Ace, what are you raising on, Chief Whip of Opposition?
Speaker, I want to agree with the First Action SA councillor that spoke. It is not the right procedure to just throw councillors out of chambers. They should be referred to Rules and Ethics, and the matter be dealt there, and then accordingly be brought back to council with a correct penalty. Then I want to remind Councillor Jackie of his Action SA councillor that called black DA councillors monkeys, and he just let it go. Because apparently if somebody sits on that side, they are not racist.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed with our council meeting. We have just closed the debate as recommended. Thank you very much for confirmation. DEM. There was no. Councillor Khosiemang. Councillor Khosiemang. There was no. We are moving right ahead with the debate. Councillors, if you concentrate on things that are not taking us forward and you sleep on the job, I present something and you are not listening, we move. Let's divide the house. It's fine, let's divide the house, it's okay. Those who are for, come on. Thank you very much, councillors. Those against? Thank you very much. Those who abstain? Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. The results are as follows. Those for, it's 105. Against, 69. Abstain, it's 0. Therefore, just to confirm EM and GM, this morning when I arrived, I greeted the workers and said, "Clean 70 cleaner." They responded by saying, "Lirnarbat." Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, you have 60 minutes. Oh, my apologies. Can we revert back to item 5? Parked. The Chief Whip just fetched it from B1, parking level. MMC Baluleka.
No, thanks, Speaker. We have circulated the revised report. Therefore, asset under construction. We ratified Annex C. And I shared it with the whip of the opposition. And I went and to see Councillor Saki Duploy. And if it's shared, what we can consider and resolve on.
Honorable Councillors, please
It is
don't
what,
down the
it is
speaker.
what will go into our minutes and records. It is the corrected version. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Makhale. So MMC, how do you proceed?
I wanted to check, man, if the amendment cannot be done by the mayor through section 13(5). I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. I can be assisted. Sure.
Alderman Maluleka, EM. EM.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we can do so, Speaker, so that we are in compliance, that we're doing it in terms of section 13, yes. So just to be clear, Speaker, what you are doing is just a replacement of a document. On the annexures, we included the Refilwe Stadium one instead of the Caledonian Stadium. So the document has been shared. So that's what we are replacing or what we are correcting. There's nothing that changes in the body of the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As amended? Thank you. Moving right along. Honorable Councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A and Annexure A1. Annexure A1, 1. Annexure A1, 2. Item 3. Councillor Erasmus. You've got a speaker on item 1. And it's you, yourself. Councillor Erasmus? Who's speaking?
Thank you,
Oh,
Speaker.
morning.
Speaker, all protocol observed. Let me explain this report in plain, simple terms. Tshwane has a population of approximately over 4 million people. The National Treasury standard requires 1 firefighter per 1,000 residents. That means we should have 4,195 firefighters. But today we only have 591. From that day, that is a shocking compliance of less than 1%. That's what the report says. Now let it sink in. We are not slightly under-resourced. Ons is in ons maai in. For 4 years, in and out Section 79 Community Safety, the FF Plus have expressed the shortages with no physical action, for example, as what in Region 5, with vast communities like Ruyten, Cullinan, and surrounding farmlands that are covered by a single station with now only 23 firefighters and limited tools of trade divided across 3 shifts. Even in areas such as Soshanguve central and southern areas has no direct fire coverage and depends on stations far away, which means increasing response times. Speaking in emergency, minutes means lives and delays means funerals. And yet, what do we see?
Order, councillors, let's not drown the speaker.
What do we see? Reports, plans and budget tables, commitments, but no action at all. The Constitution obligates municipalities to ensure a safe and healthy environment. The Fire Brigade Services Act makes it clear municipality must protect lives, fight fires and rescue those in danger. This is not optional, it's a legal duty. But administration has failed to match the legal obligation with real urgency. While communities expand, informal settlements grow and risk increase, staffing and infrastructure lag dangerously behind. The result, families in Tshwane are living one spark away from disaster. The Freedom Plus believes in something simple but powerful. Government must first and foremost protect its citizens. Core services are not luxuries. Fire protection is not a political talking point. It's a matter of life and death. The Freedom Plus stands for disciplined budgeting, prioritizing frontline services, cutting waste and ensuring that every rand is directed where it's needed. The FF Plus demands aggressive immediate action, ring-fence funding, fast-track firefighting recruitment, and cut luxury spending. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erasmus M. Whips, can we meet here in front? Thank you very much, honorable councillors. After careful consideration, compassionate, with whips, we have arrived at a determination that, as advised by Rule 23(1)(d) of the Rules and Orders, that the meeting be adjourned until a later date. Thank you very much for indulgence. Have a lovely evening. Drive home safe.